Hello, everyone, and welcome to PAX East Online. I'm Harry Loizides, and I'm excited to have you here with us today. With me are Zach Hartzman and Adam Mills, and we plan to explore a dilemma that a lot of teachers have been dealing with for years. So let's Hello, everyone, and welcome to PAX East Online. I'm Harry Loizides, and I'm excited to have you here with us today. With me are Zach Hartzman and Adam Mills, and we plan to explore a dilemma that a lot of teachers have been dealing with for years. So let's answer that question. Can we finally admit that games should be in the classroom? So this might be a great time to introduce ourselves. So let's get started with Zach. So if you want, you could introduce yourselves with name, content area, um, years teaching, favorite game, stuff like that.
Sure. What's going on, everyone? I'm Zach Hartzman. I'm a high school teacher in New York City. I teach high school social studies in the Bronx. Specifically, I teach high school social studies and English as a second language because my high school is a 100% newly arrived immigrant population to the city who move here and basically start high school over in order to graduate and learn English as a second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth language. Some of my students are very multilingual. And I am also the founder of Hey Listen Games. It's a website that I made a couple years ago now, basically providing all of my game-based learning curriculum, all of my lesson plans, my curriculum for teaching with video games. I incorporate video games a lot into my typically my social studies classes over the years, but I also occasionally teach an ELA elective, or I also have an advisory class every year. So I do history lessons, social emotional learning lessons, English language arts lessons, and I put all of my curriculum online for anyone for free. We'll talk about that later, of course. And I was recently, this past 2020 Game Awards, I was recognized as part of the Future class for the Game Awards for my work. Thank you to my wife for nominating me. I know it was because of her. And it's been really cool. And I'm currently going into my 7th year of teaching. 8th year at the
Awesome.
school because I'm teaching at the school that I student taught at. I did my student teaching there. I vibed with it. My principal liked me, and I just kind of stuck around since.
No, that's awesome, Zach. Thank you so much. Now let's bring it to Adam. Adam, let's hear what you have to say.
My name's Adam Mills. I am a high school special education teacher in Nassau County. I've been teaching for about 17 years now. I started my career as a social studies teacher, bouncing around before working for 5 years in New York City public schools. 10 years ago, came out to Nassau County and moved over to becoming a special education history teacher. I hold a master's degree in special education, as well as a master's degree in educational technology. Also a lifelong geek. I play some video games. Also am a big fan of board games and RPGs, as well as other aspects of kind of pop culture, geek culture. I also have written and self-published a children's book called You Are Your Own Superhero, because you are. And I'm a father of 2 awesome young boys, and looking forward to discussing how we can better incorporate games and gaming and gamification into the educational space, and move forward to a place where that's accepted and helping kids to not only achieve but thrive.
Thank you so much, Adam. Now I'm also super excited to chat about that.
Also,
Uh,
this is this
so
is this is being recorded on Father's Day, so happy Father's Day, Adam.
yeah, happy Father's
Oh,
Day.
thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
from
you.
the past, we're saying this, and also in the future, happy Father's Day, and it is every day. So especially today. So I'm Harry Loizides. This is my 7th year teaching. I mostly teach middle and high school. Now it's mostly focused on high school math, but I've taught a wide variety between 7th grade math all the way up to senior level classes. Um, I also teach at the same school with Adam, so it's been great to collaborate with another fellow geeky person to discuss opportunities to bring non-traditional, which we hope will eventually be traditional learning with games, geek culture, and other opportunities for students to explore the ideas instead of just rote memorization and because I said so rules. In terms of video games, I've always been a Nintendo fan. I recently joined the PlayStation Nation with the PlayStation 4, and I got an Xbox One S last year because Game Pass is so freaking good, guys, which is a really awesome opportunity just to kind of explore games that you haven't seen before. In addition to that, I've also gotten a bunch of grants for my proposals in trying to get more games and more technology in the classrooms. I've gotten a few grants from a few honor societies and a few other like banks and other locations like that. And we'll talk more about those down the line in this session. But I'm super excited that we got chosen to chat about this because it's really a great idea and stepping point that we're implementing our content with the standards that we need to do, plus talk about the things that we like outside of our educational foundations. Because we all love the content we're teaching, but we also love video games, and why not, and tabletops and everything. So why not just blend them all together? Because especially that'll give students opportunity to remember the knowledge, not just remember it because I said so, and then we move on and forget everything. So that's our intros. Thank you so much, guys. So in terms of our panel, we pretty much have three main goals that we want to address. The first one is that we want to make sure we integrate meaningful games to content areas. So we're not just doing this for the sake of doing it. We're not just, shoehorning stuff. We're making it meaningful for us and for the students. Our second goal is to offer actual examples of game-based learning and project-based learning, which is, I'm sure, Adam's favorite phrase. Because we're not trying to just be like, well, we could just do this and just call it a day. We're giving you examples that we've either thought of in the past, have been doing, or plan on doing in the future. So it's not just us talking about theoretical stuff. These are on the ground things that we are doing. And then the third goal that we're doing is we want to provide avenues of support, whether it's ideas for funding, like I mentioned, whether it's websites like Zach mentioned, or whatever we can think of to help you try this out, feel successful, and improve on it in the future. We good?
I believe so.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So let's do, we were going to do a little bit of a micro gaming overview, which we kind of briefly talked about, but if you guys want to just add anything else about how you started using games in the classroom, what sparked any ideas, just so we can get this started and then actually go into our game plans.
Sure. I can get started there. So
Go for it.
basically, when I started teaching, off the bat, I didn't know that I was going to use video games off the bat. But I did know that I specifically wanted to use film and comics in my classes. Every year I make sure to teach with at least one movie and with at least one comic or graphic novel. And those, as like one of the texts as a part of a larger unit, and those parts of my class were always great. I feel like in part because when we bring things that we're passionate about into the classroom, right, those activities tend to be better because like our enthusiasm is kind of contagious and like the kids feed off that. So I use comics and movies and TV shows a lot. And basically after going into my like third year, I was thinking about what else I can do, and I was like, well, I'm also really passionate about video games. I'm more passionate about video games than I am movies or comics. I love those. I love both of those, but like when I go home, I'm playing games. So I started thinking about different ways that I could bring games into my classroom, and I started off pretty simple, using it's a web browser game called The Republia Times, developed by Lucas Pope. He's also the developer of Papers, Please, Return of the Obra Dinn, those more well-known games. The Republia Times was one of his earlier games, and I used it in the middle of a unit I was teaching about propaganda leading up to World War II. And it's basically, in this game, it puts you in the shoes of a like propaganda minister. You control the headlines that go out on your nation's newspaper, and it's basically you initially need to start by choosing headlines that make your government look good, even though it's clearly very corrupt. And then you need to build loyalty amongst the populace. But then as you play, a rebellion gets in contact with you, and they want you to make the government look bad. So it's all about manipulating newspaper headlines. And we played the game and then compared it to like actual newspaper headlines were coming out at the time of what we were studying in class, and it was awesome. It was clear. It was one of the best days of that year, and I knew like immediately I knew that it worked. Specifically because when I very rarely, if like I never really use any games that are educational, quote unquote. Like those can have a place, but the games I'm using are games like they're entertainment games. These are games that were made to be fun, that I'm just kind of bringing in as an added text to whatever we're doing, right? So I like to use a movie, I like to use a comic. I'm still going to use all the primary resources and nonfiction text, but I'm also going to bring in a game to a lot of the stuff that we're doing just as another added thing for students to engage with. And the second that lesson went well, I was like, okay, I'm going to start doing this a lot more. And I started, and well, first I went to my principal. I was like, I'm thinking about doing this. And she was perfectly on board. She saw how good the comic book and movie lessons were going. So she was like, I trust you. Just show me like the lesson plan. So I started making tons of lesson plans and tons of curriculum, which is now why I have so much available online. And I just like over the years have started using games more and more and more and more to the point where I use them in my history class, but I also now teach an ELA elective specifically focused at analyzing video games as literature, the same way that they do any book or poem or short story or movie in their ELA classes. We're just with a focus on video games as literature, which has been really cool.
Awesome. Yeah, and
That's
I
great.
definitely agree that with the video games, it's not just all right, we're only going to talk about the video and we're going to you did a great job of kind of articulating the fact that it's another medium that we can explore themes and motifs and applications, and it's absolutely a fun factor, but it's also it could be way deeper than that.
Exactly.
So
It's not a replacement. I'm not replacing this like the other stuff that we're already doing. It's just here's another cool thing that we can use.
right,
Yeah,
definitely.
I like that. As you just said, using video games as or graphic novels or film as ways to enrich the content, um, which I think people outside of the educational space may not. You as the father, if your kid comes home and says, "Yeah, we watched a movie in class today," you know, you may not necessarily understand if you're not in it that, well, what role does that actually play, and how that can be used to deepen understandings and connections that students are making. And that's just film. These kids are digital natives. We well, Zach, I'm not sure how old you are, but I'm guessing you're probably closer in age to Harry than to me. I'm a few years older than you guys.
Yeah, you're old.
Yeah, I know, but still the best looking of all three of us.
Okay.
I
uh,
won't fight you there.
um, but I think that's a really important point to make, is that at least my generation, and I would say most likely you guys to a certain degree too, are digital immigrants. You grew up not immersed in the types of technology we have today. You had to learn them as they came out. You know, and as did I. I can remember the first desktop computer we owned as a family. I remember when we got dial-up, and what a huge thing
Right.
that was, and I remember what the original Nintendo coming out, and then SNES coming out, and how different that looked, and how much more advanced it got over the years. These kids are natives to those things, so to bring in video games as an enrichment tool, as another level. And I love that you use the word video games as text, because they are. Text, traditionally people think of it as the printed word on the page, but we've known for years now in education that that's not the case. It is also film, it's radio, it's podcasts are out there that can be extraordinarily transformative. So why not video games? Why not use those as a text to further inform student understandings and connection?
Awesome. Thanks, Adam. And especially for me, I definitely am all about engaging students. That's pretty much one of my main tenets as an educator, just because if they're not interested in what I'm talking about, it's going to tune out and they don't want to listen to it. So for me, it's all about figuring out what their interests are, how it relates to the topics, and how it can be further understood. I actually am a little bit of a similar boat as Zach in terms of I was able to gently encourage my administration to make a game theory class, which we did this year. It was super successful. If I do want to pat myself on the back, where
Mhm.
it engaged students not only on tabletop games but more traditional games like Guess Who and Tic Tac Toe, and talked about the variety of games like sequential um, and a bunch of other types where we're doing it almost as thirds. One third of it is playing the games. One third of it is talking about the theories and stuff, and the one third of it is all about the math. So we're kind of getting a nice mixture with those students to kind of get them invested in it and not only use it for this classroom, but if they play a game next year or 5 years down the road, they'll be able to, you know, pick up a few things and kind of be like, well, the probability of this is probably going to be way more than probability of this, and like those deductive reasoning skills can really be helpful for students. And especially with me, I started off super simple. I didn't go from 0 to 90 in one day and be like, well, I'm an expert. You start with the stuff like everyone likes playing Jeopardy or math bingo, or which is pretty much bingo, but just solve for math problems, or
Mhm.
warm up or exit tickets to get the students into something.
Mhm.
And it's all about getting them more comfortable. If I try saying, all right, we're going to play a video game for 3 weeks and then we're going to have a test, that's not I don't think that's a successful way of just blurting it out. So having everything with a meaning, and we'll talk about making it work in a minute, but um, having some forethought as well, kind of like with Zach with the curriculum writing, or with
Mhm.
Adam and being like, well, they're already engrossed in it. Let's just kind of dive right into what they're already familiar with. And plus, who doesn't want to talk about video games and like nerdy stuff in class? Because there's definitely those students that are super quiet or don't have that avenue elsewhere, and they want to, and they're going to get that exposure, and maybe you'll get another perspective from a student that you weren't aware of.
Well, I think it's also important. I mean, you did a great job of mentioning. I think I don't know how many teachers out there are using games to the extent that we are, but many I think start with the kind of those gateway drugs that you just spoke about, like using Jeopardy as a review tool. Or when I first started, they were still you could buy the little buttons that you could team off the students and do a Jeopardy style question and answer review game, and the teams could push the buttons and it would light up, and they loved that. And yeah, exactly that. And I think, Zach, you made a good point of it too, is making a decision to incorporate these things and then slowly finding the path to making it work.
Hmm.
Harry, as you said, if you were to just say, okay, yeah, I'm going to use video games to teach math, or video games to teach history, or video games to teach science. Okay, all the time?
Yeah.
Probably not.
Yeah,
You
and you
know?
also want, and it's also not good teaching like patterns to just say, I'm just going to do this. Well, why? Because it's cool or because I
Yeah.
said so. Like that's not good teaching practices. So having the reasoning and justification on, okay, here's my rationale, here's my learning objective, here's my like thought process, goes a long way not only to explain it to people who might not be familiar with video games, but it also internalizes the behavior for yourself to be like, all right. So if I do it this way, this is how it's going to be successful, or in a perfect world, actually, this is how it could be successful. Um,
Mhm.
but
So, and Adam, you mentioned that you weren't sure like how many people are actually
Mm,
using games to the extent that we are. So,
mm,
it's obviously still like in the grand scheme of all like schools and teachers and students in the country or the world, it's obviously not a crazy amount, but it is a very rapidly growing practice. And I only
mm,
know this because for any teachers watching, like you don't need to love social media or Twitter, but like getting active on Twitter was a very important decision I made, and getting into contact with like thousands of teachers. And I know for a fact, even like my curriculum, people contact me all the time about the lessons that they're trying, that I've put out there. So I know that a lot of people are now, especially with esports becoming a bigger thing. That's a whole other conversation with esports in schools, but like it is rapidly becoming more common and more accepted. It's still an uphill battle in many different ways, but it is like we're seeing it grow just in like Like we saw in the past like 5 years, like comics and graphic novels exploded in popularity in schools these like past
Yes.
5 years. And I feel like in this next 5 years to 10 years, we're gonna start seeing the exact same thing with video games and games in general.
Well,
I was just going to say, and not to put my math nerd hat on, but I was taking a grad class recently, and one of the articles, which was from the early 1990s, which I immediately scoffed at because I was just annoyed at that fact. But it talked about the paradigm shift between not using graphing calculators and then using graphing calculators. So, and that's not even a forethought in my classrooms now. It's just you just use it. But that was a
mhm.
real heated debate. So fast forward 30 years, now we're having this kind of renaissance of video games and conversations around that. So probably in 15, 20 years, it's just going to eventually be the more socially acceptable thing. And we're just going to be like, well, of course we're teaching with video games. Why wouldn't we? Like, how
Mhm.
do you not do that? So it's just
Well,
some
and
little sprinkles of that.
I wanted to add to or respond to a couple of things that Zach just said. First, yes, social media can be tough, but I do think that using Twitter in particular to grow your personal learning network and your connections within the teaching community, especially around uh, specific ways of teaching or things that you're trying to do, Twitter can be an amazing thing. Again, I one of my masters is in educational technology, and as part of that, I started my professional Twitter handle. And before that, I had had a private Twitter handle and had not found much use for it. Um, going the route that Zach just mentioned, finding the community, the digital community that's going through the same struggles and growing pains and leaps forward and you know interesting discoveries that you are is an amazing way to use a tool that uh, a lot of the time ends up being a very negative place. um, and Zach, I agree with you. I think that in the next 5-10 years we're going to see massive movement forward in the use of games. I think there's been companies that have tried recently and recently in the last 5 or 10 years, um, through what they would have called gamification. The use of
That's a whole
uh,
separate thing, which people.
yeah,
So
and
I feel like we might need to clarify
yeah,
because I get questions or people think what I do a lot of time is
is
gamification,
gamification.
and I don't deal with gamification at all. Gamification
Yeah,
is more like gamifying your learning environment and making
yeah,
the environment into a game, like stats
yeah,
and rewards and skills and whatnot. Whereas like
exactly.
I'm just teaching with video games. I just bring in games, we play them, we study them, we analyze them. It's very, 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 very different things. This is more like game-based learning.
Mm-hmm.
But that's yeah. My point was to say exactly that I think that will, because gamification has been tested somewhat and to varying degrees of success, just the fact that people are beginning to think along the lines of incorporating
Hmm.
a game style into education. If you took if a new teacher took a class in undergrad that talked about that, and then they see your materials and begin to say, oh wait, gamification, I got, all right, it was okay and I kind of understood it, but I do love video games and that could also be part of my teaching. I think we're going to start to see a sea change moving forward, with the utilization.
So speaking of those changes, let's actually dive right into kind of the points that we want to make on. So how do you make this work? I think we outlined 7 of these, so we're going to go one by one, and then we'll interject any thoughts as we go through that. So I think the most important thing that we need to address is you need to plan. You can't just go in, like I said before. Let's play Overwatch for a week and see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
Um, that's a great club activity, but you want to go in with an idea, with a goal, or with some sort of preparation. I don't know if this is the norm, but I usually plan or at least have a general frame of what I want to do throughout the year, with like a week by week game plan before the year starts, so that I can implement some subtle changes or give myself cushion so that if I have an idea, I can do it and not be already ruined for this year because of my timing of everything. So what do you guys think about planning? How do you plan with these? Do you try implementing it like a crazy man like me and doing it a year in advance, or you kind of give yourself some cushion and sprinkle it in as you go?
So I usually have like a yearly skeleton um, before it starts, but I'm also very much like a day by day, maybe week by week kind of person. Where like I usually the night before I'll be brainstorming some ideas, and then I'm putting together. And so I usually go to work early, and then I'll like put together my lesson when there's no teachers in the building and the photocopy machine isn't taken. Um, so I'm historically like that. Although like I know I have the idea of what I'm doing,
Right.
but I don't have all like the nitty gritty really until like the day or the week of. Um, but when it comes to like games, it's usually like I know what the unit is going to be, so then I just think about all the things that I've played and what what could fit. It's not like I usually don't go searching for a game that could
Hmm.
fit, but I also like that's also just because I play games constantly and I have a vast library already like available on my own that I can reference and find connections to and it with what I'm already teaching. So it's somewhat backwards design. Like I know the endpoint I want to get, and then I think about what text, what games do I already have that I can find a way to bring in.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. You used the terminology that I was going to use, the backwards design, right?
Mm.
That's, I think many of us have been trained in, and the reason for that is it tends to be effective. But Zach, I would wonder too if you experience the same thing I do on the ESL side of things. You know, when as a special ed teacher, what you said mirrors a lot of what I go through as well. You know, yeah, I have my curriculum, I have my kind of major points I need to hit as I go throughout the year, but depending on the population, every day could be different.
Yeah. So I guess I should preface with like so I mentioned all of my students are non-native English speakers, right? And I have students who so I teach 11th and 12th grade, so they're either in their third or their fourth year, and some students by that time are fluent in speaking English but not in writing English by any means, or they're fluent in writing but not in speaking, or they're fluent in both, or not at all, or just like every varying degree in the middle. So I this is part of why I don't plan so intensely far ahead of time
Mm-hmm.
because I know it's not gonna work. Like I'm gonna have to
Right.
change
Yeah.
everything I did, like
Mm-hmm.
per student or per whichever class. It's a I understand that it's a somewhat different experience than teaching in a just like standard mainline classroom.
Yes, but
Yeah.
I mean, I think that, and that, you know, the special education teaching
Yeah.
experience is very, very similar. But I do also think that the modern classroom has become much more individualized and differentiated. So I think that this will speak to many of the teachers that we're looking to talk to, even in, you know, a general education classroom that, you know, don't teach in a major metropolitan area where there is a large immigrant population or larger special education population. Um, to go back to the original question, you know, though, that is what you take into account when it comes to planning. Yes, we all have our endpoint, our goal. As a history teacher, Zach, I'm sure you kind of go through the same thing of, all right, well, what primary sources do I need to include? You know, what do I need to pull from my library for primary source access? Um, and then how can I utilize a variety of enrichment materials to better speak to my current population? You know, whether that is film, graphic novels, or as we're speaking about here, gaming. Um, and those games might change from year to year, or, you know, month to month, or group to group, um, because the group changes and their needs change and what they're capable of involving themselves with and being successful with changes. So planning not only around the content, but around, in particular, the group of students that you're working with and their needs, I think should should be the driving force with the games you're choosing and the way you're using them.
Awesome. And speaking of choosing and using, let's talk about that second point, which is to start small and then expand gradually. So, as educators, you don't, or at least in my experience, if you're trying something new, do not try something new for the first time for a 3-week PBO. You want to start it as meaningful, concise, and kind of getting your point to test out your knowledge of the content as well as the student's understanding of what you're asking so that you can kind of course correct and start reflecting as a teacher, be like, okay, this didn't go well. How can I fix it for next time? Whether it's a warm-up activity or just a one-word problem that you want to explore a concept. At least for math, I might do something with probability and relate to a game that they're playing or an idea that they might understand that is contained. Or it's even a writing prompt where you're just like, okay, choose any, and you don't even have to specify video games, choose any literary item or text. And that elicited a negative emotion from you or something like that. So what do you guys think about starting gradually?
I mean, yeah, like I mentioned, like the first time I used a game or a video game was with the Republia Times, and the game only takes 15 minutes to finish. And you can play it a number of times, but that was just a 1-day activity. It wasn't some grand unit or a multi-day commitment. It was just, oh, all right, I'm gonna test this out with one class period, and it worked. It's like, okay, cool. Now I know in the future I could set aside more time and planning to do something larger. And in that regard, this is right for like social studies, ELA. Look, especially if you want to use video games as a text or some form like as literature, kind of like how I do. Look towards indie games because I'd say 95% of the games I use are 2 to 4 hours long. And recently we've had like this decade is a renaissance of indie games. Indie games now are just spectacular, and there's so many good ones coming out. And I found that those are the easiest and the most manageable ones to bring in. Like the common question that I always get asked is, "Oh, do you use Assassin's Creed? Should I try using Assassin's Creed?" And I don't like maybe the museum tour, the discovery tour mode looks cool for history classes, but that's like that's not playing a video game really. That's like you're going on a virtual museum tour, which is cool and it has its place, but I'm not gonna bring in like the campaign of Assassin's Creed and have students play through the campaign. It's too large, right? That's too much prep time. I can't like play the game, create a save point where I want them to start off and then they play there. There's way too much to manage there. But if you find a good indie game that's only a couple of hours of time dedicated to playing it, then that's a much easier place to kind of dip your toes in the water.
Yeah, and that leans especially into our third point about setting realistic goals and time frames.
Yeah.
Like, don't give students a 6-hour game if you want them to finish it in a day. Like, students have lives too, or you only have 41 minutes in the classroom. You want to make sure it's a meaningful time use of their time, not just let's spend 3.5 hours getting to the crutch of my lesson that I'm trying to get to. But then you also want to plan for when things go awry or for some creative solution. Just like with any good teaching practices, you want to kind of anticipate the students' issues and try to mitigate it in a beneficial way, or offer leading questions to kind of get them engaged and kind of refocus them so they don't get so misguided in where you're going. Adam, were you going to say something?
I was just going to add to what you were just talking about planning for things to go awry. We as educators learned a lot about utilizing technology over the last year or so with having to implement distance learning as quickly and hopefully effectively as we did, and we learned a lot about how the speed bumps of technology falling apart on us can really get in the way of everything. When you're using video games, you're adding, I think, an extra level to that because these are now, interactive tools. It's not just, a platform of, Google Classroom or, something like that, where they just need to go in and click a link and open a doc or something like that, or go watch a video on YouTube. Now it's something that they also have to learn and interact with. And that for a lot of them is going to take a lot more time, especially if you're dealing with a population that may have only ever played mobile games or, never played a keyboard game at all.
Right.
That could definitely shift how the gaming goes. So yeah, I think you made an excellent point there about plan for it to fail and have an idea of what you're going to do when it fails.
Right.
I want to quickly touch on a point. So you mentioned like games where students have only played mobile games, or have not played games. A common question or concern that comes up is access to tech, and like what do we actually expect students to have? And for me personally, I don't expect students to have anything, and 90% of the time we play a game together as a class, right? So when we use a video game, kind of use it in the same way we use a film. I project it in the front of the room. I have a student player and then rotate players as needed. But it's important because, one, not every student is going to want to be a player. And a lot of students, right? We see this with YouTube and Twitch streaming. Like, a lot of people love watching people play video games, right? So you don't actually need every single student to be a player. Usually I'm playing together as a class. Occasionally I'll set them up in groups if I have the certain type of laptop computers available. And then if a game is free, like the Republic of Times is free on web browsers. So in that case, then I'll have students with their own copies or in pairs, especially to help with my students because some students might have a higher grasp of English. So, but yeah, most time we're playing together as a class and treat it the same way as we treat a movie. There just happens to be a student who's playing, and then other students can help them get through whatever is happening on screen.
Right. And I think
that's a great way of doing it.
Mobile games are a great resource actually, because it's not like you're playing your mother's mobile games where 20 years ago they were kind of cruddy, but now we still have the cruddy ones, but there are some really fantastic ones like Knights of San Francisco, which is one that I randomly popped and threw $3 at, is a fantastic text adventure game that like blew my mind how good it was in world building. So like you just never know until you start exploring, and there's thousands of them. So
yeah, a quick thing I did with my students last year before we shifted to online was I had about 6 of the students in my elective class who had iPhones get a month free of Apple Arcade, and we played Assemble with Care, right, in groups. And then the second we were done with the game, and those couple of lessons, just cancel description before they paid for anything. So quick little way to start up with a very simple, beautiful little indie game.
Yeah, that's a good pro tip.
Yeah.
So let's go to our next talking point. We want to also, I think Zach mentioned it, like don't just use Assassin's Creed for Assassin's Creed purposes, but you also want to make sure you pair games with content areas that make sense and don't try to shoehorn it. So like with me, I'm not going to just say, well, the Assassin's Creed, they're in Greece, and in Greece they have parabolas. Like you're kind of forcing it a little too much, but you want to make sure it's meaningful. So just saying parabolas in Assassin's Creed doesn't really get your point across. I think Adam, you mentioned a lot of thematics. If you wanted to go into that, I thought that was a really good point you mentioned before.
Well, and I think it's also important to recognize that, like, to extend what you said there, just because a game is centered around a content doesn't mean that it's good for what you need it to be. Yeah, exactly. Assassin's Creed is a perfect example of that. Or if you're teaching, again, ancient Greece, and you're talking about Greek mythology. Oh yeah, it's centered around Greek mythology, but there's no way you can include that. Back to what Zach said before. But the flip side of that is it doesn't have to be, just because it doesn't have a content connection that you're seeing or immediately making, that doesn't mean that it's not going to work. You can make thematic connections. So in global history and with a lot of the newer standards, we focus on enduring issues. It's more of a thematic teaching approach, and there are a lot of games out there. When I was writing this, I was thinking more tabletop, but many other games would work, and probably because of the I'm going to use the word unprecedented times we live in. Uh, I thought of the game Pandemic, and I thought about how that very clearly connects to two of the enduring issues we see in global history: interconnectedness and cooperation. Uh, any co-op game, you could use that as a springboard or as again an enrichment activity to show the impact of cooperation or uh, you know cultural diffusion or uh, conflict or the desire for power, any of these large enduring issues that touch on so many different eras of history. This is another way to show students, especially students who may not be so immersed in the content or so well versed in the content, like students with special needs or students who are learning English as a second language or a third or a new language. Having a game that shows them or connects to these enduring issues or these themes is a lot of times a much different point of access for these kids to the curriculum, and can create a much more meaningful and deep connection for them.
Nice. So let's combine these next two together. So another aspect that we want to focus on is you want to get feedback on what your students are interested in. If they do not like any RPGs, don't use RPGs in the classroom unless you want to sprinkle it in and give them exposure. But you want to listen to what the students are interested in. Otherwise, you're going to lose them right away. And then also, you also want to be a reflective teacher where you want to identify things that went wrong, went right, and how you plan to improve it in the future, whether it's the next lesson, the next unit, or even the next year. That's usually good teaching practices in general. Like you want to identify, how you're doing, and you gotta be honest with yourself. Like when I did my first PBL with trigonometry, I did not think it went very well. I overplayed my hand. I gave students too much freedom. I didn't give them a scope that was reasonable, so they kind of went all over the place. You want to do that same thing while you're debriefing on video games. Okay, was this video game beneficial? How
Yep.
did the students get the information that I wanted them? Were they able to articulate their reasoning? Were they able to explain it to another students? Those are the questions you need to start asking yourself, which I'm sure a lot of us do in multiple facets. But if we're doing this with a whole new medium of education, we want to make sure that we're hyper focused on building it better so it doesn't fall apart and it's a justification for us not to use it in the future.
Just to add to that one way, and this also goes back to planning, I think, so it's good that we're in, kind of getting to this again. It's a good way to bookend. An acronym that I generally try and remember, and I won't get into the history of it, but for good reflective teaching and a good approach to this is OODA, OODA. And the idea is that you observe how you did, observe the lay of the land. You orient, you ask those reflective questions that Harry was just speaking about. You decide on a new course of action, and then you act. And it's a circular form of reflective teaching and decision making that will constantly, when you start over again, you constantly are taking into account where you're at, what that means, and deciding and moving forward all the time. So just a little
Nice.
mnemonic device for you there.
And then I guess the last thing we want to just close end on
very quickly.
Oh, sorry, go.
Also for like this is very good for people, right, who are familiar with games and kind of know where to start and then like go through that whole like modify, adapt, change as we go forward.
Mm-hmm.
With our students like uh, reflections on it. Like I always, for example, and this is I usually do this after any unit, but anytime I use a game, I usually send a student survey, like asking how they think it went, whether or not it's
Yeah.
worth repeating with future students, and it's always great to see their thoughts. Um, but also, if you don't know where to start or what games to use. You probably have a lot of experts in the room who might know games that kind of could relate to what you're teaching. So even when we shifted online last year in the middle of March and for that semester, it kind of like I mean, and this did this everyone, but it sidelined the curriculum that I was kind of doing at the time. Um, and I spent a day with that elective class, my video game elective class, and I just asked like, okay, so we kind of can't exactly continue what we were doing before, but do any of you have any ideas or preferences? And a whole bunch of them were like, we want to play a superhero game. It's like, okay, and do you have any recommendations? And one student told me that Batman the Telltale series
Yes.
could be a cool thing to try, given it's a mature game, but my students are older, so not exactly solid for middle school. But one student mentioned that game. I hadn't played it yet, although I'm familiar with Telltale games, and so I played it like quickly, and it was cool. And so we quickly kind of put together a mini unit on dialogue choices and how effective the game's use of dialogue choices are in pushing the narrative forward. And that wouldn't have happened if I didn't ask my students what they think could be a cool unit or what game I should use. So yeah, ask your students; they might have some really cool ideas.
And I will say, if you have not played the second season of the Batman Telltale games, it is a banger.
I haven't
Because
actually, so
oh
one
boy,
day.
I literally just finished it like a week ago, and not to derail it, but the relationship between Batman, Bruce Wayne, the Joker, and Harley Quinn is such an interesting dynamic that I haven't seen, and I'm not super familiar with the genres of Batman, but it's such an interesting twist to everything that I think it's almost required reading slash playing slash interpreting. Um, but I don't want to get too in the weeds on that. But yeah, that's an awesome way. Like, and I really
Well,
like
but that's that.
self-reflection.
I think there's also something to be said for. I was talking before about using something you may not always have thought of as a content connection. I mean, how interesting would it be to use a Batman game to then lead into a discussion about the responsibilities of the rich in a society where crime reigns supreme? You could go, you could get into some big stuff there, and you did it with Batman. That's awesome.
Yeah, lots of themes. So our last little bookend before we start giving you loads of examples is something that I started doing the past year is live your life and then also pocket ideas that you think of as you're playing games or afterwards, like when you have time to debrief. I originally started doing this with Netflix videos that I'm like, oh, they're using math. I'm going to write this down and use it as an example in the future. Especially with Jessica Jones season 2, she was doing circles, which is pretty much construction. So future students, we're going to talk about this in the fall, where she kind of figured out the location of a character based on geographic mapping. So I thought that was a really interesting thing. And, we all play games. We all enjoy our lives outside the classroom. So identifying those as you're just living your life, put it in a notebook, put it in a little email to yourself so you have it for later so you can find it again, sprinkle it in, and then build on it as the years go on. So I thought that was just an important thing to bring up. Like Zach already said, he plays a lot of video games. So why not use your time having fun while also sprinkle it in your educational spin to it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's go to buttloads of examples. I thought maybe because we have over 35 in our little side thing, so I think maybe we'll do a couple from each category, and then if we have time, we can backtrack to any others. So we'll start with math because math is awesome. So one of the topics that I think is a no-brainer in terms of games and math is probability, because most games of chance or most games have some sort of probability angle that you can approach. For my game theory class, we did a unit of only probability, and it culminated with a project that they had to analyze one of their favorite video games in the lens of probability. So a lot of students, I don't know if there was a Pokemon Emerald craze, but a lot of them chose Pokemon Emerald, a lot of them chose Fortnite. So they had to research those probabilities and then decide how it's going to impact their gaming. So a lot of students didn't realize how rare certain rare items were in Fortnite. So when they got them, they felt even more empowered. Be like, wow, like this is a one in, I don't remember the number, like 417 or something. So that really gets them thinking not only about the game that they're playing, but also about how it's being made or how people play it in that lens. So I thought that was a really good thing. And in terms of the Pokemon angle, that can tier way between seventh grade probability and high college low probability, where it includes disjunction, conjunction, summations, at least phrases, at most phrases, exactly phrases. So my math people know what I'm talking about. So there's a lot of options with that. And then the other topic I want to overlay before I let the socialists and the lay people talk is in terms of circles, because circles are everywhere. So a lot of times when you're throwing area of effect items, or if you're throwing a grenade or splatting something in Splatoon, it usually shows that circle. So it's a fun exercise to let students find games that involve that notion. Take a screenshot and then we explore like, okay, well, what is the area of effect? What is the radius? What is the area of that effect with the area formula? Which kind of leads me into like me and Adam also on the side play a D&D game, and we were talking about, okay, if my fireball has a radius of 40 feet, like how much space is that really going to tackle? So that was me getting super nerdy into that category. And you know, it's a great opportunity to not only geek out about what you like, but it could bring it to light activities that you enjoy that students might not even know exist. And it gets them involved into a whole world of concepts that they didn't even know. So I thought those are two good concepts. The last one I'll say, because I don't want to derail too much, but is about parabolas, which I jokingly said with Assassin's Creed. But just like the area of effect items, a lot of games show you that parabola feature. So if you take a screenshot, overlay it on a graph, you can do a regression on the parabola, and then students can identify it, talk about jumps and stuff like that. I think it's a really, those three things are usually my go-to if I teach algebra or geometry, in terms of getting those students involved in those. Mm-hmm. All right, so now let's talk about social studies examples. I know both of you have experience with that concept, so I'll let you guys run wild on which ones you want to talk about first.
Well, I've got an entire page of social studies lessons on my website, Hey Listen Games. The ones that I've used the most myself, I use Papers, Please and the Republic Times pretty much every year now at some point. Papers, Please is a great game for teaching about refugee crises and immigration. It puts you in the shoes of a border patrol agent in a fictional country, deciding who can come into your country, and it's like a puzzle game where you're just examining documents like passports, work papers, licenses, just and you stamp yes or no to let them in. It's always a blast in my classroom because all of my students are immigrants, so it's very interesting seeing who decides to follow all the rules 100% and who's like super empathetic is like, nope, everyone can come in, and it just like gets these great debates going every single time. It's just one of the best lessons of the year. I'd spoken about Republia Times when I was still a world history teacher. I used Valiant Hearts: The Great War when I was teaching about World War One. It's a great game made by Ubisoft.
Love that game.
Specifically, like it has primary resources and nonfiction items like embedded into it. It was made in collaboration with a couple of museums, I think. So it was just like really cool to play that and have students examine like the different items that you pick up as you go along. This year I used the game Donut County. It's an indie game. It's a puzzle game where you basically just control a hole in the ground and you just like swallow up towns and you get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. It's a super cute 2.5 hour game. But the game was specifically made as a metaphor for gentrification in Los Angeles. And I was teaching about gentrification in New York City this year. So after spending a week talking about gentrification, we then played the game and had them like discuss how it was represented in the game, right? So like I said, it was just I did not use this game to teach what gentrification is. They had already had the background knowledge, and then they just discussed how it was portrayed in the game. So it's like things like that, right? So it doesn't need to be it doesn't need to look like the content, right? It's a really cute, adorable puzzle game. But there are ways to use things that you wouldn't normally think of. Life is Strange. I've used Gone Home. Another great one. Gone Home, like Harry mentioned, required games. Gone Home is a required game. Everyone needs to play Gone Home at some point. Like it's not even a
Fantastic.
question. It's also a great game to start off with because it's just a walking sim. You just walk around the house, pick up items, tons of text to read in the game, and so the mechanics are pretty simple for students to learn and grapple with. And I use that in a social studies unit. I don't want to say which one because I don't want to spoil anything.
Hmm.
Because if I tell
Excellent.
you which unit it was in, I'm going to spoil part of the game. So go
Yeah.
play the
So
game.
yeah, if you play the game, you'll know exactly what Zach is talking about.
Yeah. Also, when I was doing um, in U.S. history, teaching about Native Americans, there's a wonderful game called Never Alone, and it's made by Native Alaskan storytellers, right? And it's an entire game focused on. Well, it's an indie game, like 3 hours again, based on Native Alaskan folklore. And so I know a lot of teachers struggle finding getting kids getting kids who are not indigenous, right, to connect with Native Americans because many of them have never met one before in their life. And I found that this was a great way to get my students, uh, especially my students who are new to the country, who don't really know that Native Americans exist, um, learning about them and then interacting with them in this game, especially because the game has like documentary clips, like live action of the people speaking about the things that you're finding and doing in the game. So it's really a remarkable game that more people should play. And a fun one I did was I actually this takes more prep time, but I used Super Mario Odyssey
Mm.
to talk about how culture is represented in the game since it borrows from like places all around the world and often in sometimes stereotypical ways. So it's cool to see how students reacted to the ways that culture is represented in Super Mario Odyssey.
That's very interesting.
I could go on and on, but I know that
Yeah.
we're approaching the 1 hour time.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think we have about 2 minutes, so I think we might rapid fire some of the ones we mentioned. One thing I will say is future Harry has already made a Google Slides of all this information. So
Mhm.
Harry probably already sent the link down here already. So if you just want to click and open that, that'll give you all the information that we've talked about. So some other
Uh,
things that we have. Oh,
I was just going to say another, just another thing to remember is that uh, even if you aren't in a position where you can use tabletop games in your classroom, there are tabletop simulators and a lot of free accounts that you can do with Board Game Arena and things like that, and play games like We're Doomed, which is a quick little 15-minute game that you have to get off the planet using different styles of government, or Lords of Waterdeep, which is based in a D&D world, but is resource management, worker placement, and can really teach students a lot about scarcity and governmental decision making.
nice.
I'm
So
teaching I'm teaching Gov next year, so I'm looking into Weird Doomed
yes,
as we
it's
speak.
great.
I'm looking it
I,
up.
I highly recommend it.
It's so good. It's
Uh,
so good.
so now in terms of science, we have the Portal series. If you want to do evolution or climate change, you could do Beyond Blue. If you're in terms of technology, Nintendo Labo is a fantastic resource. So at this point, if you buy it on clearance, do it. If not, it's a great after-school activity that to get students engaged. In terms of students creating, Dreams is fantastic. Can be super high concept, so I would recommend that to upper level high school students. But I just started playing Game Builder Garage, which is Nintendo's newest um, introduction to mini programming. So far it looks really good, but I'm still very much early on. In
for
terms of world,
for creating, I would just want to throw in Fortnite Creative
mm,
because it's super in depth now, lots and lots and lots and lots of tools, and it's free, and a lot of our students are already well versed in how to play Fortnite.
excellent.
And as in relation to that, you may also want to think about Roblox
Roblox,
Creator.
Minecraft, yeah, all both of those also.
Yep.
Yeah. So I think we're right at near the end. So let's kind of give everyone the additional resources. So Zach, if you could just remind us what your website is again.
Sure. So my website is heylistengames.org. I have a ton of curriculum up there. It's got to be like 45 different individual lessons and then two full like 30-day units that I've taught, from social studies to ELA to social emotional learning. If you have an advisory class, those, even if you have like, find a way to do SEL lessons because they resonate a lot with students, and I think it's needed more often. Um, I've got a couple of science lessons, not too much math because all the stuff on the website currently is mine, and I don't teach math, so I don't know the content myself. Maybe
We'll
one
see if
day
I can sprinkle some in.
maybe
Yeah.
we'll see if we get some math content there in the future.
Mhm.
But it's there. I have a blog on the website where I talk about my experience teaching with games or providing my rationale whenever I put a new activity on the website. I'm gonna do a quick little plug, right? Everything on my website is free. I don't want teachers paying for things because teachers are underpaid a lot, so it is all free. If you can support, I do have a Patreon, patreon.com/HeyListenGames. If you would like to support, even if it's just $1 a month, it's completely up to you. But yes, it is all free. I originally created the website to be a starting point for people who want to teach with video games but don't know where to start.
Excellent. And it's a great resource for everyone. Adam, what is your contact info in case anyone wants to reach out to you on Twitter?
I am at Mills WHHS on
Excellent.
Twitter and Instagram.
Nice. And I am at Ill Grill Chill on all my media platforms. So thank you so much, guys. I know we can probably talk about this for an almost infinite amount of time, but I hope some of you got some information for this. I hope you've learned something. I hope you gotten inspired to implement games into your classroom. And like I mentioned, we'll have that Google Slides down in there for reference if you need anything else. Until next time, have a great day and all the best of luck. Bye, everybody.
Bye, everyone. Thanks.
Bye.
Did you know? The primary syllabaries or character sets on the internet are kamoji and emoji, where kamoji are used to convey complete sentences or phrases. Emoji are intended to be parsed separately and can be integrated with other writing systems. And that's a fact about the internet.
Attention campers. Today's lunch will be pork and beans on toast. The vegan option is beans and beans on toast. The paleo option will be pork and pork on a stone slab. The gluten-free option will be pork and beans on pork and beans. That is all.
Did you know? The first portable computer was the Osborne, a 24-pound suitcase-sized device. Much less well regarded was the first portable Wi-Fi router. It was called the Godmother and had to be mounted onto the dorsal plate of a Japanese spider crab. And that's a fact about the internet.
This is Labrat.
Good. You have unlocked a new puzzle. Begin the next puzzle. Good work. Here is your achievement.
Your job is to evaluate a puzzle game that is being crafted by this artificial intelligence.
I will now gauge your interest in multiplayer by simulating a multiplayer experience. I am helping. We are doing this together. We are friends. People bond by doing activity.
Unfortunately, the AI has gained access to more data than we anticipated, and it seems to be generating new games based on whatever it finds.
The place where you live is dark and full of crimes.
What are we going to do? You have nothing on me.
You can support us by wishlisting Labrat on Steam or by signing up for the closed beta at labrat.study. Thank you.
Did you know? Sometimes people come on the internet just to tell lies. Could you believe someone would do that? Just go onto the internet and tell lies? Well, they do. And that's a fact about the internet.
decided, you know what, I've dabbled in indie games. I'm going to give this one last shot.
Let's just make a game. It felt like jumping into the deep end.
I realized that making games was like a real thing that you can do.
It's just so, that's the word, is liberating.
We owned this project. Success for us is defined as being able to continue to do this because we really love it.
We want to be what we know.
Making something that people enjoy.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to From Turnips to the Stars, the evolution of farming sims. We are so excited to have you today for this panel. I'm Brian Heron, the Director of Marketing for Freedom Games, and I'll be the moderator. I'm going to introduce each of our panelists briefly and let them say a few words about themselves and what they're currently working on. First up, we have Jinzy. She's a YouTuber for the channel Proper Bird.
Hi, I'm Jinzy, and I mostly talk about story games on my channel right now, but I really love farming sims in general because they give me a sense of direction in life and like I'm in control of things when I'm really not.
Fantastic. Next up, we have Brad Petrie. He is the project lead for Aurorian Studios, who is the developer of One Lonely Outpost.
Hi. So, yeah, it's great to be on this panel. Just a year ago, I was just a team lead at a small time place, and now I'm leading my own team of 20. So it's been a pretty crazy year, and super happy to be working on One Lonely Outpost. Farming sims are amazing.
Next up, we have Lou Nascimento. She is the art director for Bunny Hug Games, who is currently developing Moonglow Bay.
Hi, I'm Lou. I am a Brazilian living in the UK. I've been working in games since 2013, and I have always loved farming games because they're kind of like an escapism from my day-to-day life.
Next up, we have Nicholas Guerin. He is the creative director at Thunder Lotus Games, who is developing Spiritfarer.
Hey, I'm really glad to be here with you guys, and yeah, I'm also happy to share my passion for farming sims. And yeah, Spiritfarer was pretty much a farming sim with a kind of that's a dark tone. No, it was more of a touching tone to it. But yeah, right. Sorry for making you cry again.
No, it's fine. And then finally, we have Rebecca Valentine, a reporter for IGN.
Hi, yeah, I don't make any farming sims, but I have played a lot of farming sims. They've been very formative to me as a person who play games and just as a person. And it's really cool to be in a room with a bunch of people who make games I either have loved or am excited about.
Agreed. Yeah, Nicholas' little comment there. I cried like a baby playing Spiritfarer, so I had to rip him for that before we started.
Sorry about that. sorry to everyone who would have cried.
Actually,
I'm not sorry.
Don't be sorry. I think you need a good cry sometimes. Yeah. I think sometimes
cry is great.
I'm proud of it now.
Yeah. I have grown to appreciate a good cry. It's definitely been something that I have appreciated more over the years. All right, everyone. So we're going to kick off with a couple of topics here. We're going to keep the conversation really casual. I'm going to shut up as much as possible, let you hear your amazing opinions on all this stuff and your experiences. The first thing I wanted to touch on is it seems like farming simulation games are having a bit of a cultural moment. We kind of are at the apex of their popularity, I would guess. Maybe it was a little bit higher a couple of years ago, but there definitely does seem to be a ton of focus, ton of in-development games in the genre. People really, really enjoy the formula. Why do we think that is? Specifically, why is this current generation of gamers so driven to the idea of farming, the slower paced games and kind of the idea of the gameplay system there?
I mean, I think there's maybe like a bunch of answers and then maybe one very sort of obvious central answer, and that one central answer is Stardew Valley, right? Like that game came out, and I think what it did for farming sims is that, you know, they've been around for forever, Harvest Moon and everything that has come after that. But I think a lot of people had nostalgia for Harvest Moon in some form, whether that was the first game or one of the subsequent games. But you know, the older Harvest Moon games, and maybe not specifically the way those games were played, but the way they made you feel. You know, the way they made you feel like you were in control, and they were like slow and relaxing, and there was a focus on relationships and, you know, being in harmony with nature and people in a small community and things like that. And I think over the years, people kind of fell off the series because it didn't really grow or change in any. I mean, it did in different ways, but I don't think it did in a way that people wanted, and people kind of moved on with their lives. But Stardew Valley, even though it was very different and had a lot of new things added to it, I think it brought back that feeling for a lot of people very successfully in many ways, and it sort of reminded everybody that wait, we love this genre, and that kind of combined with this boom of really wonderful indie games springing up around it has enabled people to do all sorts of different riffs on that formula and find success. It's been really cool.
Yeah, I definitely think that what it did is it distilled what it really meant to be a farming sim. All the points you mentioned, but it presented them in a very clear and concise way that all worked together. The Harvest Moon series over the course of its life had kind of drifted into just kind of trying everything. And they had kind of lost sight of what made the game so great. And what fundamentally I think is so great about farming sims is they give you a glimpse into a life that we no longer have. I mean, I'm not saying our current life in our big cities isn't awesome, because it is, but there is something we've lost in this process, and farming sims give us the opportunity to kind of reclaim some of that.
Yeah, it reminds me of the beginning of Stardew Valley, which has like the main character saying, "Oh, I'm tired of this life and being like tired of everything in modern life in general." And also reminds me that currently cottagecore is a really big trend for clothing, and like people just want to move out to the countryside and live in their cottages and be far away from everything. And I think it comes a lot from millennials being like on the workforce for a while, and Gen Zers also being introduced to the workforce, and everything is kind of like not going so well as it went for our parents and grandparents. So kind of like trying to escape all of that pressure is a good one.
Yeah, I think it's in large part very much millennials trying to take control of their life in kind of a way. And for me, it was also a case of low effort gameplay on my end, and then getting aggressively rewarded at the same time. Like when I played my first farming sim, which was of course Harvest Moon, with friends of Mineral Town, and I started romancing Cliff. And every day I would bring him a bottle of grape juice, and he'd like me a little bit more. And if I messed up, I just bring him more grape juice so he'd like me again. And it was just very cathartic to know that no matter what happened, I couldn't really mess up. Unless I forgot to get Cliff a job at the winery, but like that's okay, you can restart. It's very much the concept of do everything at your own pace. And it's very calming, so that whenever you make a mistake and the game goes, oh, that's okay. Just go another year, try again. And you have this chance to learn from your mistakes instead of what a lot of other games do, where they take a life away, or you have to reset your progress. And it just doesn't have that. It's just a learning process. And that's very calming.
Yeah, that's right. I agree with everything you said. On a more pragmatic note, I remember that when we started working on Spiritfarer, the idea was also that Stardew Valley was a good example of a game made by one guy. So it made all feel possible to tackle that genre with a small team. And I guess that's why it's so so heavily now I guess spread out in the indie genre, because so many people just look at the game and say, wow, if one guy did that, we can most possibly do that ourselves as well.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Like the idea of like everything's kind of lower stakes in the video game. Sometimes like when I'm playing games, I don't always, after a long day of work, want to go home and play Dark Souls. Sometimes if I've had a long day and things are a little stressful, I want to relax a little bit, actually decompress. Like for all of you, do you use these similar types of games as like a decompression method? Like when you interact with other farming sim games, like typically how are you doing them? Like is it a trend where you are really into them for a little bit, or do you always come back to them? What does it kind of seem like there?
I think it kind of depends on what farming game you're playing as well. For me, it's nice to just complete small goals. So if I'm playing Stardew Valley, I'm thinking of doing all the cooking or catching all the fish, and it's not a lot of pressure, but it's still a goal. So I feel a little bit accomplished by the end of it, no matter how small it is.
I think for me, it is very goal focused, right? It is. There are obviously exceptions within different farming sims and different games, but for example, in something like Harvest Moon or Stardew Valley, I know if I plant a turnip and water it every single day, then pretty much without exception, after a certain amount of days passed, I will have a turnip. I'm going to have one. There's not really anything that's going to stop that turnip from happening. And there, there's little exceptions to that, but that's sort of, it's comforting, because I mean, nothing is certain here. Weird things happen every day, and my life could, especially like now in 2021, my life could get completely upended tomorrow from things I can't control, and that doesn't really happen in these games. And so it's a way to just sort of settle down and not really turn my brain off, but sort of turn that anxiety of what is going to happen to me off for a little bit and just relax into, I know what's going to happen. It's certain, it's comforting. I can work towards goals and achieve them. And that, I don't know, that helps me cope, I guess. Maybe that's not the right word, but like that.
I feel like dealing with change and the stresses of like what's coming next is a big theme in Spiritfarer, right, Nicholas?
It does, and it's actually I feel bad because again, but I guess we've used the farm simulator to give a bit of to ground actually life experience into something that was actually, as I said, that you can plan ahead, that you know is going to happen. There is a concept of chore that is mightily developed in the game design for farm simulation. And life is a mix of this. I mean, farming in itself is a chore. If you've met an actual farmer, he or she won't talk about her life as being something that, idyllically, romantic. It's actually work, and you have to wake up every morning and do the same thing over and over again. But that certainty, as I said, is also reassuring. It's comforting in a way. So we've kind of, it went before. If in a chicken and egg experience, actually the farm sim is the egg in Spiritfarer. So it was like the inceptional idea of having that concept of doing things over and over again, and life is just that. So I guess there is most probably one of the best in a farm simulation, one of the best, general metaphors for life that you can find in game design. Just like do something and then you act upon it and then something happens out of it. It's just so natural and so intuitive in the same way. Also, there is a but I just when you guys were talking, I was probably a bit older than you guys, but I started making game in 2006, and back then the craze was Zynga Farmville, and it was absolutely another ballpark of trying to stress you out over your crops being in a very specific time window, but it was still relying on that idea of doing something and expecting a result, and then the result was kind of weirdly contracted in time. But yeah, it's another way of looking at things.
You can play Stardew in a very stressful way, though. Some people min-max the heck out of farming games all over the board. I don't do that, but some people do, and power to them.
Yeah, and talking about that choice, like Brad, you do kind of have a similar choice for that plan for One Lonely Outpost, right?
So you mean the synthetic versus naturalistic?
Right.
Yeah. So there is a choice you make in the game that is, you pick one and you don't get the other. So it is kind of a big choice, but we're padding it with as much like the NPCs all talking about it and giving you their input and all that. So we're very much putting the player in a position where they'll feel like they have the information to make the choice. And that's what farming sims in general do, is they present you with this happier world than we have, where things are simpler and things are more straightforward. But the most interesting thing about them to me, and we'll get into this in one of the later questions, is the theme park element of them, where there actually is always more to do. There is more than you can ever do in a given day. But because you can always do some of it tomorrow, you don't have to do all of it today. That doesn't make it stressful. That's one of the things that is really important about farm sims, is this: there's always something to do, but you don't have to do it now.
That's a very good point, actually. I'm also wondering if and it's more of a question to you guys, but if the cyclical nature of farming sim is important or not, like in the concept that you have a day, and in that day you have X amount of time to do something, because it's a question we ask yourself quite a lot.
Yeah, while I worked at Chocofish, I was it was roughly around the time the Stardew was being localized and ported as well. And I remember people inside the studio commenting that Stardew Valley is also about time management a lot, like how you're gonna manage your day, what you can actually do in a day because you have limited time, and then how you're gonna do your entire year. Like there's loads of that, and they consider it like a hidden mechanic almost. And it's something that I took to the game that I'm currently working on as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, it's another thing that's traditionally a very stressful mechanic in games is a time limit. Like, I think about RPGs where I had to finish the quest in an X number of days, right? And that's usually very stressful, but in games, it almost is like a forgiving thing. It kind of lets you know, like, oh, there's only so much I can do today, and that's okay, as Brad was saying, which is pretty rare. So kind of along those lines with talking about timing and the way that games really use that as a mechanic and how the games can be a bit slower, a lot of the games in the genre are very particular about pacing, right? So, when you plant something, it doesn't grow immediately. You plant a seed and it takes a couple of days, could take up to weeks to see something. When you build a building, it's very rarely just plop down and it's there. For Spiritfarer, there's long trips by sea, right, where you can kind of have downtime to everything's kind of taken care of right now. I don't really have to cook anything. I'm just kind of slowly getting to my next destination. So why do we think for these games there's such a focus on downtime and like kind of longer term pacing overall?
Well, it's so much more relaxing. I mean, you have it's hard first because basically when you're a developer, you're kind of at least it was for us, kind of afraid they will many players will not accept being patient and learn patience as they're playing. Also, is so much part of the genre essence, as you say, that when you're drawn to farm sim, you are a patient person, and you're not expecting something to happen right away. So why is it part of it? I guess it's also the same concept of, as we said earlier, of the doing something and then expecting a result, but then you can actually ascertain that time period, and when that thing is going to happen. So it's kind of also relaxing. You're not stressing out over the time you spend, more like it's going to take some time and it's okay, and you have to accept it right away, otherwise you're going to get bored.
Yeah, time delay mechanics are something that a lot of games use these days, have been using for the past, I'd say, 15 years. They kind of, around the time of Farmville, they realized, oh, wait, this actually has value. And it's because it has the cultivative kind of reward, this feeling that you created something over time that you had influence over, but it was not a punch button, get result. And even more so when you have something like a garden in real life. I had a garden I tended, and the most rewarding thing was having something grow that I didn't have complete control over. But I had a fairly reasonable expectation that if I do things right, it's going to turn out right. And balancing those two things along with the pacing is what makes these games kind of great. And it doesn't matter if you're ferrying spirits or planting crops. It's all about going about this thing and seeing it evolve and change over time. That's something that we don't get from a lot of games. This feeling of cultivation and of accomplishment. And there are some games like Farmville that kind of just abuse it, try and just attack that instinct that you have to achieve something. But with farm sims, my love of them comes from the fact that they don't disrespect that. Instead, they respect your focus and your attention and give you a meaningful reward for a meaningful effort, as opposed to keep pushing this button every day and you'll get a reward.
Jinsey, as someone who reports and talks about and kind of dives into multiple forms of media and not just video games, how does this kind of difference in pacing kind of appeal to you and work for you? I mean, I feel like nowadays a low, slow plotting movie is a lot less common than it used to be, right? Most of our popular movies and shows are high action, very low downtime. So how does that difference kind of play out?
I think that's honestly probably why farming games are doing so well, because you don't really get stuck in this, oh, I gotta go to the next thing and the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. Like if you have a very long season in a farming game and there's an event on every single day, then at some point you're gonna think, okay, I can't keep up. I just wanna sit in my farmhouse and do nothing for a while. You're not allowed to do that. Then it becomes stressful. And I think a lot of shows, especially since they've become more high paced, they kind of already fill that void of high action paced, quick storytelling, and then the farming games are the downtime for that. So in a sense, we are the downtime as a whole game. And I think that's necessary because you can't always be on, you can always be paying attention. Sometimes I'll just sit in my farming game and I'll miss an entire day because I wasn't paying attention or I was enjoying the scenery or the music, and that's fine. And there's very little media out there right now that fills that exact role.
Well, I was thinking about what was said about having sort of these incremental changes and these slow changes over time. And I know Animal Crossing is not a farm. Well, you can grow pumpkins. It's not really a farming sim, but that was something that I especially noticed in the last year over in Animal Crossing, was how exciting slow incremental change was, including change that I was not in control of. Like I remember how incredible it was. I was playing the game every single day, and I remember how incredible it was to turn on the game and discover that the snow was starting to melt or the leaves were starting to turn colors, and these like very small things, and that's something. It's not quite as slow and gradual and technically impressive, as the new Animal Crossing is, because that's got piles of money behind it. But these older games too, you can see that. Like I remember Harvest Moon: A Wonderful Life was one of the first games that I started with, and I remember the ways in which the town changed very, very slowly over time. Like I remember Nami moving out of town after the first year and being just astonished by that and heartbroken, and then she comes back later, and that's meaningful. And there's watching your kid grow up. Like a lot of these games have family mechanics where you have a kid, and some of them have you raise them from baby to adult, and I love those little small ways. I like the ways in which change is deliberate, where you can grow a turnip and see it turn into a turnip, but I like the ways in which it's just sort of very slow and accidental, and you can just sort of watch things go by, and it's harmless, but it's pleasant, and you feel things changing around you, and it feels really good.
Yeah, definitely. And I remember for me, it was a big change going from the NES Harvest Moon, the very first one, that you had a hard limit of 1 or 2 years. I don't remember anymore because I was really young. And I felt so rushed. I was going crazy. I was like, I need to do everything now. I need to be able to marry. And when I went to the next Harvest Moon that I played, which was the More Friends of Mineral Town, it was so relaxing. I was being able to just enjoy every single day instead of like, oh my God, I need to do every single thing possible in that day. Otherwise, the 2 years are gonna end, and I'm not gonna do everything that I want to do. So I think that was a big thing for me when they changed the time limit. They made it like endless, so I could just enjoy and not be scared that everything was going to end.
We've talked a lot about the games that got us inspired to either make or love and engage with these types of games. We hear a lot about Animal Crossing, we hear a lot about Harvest Moon, we hear a lot about Stardew Valley. What I'd love to hear from each of you is what's a game that is kind of out of the norm, or people don't really consider to be similar in the genre, or might be out of the genre a little bit, or maybe even just in the genre but underlooked, that has either impacted you or you've enjoyed playing, or has influenced your development overall?
So I've actually got one here, a great example. I actually wrote a little. If I told you that Metroid was a significant influence, the original NES Metroid, you'd probably be like, what? But it really is. I went back and played it recently because I got my son a little compact NES thing, and I was like, all right, I'll finally beat this game. I never beat it when I was a kid, but I started playing it, and the degree of polish and tightness to the game, how they had like their music is like three music lines that they can have going at the same time, and that was a technical limitation. They didn't have anything else. But that forced them to make those 3 lines count for everything they were worth. They only had so many pixels and whatnot that they could render, and so many blocks they could fit in the memory and all of that stuff. And it all makes sure that every little piece of it counted. And I think that gets lost a lot today in games. We just focus on making them good enough or generally pretty, but it doesn't necessarily have to tie into the narrative or all of these things. And they kind of drift apart as a narrative and become disparate. But Metroid and Mario and those old games that I went back and played, I was like, they have something that a lot of games lack. And that's really what I think Stardew Valley had, was that kind of inspiration as well, of tying absolutely everything together really tightly. So yeah, Metroid.
Wow, that was interesting, because I had another very weird left field example that I reminded of when you guys talked about cycles. But to me, the Persona games have that kind of, you have to do that thing and then that thing, and then you have that amount of time, and then you can choose whatever you want to do in that amount of time. And then it gives you like interesting choices from a game design perspective, but also from a player's perspective. Which activity am I going to spend time doing? And then that is kind of akin to what we can find in a farm sim, except that it's not exactly towards the same result, but definitely there's that idea of choice we have there. And another idea that can be thrown out there is the fact that I think now the industry is also ripe with very interesting ideas of weird crossovers. I think Spirit is probably one, but games like Atomic Crops or Story of Seasons, maybe not, but Sakuna of Rice and Rains, like games that have games that do have a farm sim element and then do something else with it. So sometimes it's hard to find the balance between that very slow-paced, very demanding actually kind of gameplay, and then doing base something else out of it. But it's very interesting, and it's fascinating to watch happening. Rebecca, you had like a very interesting reaction to this.
Oh, I didn't know. Sakuna was mine. That's what I was gonna say. But it was one of my favorite games of last year. I loved how it went in depth on growing a single crop instead of trying to grow like everything. But play Sakuna if you haven't. But aside from Sakuna, I think another one that sticks out to me is it's called The Stillness of the Wind. It's from I think 2019.
It's an awesome game. Yeah.
And that one it's such a sad game, but it uses being a farming sim to really coherently tell a story about this little old woman she's like this matriarch of a reasonably large family, and she is the last one of her family left on the old farm homestead that they all used to live on, and they've all since moved off into the city and moved on with their lives. And the farm is not doing well. It's falling apart, and this is not. It's the opposite of a farming sim. You know, in that usually you inherit this farm and you have to grow it up. And she's a little woman, like she can't do much. So it's basically just her and her goats hanging out, like as everything just slowly dies around her, and it's very sad. And she gets like letters from her family in the city, and things are not going well there either. But there's a beauty to it as well, and a really like touching and bittersweet and kind of grim and reflective story that's being told there about living out the last of your days sort of separate from everything else and trying to keep things going alongside you and letting go. And it's really beautiful. And yeah, I don't know. Stillness of the Wind is really good.
It was a big inspiration for Spade for actually.
I see that. That makes sense. Yeah. That's gorgeous.
I think for me, it's actually weirdly collectathons that have changed farming sims over time, because before I played Stardew Valley, most of the other ones that I've played, they didn't really have any kind of lists of things you could get. So when you start up Stardew Valley and you get your first fish and you get a little, in your collection, it shows the fish. And you have one fish now, but oh, what's that? There's a whole lot of other fish that I've never seen before. So then you want to go and catch those, and then you want to cook everything, and you want to mine everything. And I feel if Stardew didn't have that mechanic in there, a lot of people would have dropped off a lot sooner. Just to see your collection grow the way you would catch Pokemon in the same vein. I think that's very cathartic, just especially when you finish it at last and you think, yes, my Pokedex is full. I'm very happy I did this.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I got the same feeling from Stardew, but for me, there's one that doesn't count much for this question because it's Rune Factory, a fantasy Harvest Moon, the very first one, just because I took it on a trip that I was going to be completely alone for a really long time, and that game was my friend throughout the entire time. I wanted to get to know every single character. It was helping me learn English while I was in a country that I didn't know how to speak the language at all. I played that a lot, and also being able to go in dungeons besides just doing the farming thing was something that I never saw before. And then the other one is Virigi. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, but it's just, I don't even know if it counts, but it's just a desktop app that you that you have a little succulent pot that you just plant the seed, and then you watch it grow a little bit every day as you water it. And when I was playing, it usually has things to do with how my life was at the moment, and I was like not having a good time at work. And the thing that made me excited in the morning to go to work was to just see how my little succulent was doing, my virtual succulent. So it kind of helped me in that moment.
I had that exact experience with Ruby. That game is great.
It is.
Yeah,
it's so sweet.
I think that all comes back to that kind of cultural idea, like everyone likes to watch stuff grow. I mean, what bigger trend has there been in the last couple of years than people buying houseplants, especially during COVID, right? I think I went from having no houseplants to having like 7 or 8 in the house. It's just watching there's just something that is stress reducing and rewarding about, sitting back and watching something grow, right?
It is. What it really is it's something that is beyond your control, that you are nonetheless having an influence on its outcome. And that is rewarding in the same way that having friends who acknowledge you is. You don't control your friends, but they are acknowledging you and they're appreciating you and they want to spend time with you. And in that same way, it's the same thing with a plant, just distilled down to a much more pure, simple kind of version that doesn't have all the trappings of a friendship. It's just a plant. It's either going to grow or it's not. It's not going to have complex ideas about you. It's just a plant.
Turnips are your friends, people. Never forget that.
So to turn this question on its head a little bit, what games have we been surprised to see that are influenced by these kind of farming simulator games? Like my example would be Fallout 4. All of the settlement building in that game, lots of farming, not necessarily required, but helps you out a lot of crafting in that game. Being able to have, especially if you're playing on like the survival modes, right? It's very important to have a farm actually in that game to keep you fed and watered so you don't die. I think there is this trend towards like everythingization of a lot of big AAA titles. Like if a new game comes out, it has to have RPG mechanics, it has to have settlement building, it has to have a codex, it has to have all these things. So what games are you surprised to find has like a farming or a similar mechanic in it that you've played over the last couple of years?
Well,
Valheim. But yeah, my current obsession is Valheim. And I picked up the game expecting to go and fight, Viking stuff. And what I actually got was Viking Afterlife Minecraft. And it was awesome for it. And tying back into your comment earlier about collections in Stardew Valley are about the mystery. There's more things and you don't know what they are. If you had a list of exactly what they are, it would be like way less interesting. But you don't know what they are. You just have these little silhouettes and you have to go find them. And Valheim does that well, and so does Stardew Valley. They have this sense of air of mystery and whatnot, and I think that's really fulfilling to discover things as well.
I was gonna say World of Warcraft, weirdly, and this is actually an older one already. I used to play a lot of World of Warcraft, and eventually in Mists of Pandaria, we got our own farm, and they had an entire little community around it. There were pandas you got to know as friends and do little quests for them, and then you come back every day to water your crops. For some reason, they never continued that, and I'm quite sad about that because I thought it was such a fun little concept. You had your own farm community in the middle of a war zone, and I have no idea what brought that on, but I'm glad it did.
They tried to bring it back in Warlords of Draenor a little bit in your garrisons, but it ruined the in-game economy, and so they had to get rid of it. I played a Nier Replicant, the remaster earlier this year, and I had not played Nier before ever, and so I knew things about Nier. I watched someone else play Automata, so I was aware of the plot of that, and I knew quite a bit about the plot of Nier. It's this very tragic story with, I'm not going to spoil it, everyone should go play Nier Replicant, but it's this very dark story. It's like an action RPG, big sword swingy swooshies. You can get a garden in that game, and it's so funny because the garden is kind of pointless. There's not really, it's just very useless. You can grow plants, you can grow like pumpkins and eggplants and things, and you can turn those in for quests that are in the game, but at a certain point in Nier, you have so much money from doing side quests that there's literally no reason whatsoever for you to ever have done any of the growing stuff. And on top of that, Nier doesn't really run on an in-game clock. Like, it's just a normal action RPG. It doesn't have like day night cycles or anything, but the garden itself runs off your system clock, and so it's not counting playtime, it's counting like real world time. So if you plant a seed, it might not grow for like 48 real hours, and you might just have to turn off your Xbox and like come back or whatever. And it's just also deeply pointless in this world that is dying, and it's very weird, but it's also very striking because there's like one, again, very pointless and not rewarding side quest you can do where you have to grow flowers for someone, and they're really hard to do, and you have to do like cross-pollination. It's this whole complex like color system thing, and there's like an achievement for getting this super rare flower, and it is all so pointless. But if you've played Nier, then it kind of fits in with sort of the themes of trying to make something and build something and do something good, even when it is completely like worthless to do so in the grand scheme of, I don't know, it was really meaningful to me.
I'm wondering if the Chocobo breeding from Final Fantasy VII can be actually seen as a farm sim-ish concept. I kind of wish now more games had this, now that you actually talk about this. Like, I've always been, in love with the ending moment of Red Dead Redemption when, John Marston goes back to the farm. But then I wish they had some turnip planting back then. It'd been way funny. Anyway.
Yeah, mine is a little bit like a oldish, not that old reference, but when I started playing the beta for Minecraft, I remember I was really surprised that I could just ignore the creatures and ignore the word exploring and just try to plant some stuff to make some cake. And I was really surprised by how that mechanic really evolved after I stopped playing the game as well. Like having villagers and they can take care of their own little farm and their own little community. That was a really big surprise for me.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for sharing some of those games. I think, it's clear that it's a really important mechanic that everyone is taking some level of influence from, right? At least in some way. Okay, so on to our next topic. A large number of games in this genre also seem to follow this theme of really focusing in on interpersonal relationships with other NPCs, whether that's villagers, colonists, fellow sailors, souls that you're ferrying to the afterlife. Why do you think this is such a strong through line in the genre, the interactions you have with these NPCs?
I think for farming games, it's probably one of the few ways they can really tell a story without really interrupting your own gameplay, that is. Like without NPCs there, it would just be kind of a numbers generator game, I want to say, which works for some people, but I really like stories, I guess, obviously. And if you give your NPCs stories, they kind of stop being a faceless blob, and instead they become someone you want to do quests for, someone you want to know the rest of their story, what drives them, and that also drives gameplay at the same time. Like when they request an item for like daily gifts or specific quest lines, at that point you're like, oh, I'm gonna do that for Ben instead of I'm gonna do that for this NPC. And if you find an NPC that has like roughly the same personality as you, you'll start to maybe feel a little bit protective over them and maybe romance no one else ever again, like Sebastian, because I also want to sit in a basement and play D&D with friends all day. I think also in terms of characters development wise, I think it's really cool that more and more of these farming sims don't really lock them into all straight romances. One game that I'm actually quite looking forward to is I think it's called Coral Island, where they have a very diverse cast, and Stardew Valley is very much the same way, where I don't really have to look at somebody and think, oh well, I can't date them because of course they're straight. So that's a really nice development, at least for me. Makes it feel more personal.
For me, it feels like a natural progression from the farming gameplay itself. Like you're nurturing these friendships or these romances every day until they get to a point that they come to fruition, like you get married and get kids. But yeah, it's just that observation. Yeah, besides that, it kind of goes along with the escapism as well. You get to, like, for example, if you're exploring your sexuality, you find out that you can romance a character of the same gender as you, and then like it kind of becomes a realization of you as well. It gives you the opportunity of exploring without really having to go out there much.
I think it all sort of follows along the themes that the genre has basically always had, which is it's about making connections, right? Like all the way back to the original Harvest Moon, it's about reconnecting with the land and also reconnecting with your community, your little community of people around you, whether that community is your family or your neighbors or someone that you're interested in, whatever that means. And I think that the vast majority of iterations on the farming sim genre have been exploring different kinds of connections. And they've pretty much got the farming down pat. They've got the community aspect down, but I mean, you're both right. That is the sort of branching out into explorations of identity and relationships and how those might look is something that we've seen in a lot more recent farming sims lately. And it's been something that's been really important and personal to me, because I remember my very specific memory of playing Harvest Moon on the GameCube, Wonderful Life, was you played as a boy, and I didn't like playing as a boy. I wanted to play as a girl. But I played as a boy, and there were 3 girls you could romance: Celia, Nami, and Muffy, and they were all wonderful, and I loved them all. And it didn't faze me. I was just like a kid. I was like, okay, whatever. You have a boy, I gotta marry a girl, like whatever. And I didn't have like the understanding of gender and sexuality then that I do now, so it was just like whatever. But then they came out with another Wonderful Life where you could play as a girl, and I was so excited, and I didn't really think through the implications of that. And I started that game, but because you were playing as a girl, and because of the way the Harvest Moon games were, all of your options for romances were dudes, and I was so upset. I was like, why do I have to date I don't like any of these guys. Why can't I just date one of the girls, as a friend? Like,
I had a very similar experience.
Right. But now we've got like Stardew Valley, and that was kind of how I, as an adult, came to my understanding of my queer identity. It was like, oh, I like boys and girls in this game. I like all of them. This is great. And like slowly figuring that out through this game was really wonderful and important to me. And I've seen a lot more farming sims coming up that allow different kinds of explorations of those options. And I think that's another wonderful way in which the genre is exploring connections in different ways that its predecessors didn't think to. And I love that.
Yeah, I was just going to say that the depth has been steadily growing of these interactions. So if you go back to the old Stardew Valleys, the characters were essentially paper cutouts for all intents and purposes. I love them, but they really were very two-dimensional, cookie cutter, based on the ideal of the wife or husband or whatnot. And then games continue to kind of branch out a little bit, but it was Stardew Valley that really pushed that to the next level and gave you characters with flaws, nuance and whatnot. In the grand scheme of things, Stardew Valley falls fairly short in terms of those kind of narratives compared to like visual novels and more mature genres that explore interpersonal connections, but it went there. And that was the important thing for Stardew Valley. With One Lonely Outpost, one of our big focuses has been diving deeper into the personal element of these characters. You learn about their backstory, so to speak, who their parents were, what their life was like, what influenced them and made them who they are today, what their current troubles are and how they work through them, as well as what your relationship with them is like. So we actually have cutscenes that take place after marriage in our game. I think the average for number of cutscenes for a romanceable character in our game is something like 20, which is more than double what Stardew Valley had. So, and there's just a ridiculous amount of dialogue. There's a whole bunch of random interconnecting things. And the whole point of all this is getting deeper into the characters and the personal connections, because growing plants has some meaning unto itself, but growing a plant for someone just kind of like takes those two meanings of the friendship and the cultivation and combines them together into one even more meaningful whole. Wherever you think that humans came from, we nonetheless were an agrarian society, millennia or even millions of years, who had to grow things and work with people. And so it's intrinsic to our nature. As much as we're still growing and improving, our base humanity still is the same as it was a few hundred years ago. And those same things are going to be rewarding to us now, no matter how high tech we've gotten. So we can't forget that.
One thing that I want to note out and ask Nicholas about is, it seems like what is becoming clear in my head here is how farming simulator games are very different than a lot of other genre games, because as the protagonist, the player character is selfless in most of these games, and the focus is the service of the player character, how they are serving other people, how they're serving the land. It is a very kind of different game than like a normal protagonist in like a first-person shooter, where you are being very selfish, right? You're doing actions that are very are like survival, or you're not working on serving someone or serving some ideal. And I feel like it's rare to see a game where it is so focused around service. And I think Spiritfarer does that really well, Nicholas. Like, the idea is you are effectively serving your spirits on your boat.
Yeah, that's actually the whole point, if I may say. Every mechanics were created with the concept of care in mind, and the farming aspect of it was just one part of it. You can also have characters and everything, but most importantly, I guess the farming sim was there for us to, as we said many times today, impose a rhythm, a pacing that is very specific to the genre, but also, in the game you do that for others, and it's a bit a tangential, approach to it, because we talked about how farming simulators tend to develop characters' relationships within the game. Whereas for Spiritfarer, I guess the two systems are somewhat, I'd say, indifferent from one another. Just like you have characters that they do have their final request to what they want to accomplish, or actually feel like they should be doing at the end of their lives. And then farming is there for you to use as a tool to fulfill their last dying wishes, basically. So I guess the two of them are not that much interconnected, except by the fact that, yes, you farm for them, and doing this, you are taking care of them. But you don't just farm; you also do other type of activity that you also encounter in farm sim, like cooking and other types of mini games and activities, which is another probably interesting topic about the farm sim elements. Beyond growing crops, you do tons of other things, and basically cooking is one of them, and I don't know, slipping might be one of the activities you can do, or types of mini games. Although there are tons of mini games in farm simulators. And actually, also, someone mentioned fishing today. I guess it was Lou, and fishing is of course a huge element of farm simulator, because is that idea of that collection of activities you can accomplish that feel like a natural thing, a relaxing thing, so you can pile them up, and they all work because they all serve the same purpose. And fishing can be pretty stressful in life, although I'm not a fisherman myself, but you feel like there is that idea of relaxing by being extremely stressed out for a few seconds there, but then it was mostly relaxing, but then you're stressed, but it's mostly relaxing. So it's it's interesting how these mechanics can actually add to the experience of feeling something that feels natural.
Nick, I did want to add that something that I thought worked very well for me in Spiritfarer, and tying all of those little farming mechanics to the actual story, was the fact that almost all of them were taught to me by one of the characters on the boat. Like, I have so every time I went to go grow something and started singing to the plants, even after that character was gone, I really thought about them, and like it had like this emotional moment for me, even though I was doing an activity that, you know, in mini games you just plant a seed and water it is like a very boring thing, but it wasn't boring in Spiritfarer because it had like that emotional attachment. It was really well done.
No, sorry, and it's funny you mentioned this because yes, it was part of the point, but also to be fair, it's also something that happens in other farming sims. I mean, we talked about Stardew Valley a lot today, but you're being given that farm by your grandfather, right? And that person had a huge impact on you and on your life because then because of him, you can grow your farm and do things. I don't recall specifically moments in Harvest Moon or other games like my time at Portia does that really well as well. You know, you have that town, and then you have people helping you out building your thing. But in Spiritfarer, it was more actually made to remind you of the fact that yes, they do this, but they will pass away, and because of that specific reason, you will carry them with you. We carry their teachings. So I guess it's generally the point of many farm sims to have this transmission of knowledge and transmission of craft and activity that you can accomplish.
Right. And what is like kind of more of a traditional like family activity than like fishing? Like what person like learned fishing from someone who like wasn't one of their parents, right? Or a close family friend. Like it's really common that's the case.
Or cooking. Something.
Yeah, same thing with cooking, right? Yeah, exactly. These are the kind of like core things that are like kind of not necessarily required as a human, because you could definitely go through life not knowing how to cook, especially nowadays.
Or fish.
Especially now. But it's these little kind of core components of, as Brad was talking about, the way our life used to be, and they're usually taught to us by our loved ones, right? Lou, speaking of fishing, that is a major part of Moonglow Bay, if not kind of the part, right?
So it's the core mechanic.
Yeah. So what kind of made you love the idea of fishing so much to want to, kind of build the entire game's mechanic around it?
So for me, like real life activities don't really translate for like how they work in games. For example, I have really intense sensory issues and like mobility issues that I can't really garden, I can't farm, I can't fish because it requires patience, it requires strength, mobility, stuff like that. But games allow me to do those things without having to deal with mobility issues and sensory issues and stuff like that. I can actually go and fish, and I can actually say, oh look, I caught this fish, or look, I cooked very complex meals that actually would hurt in real life for me to do, but in this game it doesn't do that. So I think for me the appeal of those mechanics that I would absolutely not be able to do in real life is the fact that they become accessible to me. Not only that, there's also the fact that I really love these types of more emotional stories, and with that I think fishing, because it's connected to family and friends so much, it kind of like it makes the connection with the NPCs and the stories much more easy to relate, because of the context of like this is a family thing. Your family teaches you fishing, your family teaches you cooking, even if you don't like the experience when you're going with your dad to like a lake to do this. So yeah, that's the appeal for me.
Do we think so? I'd initially thought that we would talk about like, is it even really possible to make a farming simulator game nowadays that doesn't have a fishing mechanic? It's funny that I always see fishing mechanics pop up in random games. I never expected to see one in Hades, for example. I'm like, wait, I'm literally fishing in the river Styx here. Great. What are kind of those other mechanics that we feel like are almost like immutable to the genre? Like, is it kind of required to have cooking? Is it kind of required to have these NPC integrations? Like at its core, kind of what do we think is like immutable to the genre overall?
So for farm sims specifically, I would say you have to be able to farm stuff, obviously, but you also have to be able to do something with those crops that's meaningful, whether that's gift them to NPCs or something else. If you can't do anything with your crops, you're playing Farm Simulator, which is a hard farm sim. And I mean, technically it's a farm sim, but it's really not. So what Stardew Valley and Harvest Moon and all those are is not strictly a farm sim, they are a farm life sim. So then they're in the greater life sim genre as a subgroup that is more specific in my mind. And so you have to be able to fit into the farm life sim genre, you have to be able to gift it to someone or do something with it. It doesn't have to be gifting, but it has to have meaning that goes beyond I have a crop, I sell it.
I think one mechanic that I think it's possible to do without, like we've talked about a couple games in here so far that don't have this mechanic, but something that seems sort of intrinsically tied with the genre that you're describing is animal raising alongside growing crops, right? Like that, when we talk about a farm life sim like that, we pretty much just assume we can have a cute cow cow, right? Like, of course we can. And that doesn't always work out. Like Viridi is more of just like a plant growing sim. Like, it's not quite on the farming side. It's very similar, but obviously you're not like having well, I guess there's like a bug in that one. There's like a little worm you can pet, I think. So okay, maybe that one counts. But yeah, like there's sort of this. If there is a farm, like a physical farm space involved, you can pretty much guarantee that you're also going to have the option to raise animals. And I mean, for me personally, that I actually like raising animals better than I do growing crops. And I will, if I have the opportunity, I will race to get chickens and cows as fast as possible before I even worry about growing 10 million blueberries.
Yeah, there are moments in game that I kind of like abandon the farming aspect and I just do the animal raising because it fulfills me so much.
Yeah, I think that the animals are important because they tap into what Lou was talking about earlier, something you can't do in real life. It's pretty easy to go out in your backyard, plant some broccoli. It's a lot harder to get a chicken and even harder to get a cow. You're never going to raise a cow. Let's be honest. Very few people are ever going to actually be able to raise a cow. It's very difficult. But the game lets you do that and experience something at least tangentially and through the filter of gamification, something you could never do in real life.
As someone who grew up on a cattle farm, I will also say, like, it's not the cleanest experience to raise a cow either. One note there that I do want to add is, like, I think it's also really good in terms of like animal raising and like how core of a mechanic that is it's like, as someone who grew up on a farm, what farming is nowadays even is very different than the subsistence farming that people used to do, you know, even just a couple of decades ago. Like, it's so industrialized. You know, when you think farming, even specifically in America and in like the American South, it's very rarely like a wholesome thing, right? It's oftentimes a very kind of inherently dangerous, kind of can be unethical. I mean, we've all seen like factory farming of chickens is done nowadays. No one wants to kind of have that experience or see that experience, right? And so I think farming simulators kind of bring us back to the more wholesome areas of farming, right? Where, you know, the animals are taken care of and they're not being oppressed and taken advantage of, right? Like, you're doing it right. You're like doing all these things in the ways that like our progress in a lot of ways is taken from us in some aspects. So I've always liked that. I've always liked being able to jump back into like, I'm going to do farming and I'm going to do it right, you know?
Yeah. To add on top of that, there's also I think, correct reluctance to do like butchering and meat mechanics and games like that, right? I mean, I eat meat. I'm not vegan or vegetarian. I totally do, but I recognize that I am fully disconnected from that process. I couldn't kill a cow personally. I just couldn't do it. They're great. I love them, and I recognize there's an element of hypocrisy there, and I'm maintaining a mental distance. Whatever, that's a whole different thing to unpack. But I am glad that I don't have to deal with that. All of the cows in all of my video game farms are happy. They're loved. They've got big hearts over their heads. I pet them every day. They are well fed. They are comfortable. They give me delicious milk, and we just vibe. We have a great time, and I'm so that's a very smart choice. I'm glad we're doing that.
I did that in my game with the robo cows. They produce synthetic meat, so you don't have to no cow killing.
That's very good.
All right, guys. Well, we're wrapping up here. Yeah. Any final thoughts here, kind of before we close? I think that this has been an absolutely fantastic panel. I've loved hearing all of your different points of view and takes here from, you know, several different walks of life.
So I just say, you know, it's been great talking to everyone here. And, you know, I think that people in the same kind of genre could really benefit from networking more and talking more. You know, I know there's kind of this sense of competitiveness, but honestly, the games industry is big enough there for everyone. So I think we should talk more of the people in the same genre, the people who enjoy the games, you know, streamers as well as developers. If there was more talk, there would be more ideas that could cross-pollinate. So
I just want Nicholas to know that I also cried at Spirit Fair and I could not stop crying. I had no idea. I couldn't stop crying. I had to end my stream.
I'm sorry.
It was very good.
You're not sorry.
I'm not sorry at all. Yeah, sorry. One thing to add is, and I really want to mention it. Actually, to go back to Brad said as well, it's not only the developers, but I think around Farm Sims, it's the best players community ever. I mean, those people are absolutely great. They are diverse, they are gentle, they are kind, they want to play games that are awesome. So it's absolutely wonderful to make games for such a community. I'm just saying this because I really think it's true.
Yeah, definitely between like being being an avid player and also a developer, it's a community that makes me feel very welcome.
Everyone watching here, stay that way. You're doing a great job. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm going to go around one more time. If you would just restate your name and where people can follow you on social media, if you would like them to follow you on social media. If you're like, please don't follow me, stay away, that's fine too. But let us know the best place to do that. Starting with Jinsey.
Hi, I'm Jinsey. I do story games and obviously also farming sims. And if you want to come check me out, you can find me on Proper Bird on YouTube or Jinsey on Twitch on 5 days a week.
I'm Brad, lead developer for One Lonely Outpost. You can basically just Google us, One Lonely Outpost, and find any number of things, Twitter, Facebook, we post there quite a bit. But the best place to connect with us is our Discord, which you can also find on our Twitter or Facebook. We hang out there, all of the devs. We answer questions. Being engaged with the community is really important to us. So come say hi.
I'm Lou. I'm art director and co-founder of Bunny Hug. I'm working on a fishing slice of life RPG called Moonglow Bay. And you can find Moonglow Bay on Twitter and all other social media, including Discord. And all the links are, if you go on Twitter, all the links are there at Moonglow Bay. And you can find me at Aviolazos, which is with double I.
I want to take some time to actually thank everyone who played Spiritfarer. We had an awesome response from the community and from actually everyone. So it was extremely rewarding to see this. And again, thanks everyone who played. We're still pretty much supporting the game. We have a couple of updates coming along during the year. Some of them this summer, another one probably around autumn and or winter. But yeah, so thanks everyone who plays Spiritfarer, and I hope we'll see you soon anywhere you can find us, like on I don't know where, many places, from Facebook to Twitter to internet to anywhere.
Yeah, I'm Rebecca Valentine. I'm a reporter, so most of what I do is journalism. I write a lot about the industry and how the games you love get made. You can find that work on IGN.com. You can find me on Twitter at DuckValentine. But if you want something more the vibe of this panel, I do help curate a Twitter account called Nonviolent Game of the Day at NVGOTD on Twitter. And we try to get in one a day. We miss days sometimes, but it is one nonviolent game every day. And as it turns out, farming sims end up in there a lot. So if you like that kind of thing, it's a good Twitter account to keep an eye on.
Awesome. Fantastic. Well, I've been Brian Heron. You can follow my company that I'm the director of marketing for at Freedom Games. I believe Freedom Games GG is our Twitter account. If I was a better marketing director, I would know exactly what our Twitter account was. But thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. We hope everyone has an amazing PAX. Keep farming. All right, everyone. Have a good one. Bye.
Thank you.
I decided, you know what, I've dabbled in indie games. I'm going to give this one last shot.
Let's just make a game. It felt like jumping into the deep end.
I realized that making games is like a real thing that you can do.
It's just so, that's the word, is liberating.
We owned this project. Success for us is defined as being able to continue to do this because we really love it.
We want to be what we know.
Making something that people enjoy.
We're Child's Play, and since 2003, we've been very busy. We supply toys and games to hundreds of child welfare facilities across the world, taking a little of the outside world and bringing it inside. We've raised more than $44 million so far, and our work reaches more than 1 million kids per year. Come be a part of our story and learn more at childsplaycharity.org.
Attention campers, we've had the conversation about glitter in the craft barn, about glitter not leaving the craft barn. We will not have this conversation again. That is all.
Did you know? An SQL slammer is both the name of a computer worm that almost turned off the whole internet back in 2003, and an extremely potent tequila drink. Sadly, the drink's recipe was lost forever when the floppy disk containing it fell out of a child's hands into the San Francisco Bay. And that's a fact about the internet.
Acquisitions Incorporated is the leader in interplanar artifact recovery, with exciting new franchise opportunities in your area. Are you eager to liberate the lost treasures of a dragon's hoard? Are you desperate for work and lack better options? With Kingdom Class on-the-job training, our franchisees learn the skills they need to ensure their legacy and their survival. Skills like choosing the right career path, not getting devoured, team building, and decisioning. Welcome to a life of profitable adventure. Welcome to Clank Legacy Acquisitions Incorporated.
Wake up, sleeper. Dreaming again? Every cycle, you take your chances. You roll your dice. You do the work, get paid, survive. You turn up for your friends, or you don't. That's life on the eye.
Wake up, sleeper. Your body is dying. Planned obsolescence. As an ARP's gift for its escaped workers. But we can fight this. You can remake yourself here.
Did you know? Ethernet gets its name from the Latin ether, meaning of the sky, and the Italian netto, meaning after deductions. This is a reference to the internet's power to suck the moon from the sky, should it ever be set free of its cable. And that's a fact about the internet.
Selector.
Did you know? Lobsters are nature's systems engineers. The reasons why should be obvious. And that's a fact about the internet. Turn those old Dungeons and Dragons into dollars and dividends by owning your own adventuring franchise. From its humble beginnings as D&D Live Play, expanding to stage, podcast, and stream, with Acquisitions Incorporated, there's never been a better time to get the money.
Hey, it's Owen Dron, CEO of Acquisitions Incorporated. Imagine digging a hole, but instead of finding a body, you find real wealth. And a body. One you put there. Buy my book.
We partnered with Wizards of the Coast to bring the official Acquisitions Incorporated experience to your home campaign. Learn how to run your own franchise, how to staff it with new player options for specializations, spells, and equipment, stats for iconic characters and monsters, and put your franchisees to the test with an included campaign for levels 1 to 6. Obviators are standing by. With the official D&D Acquisitions Incorporated book,
You can do what you wanna do. Ow!
Did you know? Elder millennials and more hip Gen Xers speak fondly about dial-up internet, a system whereby anyone who is interested in using the internet would need to call and remain on the line with Thaumaturd, the uplink, and provide him with thrilling conversation throughout their session. And that's a fact about the internet. Following yesterday's incident, the salad bar will no longer be self-serve. Please report any sightings of missing labels, bacon bits, or dressing containers to your counselor.
Hi, I'm Luis, and I'd like to welcome you all to the craft of puzzle design. We are all here game designers, and we are all kind of focused on puzzle games. We've also all received grants from kind initiatives, which are allowing us to focus on these projects that we love. On this panel, we have Gwen, Lucas, Jason, Marcos, and George. They are all amazing developers with very different backgrounds, and I think that's especially interesting for a panel, like having different perspectives and points of view. And I'm sure we'll cover like lots of cool things concerning puzzle games. So I'd like to start with a really simple question for everyone here. And I want you to use this question to sort of reintroduce yourself and talk a bit more about your background, your skills, and the game you're currently working on. So the starting question would be, out of all the things that you could be making, I don't know, multiplayer games, FPS, action, platformer, racing, or maybe nothing related to games at all, why are you choosing to make puzzle games? What's so interesting about them?
I can begin. I'm Marcos. I'm from Argentina. And basically, I make puzzle games because I like them. It's not a very rational motive, I think. They're my favorite genre. But I like adventure games. And indeed, I play adventure games before the first games I played were adventure games, and I like the narrative aspect, but the puzzles especially. And then I learned about pure puzzle games or puzzle games with narrative that are more centered about puzzles, and I chose to make them because I like them. And especially in my case, I make procedurally generated puzzle games because I want to play my games also, not only make games to other people to play.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll go next. I'm probably going to be the outlier in that I didn't start making puzzle games because I liked puzzle games at all. I'm sorry, my name's Gwen. I'm from Boston. I started out in the AAA industry, worked on MMOs. I worked on a game called BioShock Infinite and a lot of bigger kind of AAA shooters kind of games. And when I knew I wanted to go indie and I wanted to start a studio. And I did that first with a couple of other people, and we made a game called The Flame and the Flood, which is like a survival roguelike title. And I remember playing that and thinking, as the entire time we were making that, I didn't really enjoy playing it, but that's always been okay. Well, I never really liked roguelikes. And when you're an artist in AAA or in the games industry, it's not really super important that you love the game that you're making as far as the design goes. In fact, it's almost better if you don't, because there's only, you're at a AAA company, there's like 130 people. Not everybody can have an opinion about everything. Nothing will get done. And so I was just kind of used to like not super enjoying some of the games I'd work on. Most of the games I loved were games that didn't have great art. They were indie games. They were like strategy games largely. I play a lot of Civ. These are games where if you're a AAA animator, you don't really, I just assumed I would never work on a game I really liked. And then I remember I was prototyping an animation system for a character that would roll and tumble around in a world, and I was prototyping it with a cube. And I kind of came up with these mechanics, and I loved these mechanics and this way of working and moving. And I wanted to make a game that used this little tech demo. And so I started making this game called Kine. And somewhere while I was trying to figure out how to turn this tech demo into a game, I played a game called Steven's Sausage Roll. And that was the first thing I played that was kind of in this spatial puzzle genre that is taken up by like Owl and Hazelden, like the kinds of games Marcos make, Sokoban games. And I loved it. And I just fell in love with this entire genre so deeply, and I just jumped in with both feet. I launched Kine. I'm working on another kind of spatial 3D puzzle game now. And it's so much more fulfilling to be working on something that you actually are passionate about, especially if you're on a smaller team, the kind of games that you would play and that sort of thing. But yeah, I fell into this. I had no idea.
Welcome.
I'll go next because I have kind of a similar story, I feel like. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay, sorry. So yeah, it's interesting because I feel the same where I didn't feel like I was like a big puzzle game fan or anything like that. And this game, so my name's Jason, Jason Newman. I grew up in California, and I live in Japan at the moment. And I'm working on my first commercial game called Akura. And it's like an island exploration Sokoban style game. And yeah, it's sort of like evolved into a Sokoban game early on. And I don't know why, but it hooked me. It hooked my interest, and like when I started sharing it with friends, they really enjoyed it. And I think that's my favorite thing about puzzle games is people's reactions are so straightforward, and there's like that aha moment that you can see players experience, which is so amazing. But Steven's Sausage Roll also was a big influence early on because I was looking at that on how to get into puzzle design and like watching videos about the design of that game and other similar games, and why people thought so highly of that game. So that was influential to me too.
Yeah, I think we all owe a lot to Puzzle Script and Steve Lavelle for really pushing this genre forward.
Yes.
So I'll go next. I'm Lucas. I'm from Spain. I go as Leslow in the internet, and I don't feel like I chose on purpose to make puzzle games. I think it comes natural to the way I view the universe. I see the world, and that is been shaped because I studied mathematics. It was soon that I understood that I rather understand a concept that learning by memory, and I think that it's something intrinsic to puzzle games. Puzzle games are one of the best genres to teach without saying nothing, to put the player in this situation where they have to figure out things, and you are actually making more engaging instead of just it's not just occlusion, it's not obfuscation for the player, it feels more natural. So I think I gravitated towards that naturally, and of course I started making games because I played The Witness, so I was already on this slope. I really soon discovered also Stephen Soch's role, which was I loved it. So yeah, I think I started with getting into games with The Witness. That was a puzzle game, and I connected with that game because it has this really mathematical, rational view of things that kind of resonated with me.
Cool. And for me, my name is George. Online I go by Mr. Tethers. And for me, I feel also similarly, where I didn't quite choose puzzle games as my genre of choice. When I started making out games, it was in high school. And over like a couple years, 6, 7 years or so, I'd be putting out a game like every week or every month or so. And a lot of those are in different pools of genre, but I kept coming back to puzzle games specifically because one, they were something that really I could understand the implications of doing certain things mechanically in a way that I couldn't in any other genre. And two, maybe also because of that, I just found them really easy to make. I just make one solid mechanic, make 4 or 5 levels, and there's a game out on the internet. And by repetition, that's just sort of become something I'm super comfortable with at this point. Where even the game that I'm making now, which is technically categorized as a strategy game, I still think of it as a puzzle game in the sense that to make the game work because of the way it is, any situation you find yourself in needed to be able to be creatively solved in a grid-like manner using spatial mechanics that I had in a lot of my other games that I kind of threw into this one. And I don't think without all my history I could even make this game because it's kind of blown my mind. Yeah.
I think it's quite funny that you're talking about mechanics and bringing up that topic, and it's kind of natural, right? Like what are the rules of the systems, what this is about. And I feel that when people talk about mechanics and puzzle games, many are already picturing Baba Is You in their mind, right? It's this huge success, a puzzle game that came out already a few years ago. where you play around with the rules of the system, right? And it's like, oh, there's a text on the screen that says like wall is solid, and then you can change that text and walls are no longer solid. And many people view puzzle games like that, right? Like, oh, you have to find this, I don't know, mind-blowing mechanic that changes everything. But you actually find more puzzle games with mechanics that don't seem that mind-blowing at first, at least on the surface. Like, I don't know, you were talking about Stephen's Sausage Roll, like amazing game. When you first look at it, it's like, oh, it's like a Soccer clone, kind of. Then you discover there's way more, but you know, at first it looks like that. Or The Witness, which is, oh, I'm just moving around a line in a grid, like that's not mind-blowing at all. So it seems that like knowing when you have like a special mechanic is quite tricky. It's not like, oh, this mind-blowing. No, there's like some hidden parameter in there. So again, one question for you all, and feel free to answer in the same order as you did before. How do you find or pick new mechanics for your game? When do you know that a mechanic you are playing around with is special and like you can build a game around that?
Yeah. So I feel like I have two answers to this question. And the first one is when you have like a base mechanic, how many ways can you play off of it that you can think of? So you have this one mechanic, and oh, what if you had this little additional puzzle piece? How does that influence everything? Oh, that just explodes in my brain. Okay, yeah, all right, there's something here. That's one way of going about it, is how can you build on it? And the second way I've been going about doing things in this current game is how many times can you throw out a mechanic and replace it with a new mechanic? Because I've thrown out probably at this point somewhere to like 70 or 80 individual mechanics in this game, and the things that I've come up with have made the game so much better. And it kind of also builds off of my previous thing, which is that there are the base mechanics, and all of these things that I've thrown away are like the next layer of that. But the fact that, you know, I can throw away so many ideas from this layer, and what does come up is still has that meaningful interaction with the base mechanics, is also another strong indicator that you have something that can go the distance, at least for your own self-satisfaction anyway, if nothing else.
Yeah. I mean, what I like about what you said is that if you work in that way where you start with, you have a core mechanic, for instance, that you're building everything off of, and at that point you could just downscope the game to just be that core mechanic. And you don't have to add in these extra layers. You just do it if it makes sense. And the game kind of grows organically to be the size that it deserves to be. You know what I mean? Like, because there are games with very, very small mechanic sets that are amazing, like Dorf Romantique. Excuse me, came out, and that's just like a very simple little puzzle game, and people love it. To answer the question, I personally generally start with kind of like a theme, or in the case of Kine, I kind of had I knew what I wanted to happen at the end of the game, and everything before that was kind of like pulling towards that in a way. So there's usually like the theme kind of starts out and forms the mechanics, and sometimes the mechanics don't work and then I have to scrap the theme. But I generally start there instead of necessarily starting with just thinking about playful interaction. You know what I mean?
Regarding just a quick question regarding what you just said. What did you want to happen at the end of Kine? I'm just intrigued by that.
You have to play until the end of Kine.
Okay.
See what happens.
For me, it's commonly abstract at first and thematic later. For example, the game I'm making now is a sequel to Dispondibus, And that game appeared as a consequence of an abstract idea I had while playing other Sokoban-like games. In those games, you push objects, and the object you push modify the space you can walk around. The abstract idea I had, like a challenge, was what if you could push space itself? And then that was impossible to instantiate in a game. But I came up with the with the mechanic of pushing bridges that are the define the space in which you walk around, and you can push that space by pushing the bridges. In the sequel I'm making now, I introduce one new mechanic that is it modified the theme of the game quite a bit, almost by accident. I introduced obstacles, places that objects you cannot walk over, and those obstacles at first, some levels you could solve. In the game, you must push the bridges until you can reach the other shore of the water. Huh? In some puzzles, I saw a bug that was that you could reach the other island, but you could not return to the original because an obstacle was in your way. You moved the bridges, reached the island, and could not return. That bug inspired me to change the goal of the game or extend it. That is, you must not only reach the other island, but leave a walkable path to return. That change was very subtle but fundamental, and it introduced a thematic for the game that it was a very dramatic change in my mind, because the game was very abstract and very similar to the original, and it changed into a different thing. Indeed, I tell this as an example of the interaction between the mechanics and the themes. In my case, the original idea was very abstract. That idea generated a basic mechanic that was more concrete, and that mechanic, with some variations, introduced a necessary theme to justify the change in the mechanic. So from the abstract idea to concrete mechanics to the thematics was a very natural path for me to take, almost accidental, and that was awesome, but very difficult to repeat, I think, in other games. Each game is different, of course, but
yeah, for me, that it's interesting that you talk about the thematic versus sort of conceptual mechanic. order for my game, for Akira. Currently, it's like the opposite, where it's driven by thematic first, because the game is like very thematic and stylized, and most of the visual communication is based on like a lot of people's history with games like Zelda. Like if you see like a boulder that's a different color, you sort of have this like Nintendo instinct that like, oh, I can break that or something, right? And so the way that I communicate stuff in the game starts with the thematic element of like, if somebody sees a boulder or fire or something like that, what do they sort of naturally expect to happen, and what interactions do they expect, right? Like if you light a wooden block on fire, like what there's sort of like, I go from there, like what would a player or myself expect to happen if you lit a wooden block on fire, if that was an interaction, you know? And yeah, and then I just try to sometimes sort of come up with like things that make sense but are a bit surprising, in a good way. So I don't want the player to experience something unexpected that's like bad. That's usually like really disappointing when you're a player. But if you play Akira, then you'll see there are some surprises where, you know, like you see that boulder that's a different color, you know, that you can do something with it later. You don't know what yet. And then once you do figure that out, it's not as simple as just like smashing the boulder to get through it. So
for me, I think there's a point always when I start working on a game. For example, at the moment, I'm not working on any specific games. I have a different number of prototypes that I'm trying to see if they work, but I haven't picked one yet. And I always start with some base mechanics, either inspired for a theme or by themselves. And I kind of build random levels. I just put the objects I have just created and just to play around, see how it feels, what are the interactions that I can see. And I would say that the best type of mechanic is a mechanic that has a lot of depth, has a lot of verbs applied to it, that you discover just by using your space in different ways. But at the same time, that space, it's easily constrained by the designer. So you don't really need to change the elements so it behaves in different ways. It always behaves the same, just because there were two and before only one. Now you can do something else that you couldn't, and it's something that comes naturally. That's intuitive or surprising, but at the same time understandable. That like you said. So I think that's the best way, and that's why I look. Yeah, that's what I look for when I'm experimenting. I'm seeing if my own mechanics surprise me in anything. If there's these verbs, I try to make a list of the different actions that I can really identify as a unique action, and then I can try to build levels that are just about those actions. So yeah, that's it.
Lucas has actually helped me out with Lab Rat on a lot of the puzzles there, and he frequently surprised me. And there's nothing more fun than being surprised by your own game. It's like such a treasure.
That comes because I was surprised first. I never expected to have that many interactions in Lab Rat. Yeah.
I want to add that, like, thinking about what you were just saying, that I think like another important element of a lot of great puzzle games is the limited canvas. And I think most of us have games like that where, because for instance, like you don't see a lot of like super mind-blowing puzzle games as far as I know that are like Skyrim or something where it's like this, you're in a super detailed 3D world where you can do like anything. That can be very interesting, but it's like so difficult to create like super clean and interesting puzzles when the player can do almost anything, right? And if you have like Lucas was saying, like you have this like one object on the screen and that's all you can do is like interact with that object, and then the next level has two of those, then it's such a clean experience, and really hyper focused. So I think that's like an important element of designing mechanics.
Man,
That's
something
true.
inside of me wants to say that you're wrong.
Yeah, it's obviously like, that's not some hard and fast rule or anything. I just think that like, especially in the beginning of the game, but that can be a whole genre, like I was saying, like you could have like a Skyrim world with puzzles that are really interesting, and that's just a whole different type of genre. But as far as like starting out with mechanic design and introducing things, I think it's like very important to start with a limited canvas. But yeah.
I mean, I definitely think for just a pure puzzler, that's true. I think once you get to games that are kind of like Skyrim or like the Zeldas and things like that, the delight, the kind of players that are playing that are playing for, they want to experience combat, they want to experience exploration, they want to experience all kinds of things. And for one of the more, there's different delights in completing a puzzle. One is the first time you kind of figure out the mechanics. The first time you figure out what happens when you push the cube, and the other I think would be what the surprising interactions between the mechanics that you introduce, right? And you have to be like a pretty big, if you spend a lot of time on that second one, that'll really appeal to puzzle fans. But I think that first thing, that delight of initial discovery of like, oh, here's what happens when I do this. Oh, I'm so smart. Like that really simple, those earlier puzzles. I think there's a reason you see a variety of those in games like Zelda. I think that has more of a mass appeal. Not that you were necessarily mad at Zelda.
No, I think what you're saying is still kind of like fits with what I was saying. I guess if I could give like a better example would be like, let's say there's a block game, you have a block and then you have like a whole house, and you can take this block around and try to use the block with every single thing in the house, and you're like, what am I supposed to do with this block, like what is the point of this? And then there's like one little spot somewhere in the house where you have to put the block. That's like I mean that's just like a different kind of genre, I guess. But yeah, as far as a puzzle, yeah, just as far as like a standalone puzzle or mechanic or something, I think a limited canvas is important. But
I think so. I feel like if you're going into a puzzle without knowing where the limits of the puzzle are as just like a thing, one doesn't feel like a puzzle because you don't realize you're in a puzzle, or you don't know how far this puzzle goes. So if you're doing the wrong thing, you won't know where else to look because it could be anywhere. So yeah, being limited in that way, I feel definitely contributes to the feeling of a puzzle. Yeah.
So what about Opus Magnum? You have multiple ways to complete a puzzle. You're given an array of tools. The entire joy is about optimization to figure out what is the correct way to do it, given a large number of tools. It's technically a puzzle game. It's one of my favorites.
Well, in that case, one of the characteristics of that game is that you, or many players, strive to make the more efficient solutions. So they themselves limit the canvas in order to achieve a good place in the charts, because the good solutions are the small ones or the fast ones, etc. And the game is geared towards that self-limitation.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the small canvas approach is based in a human limitation in the working memory. You humans now, humans have limited working memory. Some say it's for 7 or 10 objects or actions or whatever. So the puzzle, the games with open worlds benefit the experience of narrative things, and the games with small canvases are more focused on the more analytical mind, because the causality is reversed. It's in this case, no, the puzzles need the small canvas because the analytical mind cannot juggle more than 7 to 10 objects at the same time. The objects can be literal objects or positions in space or events in time, things, abstract things. I according to my understanding of those things, that is the limitation of the human mind that makes puzzle games generally small and focus on a small set of things.
Mm-hmm.
And the narrative games that can afford to show the player a limitless world rely on the narrative aspect of human working that allows for an extended period of interaction with things. That is the narrative, and the things you do in the game contribute to that narrative in a linear way. So you are not juggling things, you are stacking them in your memory.
Mm-hmm.
instead of manipulating them. So the narrative games exploit that aspect of the human mind, and the puzzle games exploit the other juggler module of the human mind.
I feel
yeah.
Sorry.
Go on. Yeah.
Because you were like bringing up like lots of different topics that I think are interesting. And there was also like a link connecting them all. For example, like you were discussing in Skyrim, right? And Skyrim, like these big, flashy open world games. Yeah, they have a lot of content, and players are free to explore whatever they want at their own pace. But they're always like kind of focused on one specific thing, right? They are, I don't know, fighting some vermin. They are doing something, and they are focused on a very specific talent. We could see a Skyrim, you know, like in mind that instead of battles, instead of quests, instead of whatever, there's like an endless collection of very focused puzzles, right? And you are seeing something on the screen, you are focused, but you still retain that sense of exploration, right? You are like fully focused on a battle on how to solve this situation. What tools do I have available? What's the issue? How can I use these tools to solve this solution, this challenge? And I wonder if we could apply that to games. I mean, you can still have your small challenges, your puzzles, your levels where you are trying to teach some clever connection or some clever mechanic to the player. but you are still allowing them to choose their own way, to choose their own pace, instead of just presenting them as a linear collection of levels where you go from 1 to 100 and just rolling that. Baba do has like a menu where you unlock several levels at once. Against like a Steven Sausage role has like hubs where you move around and unlock levels and all that. And throwing the question out there, how can puzzle games learn from this? I don't know how to call it, like ways of presenting challenges that other games have, and what was the interesting part of allowing players to choose their own levels and at their own pace, even though they are not following the the sequence that a designer decided it was like the right way to play this game.
I mean, I've thought about this a lot. The ordering of puzzles, how they unlock. I think Marcos earlier said that an open world is great for narrative, but in reality, the best thing for narrative, if you want to tell a story, is a linear story, right? Because as soon as you have to, the worst thing for narrative is if people can experience it in any order. The best thing for puzzles is if people can experience puzzles in any order. And I can call out certain, I think one of the most important things, if you make a puzzle game that's logical and difficult, like pretty much everybody here is working on puzzle games that would, for the mainstream, be considered extremely difficult, right? Like these are Sokoban style games. Spatial puzzle games are pretty hard compared to most puzzle games out there, right? So the importance of being able to back out of a puzzle without it feeling like a negative thing is super important. And there's things like in Baba Is You, every time you complete a puzzle, you're automatically kicked out to the level select screen. And I didn't realize how important that was. And anytime you complete a puzzle, it unlocks several options for you to play around it. In Kind, I didn't do that. Every time you completed a puzzle, you were immediately in the next puzzle. And it made it greatly increased the amount of friction when if a player wanted to quit because they were stuck, it felt like they had to give up. It felt like a failure, as opposed to, oh, I'm just going back to level select. I think you called it that some of the best puzzle games out there allow you to just kind of like wander around a world and find puzzles. Like there was something in not Bonfire Peaks, was the one before that Corey Martin did. Pipe Push Paradise. And Pipe Push Paradise, it's so effortless. You just go into a puzzle. If you don't like it, you walk out, and you don't even click a button. You're just like, nope, and you nope out of there. It feels so easy to quit that and to go do a different one. And it's obvious that things unlock in chunks. You know what I mean? And I think in general, it's something that is very important, and that everybody has to figure out for their own game, how to make it as seamless and I don't know, how to reduce friction when you're stuck in a puzzle, and how to obviously unlock a multitude of puzzles at the same time. And what do you need to gate, because you desperately need somebody to learn a mechanic before they have access to a different bunch of puzzles and that sort of thing. It's very unique by the game.
Yes.
Yeah.
In my particular case, in the Spontibus, I try to make that obviously two puzzles that are near, especially near, they tend to be of similar difficulty. You solve the first puzzle, you unlock 3 ones that are a bit more difficult. Those 3 ones each unlock 3 more, or in average. So the game map is really a tree of puzzles. Each puzzle unlocks new branches of the tree. Perhaps I will put some cycles in the grand scheme, but I don't know yet. The main purpose of that is each path the player takes in the game is a linear sequence of puzzles of increasing difficulty, except for the new zones that are unlocked with different mechanics. Each zone, each each group of puzzles offers the player many possible paths between the branches of the map, and you can use the map to quickly go to another zone of the game. That for me is a very natural way of organizing the levels of the game, but some players feel overwhelmed sometimes when they see the map and see so many puzzles. But in reality, you cannot access them at the same time simultaneously. You can access a puzzle only if you solve all the previous puzzles in that particular branch of the game. It's a way of taking an open world and slicing it into linear narratives, between quotes. It's not perfect, but I think it works because in each moment, if a player if a player never uses the map, the player is always in a puzzle of similar difficulty to the previous one and to the neighboring ones. So the player never can jump in difficulty very far unless he or she uses the map. But the map only allows to go to previously solved or discovered zones of the game. So perhaps it's a way to gatekeep the progress that is too much for certain players, but I think it works for puzzle games in particular. In an adventure game, it would be madness to use this method, I think. But perhaps for puzzle games, it works very well.
Yeah, you were talking about difficulty in some way when was talking about how special puzzles tend to seem very hardcore for the bigger audience. And Marcos, you were talking about having different difficulties within your game. And I feel that this is like a very trendy topic right now, difficulty in games. You know, people are arguing that Dark Souls should get an easy mode. And puzzle games have a history of having some sort of support system for players. I know like older puzzle games had some kind of tip, like you could use a tip on this level. And I don't know, some games like I think it's Cosmic Express, I think has and local levels on the settings menu, like, hey, I just want to be able to go where I want to. How do you feel about this? Do you think they're important? Are you adding any of these to your games? And I'm curious, like, have you found any new solutions to these that you feel that are better than these methods that we already know?
I think it's important that kind of options exists in the game. Perhaps not enabled by default, but if a player finds a particular puzzle frustrating, and in my particular case, one puzzle can block you from accessing the rest of the game. So I will think about adding that kind of tool for the players to skip a puzzle or to receive gradually hints about possible solutions. But I feel that by default, those kind of options should be disabled in the game, but accessible in the setup menu or
Yeah. Yeah, I think that if you add if you can add mechanics or tools that increase accessibility, especially without affecting players who don't want those options, then that's wonderful. Like for instance, I mean, having undo in any puzzle game is seems pretty essential, and it doesn't really affect people who don't want to use it. If they said they wanted to solve a puzzle without using undo, then they can totally do that. And then I just wanted to this kind of goes back to what the last question about the sort of like accessing puzzles out of order sort of thing. Like in my own game in Akra, it has a bit of a tree branching out layout, like Marcos was mentioning, and that's a sort of way that you can change access to things as well, because like I found that players perception varies so wildly that you might think that a puzzle is easy, and then it may be easy for one player, and then another player will come along and find that puzzle incredibly difficult, yet find another puzzle that the previous player found difficult to be easy, and vice versa. It's so interesting. So having things out of order accessible is another way to do that, I think, because then those players can sort of have that other puzzle in the back of their mind, and they'll come back to it later and figure it out. And so I think that kind of is related to this, where it's not just about tools like undo or difficulty or tool tips or something like that. Like it can be baked into the gameplay as well. And then you look at all these other genres, like games like Metroidvanias and Zelda and Super Mario 64, who have levels that are accessible based on what tools, items you have in the game, or how many stars you have. And so I just think that people like that, they're used to it. So like personally, I just don't see any reason not to do it with puzzle games as well. But yeah,
no, completely. I've had that experience too, where people going through the same puzzles, their perception just, there's no accounting for everybody taking sort of like, even just if you have text on the screen, you can't even guarantee that everyone's going to read that text, no matter how like prominently you put it. And accounting for stuff like that is extremely difficult. Yeah, and I've also had like a really interesting process with the game that I'm working on right now, because of the ways. So I'm gonna put out a scenario, and that might help explain what I'm trying to explain right now, which is so you have chess with only the king piece. One of them's earth, one of them's air, and just trying to get one hit on each other person. And earth, like Sokoban, can create mountains and push them around and pull them. And then air can create these air currents that they can like move all along as far as it goes. So you'll have a match between these two, and someone loses, and then always what happens every time I play this game, oh, okay, if I did this, oh, if you did that, you could have like figured out and gone around this problem. Okay, cool, let's try it again. And you played again with these new skills or ways of solving a problem you didn't know how to approach before. And that continues, honestly, infinitely at this point, where every situation that comes up, that you get yourself stuck in, it becomes like a collaborative problem solving of how could you have used your mechanics to get out of this situation, and then that situation never happens again and becomes a completely new puzzle. And that's been something really weird about this game. I've been kind of waiting for the shoe to drop where it stops doing that, but it hasn't.
It's funny how that's a very common thing in chess. In fact, like if when you are playing like a formal chess match, if you don't stay after once the game is over, if you don't stay to analyze the game with your opponent, that's like really bad manners. Like maybe you have to make an excuse for yourself, like, oh, sorry, I'm meeting somebody or whatever, but like if you have good manners, you'll stay and be like that. Oh, if you did this in this position, you had some advantage over me, and I think that's a really cool thing. Like analyzing things together. And I don't know if this like too far of a stretch, but since we are discussing some modern trends in gaming, or like not so modern, like open world games have been here for a long time. But again, Twitch, streaming, and sharing the game with everyone else. That's like everything right now. And like most people feel that puzzle games aren't like the best fit for this. And I don't know how you feel about this. I don't know if you feel like there's really a space of people like thinking together and trying to solve the same puzzle, or like I don't know if you've seen people playing your games on the stream. If you've ever thought about this.
With my last game, which was just like a straight one-player puzzle game, I had people streaming it, and I was in on those streams at the time, some of them as they were happening. And I think, at least with the way I like to make games where there's a, like artistic vibe kind of surrounding the whole thing, it just feels really good. It feels really nice to have just people notice things about the game outside of the puzzle itself and really comment on that sure ruins the puzzle of course, but that there is more to the experience than just the puzzle, at least in my case. I feel okay with that because I just think it's a cool thing that I made. So yeah.
I mean, there's different kinds of streamers, right? There's streamers that you have chill streamers, people who like want to chill and hang out with their chat, which is most streamers. They kind of want to hang out, talk with their chat, play a game kind of casually. And you would think that puzzle games, especially kind of spatial visual games like what we make, would be good for that, right? Because a lot of things like a monster's expedition, you can visually see what will happen when you push things, and you think people will collaborate and enjoy that. But in reality, streamers really, a lot of the big ones, they really hate puzzle games because it's very difficult to sit down and it's unpleasant to sit down and think and have people watching you think. And nobody likes it when other people are watching them struggle. Like, it's a really not fun thing for a streamer. You have to make it, in order to make a puzzle game that streamers enjoy streaming, you have to make the struggle like really fun. It's an interesting nut to crack. I think Babas, you did well because a combination of reasons. It was just so silly. It was so playful. Failure didn't feel like failure. It just felt like, what even is this? It had that playfulness to it that I think helped it a lot. But for the most part, I think a lot of kind of the more challenging puzzle games, like the kinds we make, the kinds where you want people to sit down and think about it and dive into it and have a eureka moment, I think that those puzzles will tend to struggle with chill streamers. The only games you see that are difficult that people do are like League of Legends competitive games, and then the competitive gamers aren't talking with the chat. They're like performing, they're like a e-athlete and somebody else is talking about what they're doing. I don't think we'll ever have that in puzzle games.
Yeah, I agree. I think I don't think puzzle games are great for Twitch without some exceptions. For example, Baba Is You. But I think it's easier to talk about a solution in Baba Is You, because you have these rules, these words, and you can simply make this rule. You can say, okay, do this in a really simple phrase, and you are actually saying a lot of complex Sokoban classic movements instead of another Sokoban game where you would say, okay, go up, up, right. There's not a lot of space to communicate, to engage with the streamer, the one who's playing, and at the same time, puzzle games tend to be in a more not winnable state, not winnable, but not winning state. This just, okay, a single level for 10 minutes in the screen. So people who are not ready to communicate, to engage with that, are not having any kind of I don't know, attraction in the screen. Of course, there are these cool graphics, good animation that can last for a bit, but after a while, a single level, if you are not interested in it, I don't think players would invest that time in that. But of course, there may be exceptions, and I think it may be much easier in first-person puzzles games. Yeah, I think that is something that is much more marketable for Twitch. People tend to see there's a lot much more movement in the camera. Only that already gives some interest, and yeah, I think it's more a problem of being really spatial. Spatial puzzle games are not really easy to communicate, to talk about the solutions without basically spoiling a puzzle sometimes.
Speaking of verbalizing, I was going to say that I think that the best puzzle games for streaming are games where you and your friends could sit in the same room and one person could be playing and the rest of you are like yelling at the TV.
Exactly.
So.
Yeah, we've already been talking for an hour. That means, yeah, our time is kind of over, and I feel like we could keep talking for hours about, each of the small topics that we've covered in this panel. And I don't know, I think we touched a lot of interesting points. And just like with the puzzles itself, these concepts are abstract and sometimes hard to verbalize. And I don't know, I think we still managed to get some interesting thoughts out there. And I hope that people watching this got a small glimpse of how we work on puzzle games and the challenges and the cool things that we wander around and try to keep improving over and over and over. So yeah, if you've made it to this point, thanks a lot for watching. And remember to, just as this ends, go back to the beginning of the video, to the presentations, and remember to Google the games and the projects everybody is working on. And yeah, that's all. Thanks for watching.
Thank you.
To your counselor.
A race to other habitable planets in space has broken out among the big corporations. In search of limitless growth, they leave Earth exploited and its environment devastated. The voluntary pioneers and colonists are lured to this adventurous journey by the hope of a better life and a new beginning in an untouched world. Only a development strategy that ensures the quality of life for our colonists and protects the planetary ecosystem can have long-lasting success. Your job as a space colony manager is building sustainable civilizations. Do research for renewable energy sources and develop sustainable production lines to avoid destruction and climate collapse. Let us use the second chance to change our way of life and to transform the production of energy and goods in a sustainable way. Achieving a balance between growth and sustainability is the final challenge for every civilization. Imagine Earth Limited, building a better future in space.
Did you know the term war driving, the practice of searching for Wi-Fi wireless networks from a moving vehicle, has apparently been in use since the 1980s, when it was adapted from war dialing, the practice of calling sequential phone numbers to see which one would hit a server. Nobody told me that stealing internet from my local laundromat had a cool name, and I consider you all responsible. And that's a fact about the internet.
If you don't save the Hopper, no one will.
Did you know? The primary syllabaries or character sets on the internet are kamoji and emoji. Where kamoji are used to convey complete sentences or phrases, emoji are intended to be parsed separately and can be integrated with other writing systems. And that's a fact about the internet.
Attention campers. Today's lunch
will be pork and beans on toast. The vegan option is beans and beans on toast. The paleo option will be pork and pork on a stone slab. The gluten-free option will be pork and beans on pork and beans. That is all.
Did you know? The first portable computer was the Osborne, a 24-pound suitcase-sized device. Much less well regarded was the first portable Wi-Fi router. It was called the Godmother and had to be mounted onto the dorsal plate of a Japanese spider crab. And that's a fact about the internet.
This is Labrat.
Good. You have unlocked a new puzzle. Begin the next puzzle. Good work. Here is your achievement.
Your job is to evaluate a puzzle game that is being crafted by this artificial intelligence.
I will now gauge your interest in multiplayer by simulating a multiplayer experience. I am helping. We are doing this together. We are friends. People bond by doing activity.
Oh. Unfortunately, the AI has gained access to more data than we anticipated, and it seems to be generating new games based on whatever it finds.
The place where you live is dark and full of crimes.
What are we going to do? You have nothing on me.
You can support us by wishlisting Labrat on Steam or by signing up for the closed beta at labrat.study. Thank you.
Did you know? Sometimes people come on the internet just to tell lies. Could you believe someone would do that? Just go onto the internet and tell lies? Well, they do. And that's a fact about the internet.
I decided, you know what, I've dabbled in indie games. I'm gonna give this one last shot.
Let's just make a game.
It felt like jumping to the deep end.
I realized that making games was like.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our PAX panel, Need a Medic Unlocking the Healing Properties of Discord. I am your host, Lauren, and in this panel, we will be discussing how online communities through platforms like Discord have helped us in our personal and professional lives, and advice on how to get the most of your time with an online community. I'm your host, Lauren, and I actually run the She Plays Games podcast and community. And I've been doing that for the last couple of years, but then I've also done other community-based things throughout this. I did a lot with the Final Fantasy community in particular. And today I am joined with 5 fabulous people. So I will be introducing all of them to you now. Hi, everybody.
Hi, how's it going? So fun to be here. Hi. Hi, my name is Jenny. I'm the game design lead on Hard Space Shipbreaker from inside BBI on Twitter or Blackboard Interactive.
Hi, I'm Jessie. I'm the program manager for Method, an esports organization. I tend to do a lot of more ops stuff than I do community these days, but I am the lead for our community team program, and I've been kind of around the space quite a while. So I'm very happy to be here. Thanks so much for inviting me.
Hi, folks. My name is Mia Janae Watkins. I am a communication specialist over at PlayStation. I've been over there for about 5 years. I also do a lot of cool things outside of work when it comes to writing and film And so I do a lot of community work that way with friends and colleagues. And I'm so excited to be on this panel today.
Hey everyone, my name's Jay. I'm one of the co-founders of an indie games company called Arrogant Pixel. We're probably best known for creating a point-and-click adventure game series called The Tale of Doris and the Dragon. I basically specialize in business development over there, which basically means I go out and meet people professionally in the hopes of gaining new contracts and partners for the company. I'm also a mod on the SPG server, so me and Lauren work together occasionally, all the time, basically. So yeah, that's me. So really pleased to be here, and I can't wait to speak to y'all.
Yes, that's me. So hello, my name's Jade Liam Fresco. I used to do freelance music composition for any kind of indie game gigs. So I've been doing that for about 10 odd years, and during that time I looked after Game Dev Lunch, which is now Game Dev London. So we are like quite a large community based in London now. So now at this moment in time, I am the audio producer at Silver Games. So yeah, by day I look at spreadsheets for the audio team, and then by night, I look after like the Game Dev London Discord. So that's what I do.
Oh, well, thank you all so much for being here again. I feel like a broken record, constantly saying thank you. But yeah, so our first sort of question that I have for everyone is, what was the first online community that you were a part of?
I saw that question when we were discussing it beforehand, and I was wondering how much it would reveal how long I've been on the internet already. Because
That is okay. That is absolutely okay. There's no shame.
I think the first communities that I was part of were just like really bizarre and random chat rooms when they were still like in its infancy, right? I was part of a bunch of Neopet related ones. I'm sure others probably have been there too.
Oh, I miss Neopets so
I know,
much.
what a
I
bizarre
really
and
do.
amazing community.
Just have like crazy colored animals or whatever, like sort of creatures they were.
It was a good time on the internet, I think. So
Yeah.
some of those, and I think the first really long-lasting community I've been part of was a World of Warcraft guild. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people have been there, and that lasted for like a really long time. And we had, we went through all these tides of coming and going platforms that would be used for communicating on the internet, from forums to TeamSpeak and whatever. So they're not around anymore, but I feel like if we these days had Discord, it would have been a very interesting experience with that group. Yeah, like that.
I think that is the thing. Like, I know, like my husband had a similar thing with Final Fantasy 11. I wasn't allowed to play Final Fantasy 11 growing up because my parents were just like, no. I don't think I even asked them because I just knew that we were poor, and I was just like, I'm not gonna get away with this, am I? But he actually did a video recently where he called out to one of the people who was in his free company when he was originally doing it, and they actually watched. I think they did actually watch the video, but it's just like one of those things where it's like, I think because of how MMOs especially are built, like when you find the people that you've experienced things with in those games, they're just family, aren't they?
I was picking up for where Jenny, I was going to say my first like real community I feel like I was a part of was my World of Warcraft guild. So we were using a Ventrilo server, shout out to those people who remember Vent, but we're using that and the very limited in-game communication channels to try and keep up. And so we pretty much only chatted like on Tuesdays and Thursdays when we raided. And when we hopped into Discord 5 years ago, I went and Googled how long our server had been live today. 5 years ago, it opened up a whole new world. There's just so many more options for communication and connection and building a relationship. So I think, as Jenny was mentioning, if Discord had been around, she probably would still be playing with people. That's, I think, the key to why we're still playing together. It's been 5 years, and these people have become more than just my guild. They've become my friends. So we play all kinds of games together, and we still occasionally hop back into WoW and do some raiding together. So I think it was that key factor, having those connections, that ability to relate outside of the game was really a beautiful thing.
What is it, do you think, that is about Discord that keeps people engage so much?
It's the fact that I think it's like a combination of like instant message with those communication channels we're used to, because you see it right away, but you also see other people chatting. So instead of like back in the day, maybe you would chat in the game, but you only saw it if you were in the game. Or we would occasionally like try and find a group using some third party, like open raid software or, site or something to fill a group. But it's like, it's instant connection. Like today I saw it'd been almost 5 years to the day, like literally next week is our 5th anniversary. I was like in the Discord, like, I can't believe it's been 5 years. I still love playing with you guys. And then there's like all these people communicating back to me that maybe they don't even raid with me anymore, but they're still in our Discord and we still chat and we still value each other as in that friendship.
Yeah, it is kind of like that thing where you can like reconnect with people as well through Discord, which is just so beautiful.
So this might show my age a little bit, but my first online community was when YouTube had first came out, and I was like super new to like all the online like messaging, and I learned how to video edit by like following people on YouTube. They were doing all these cool AMVs or these GMVs or game music videos and anime music videos. And at that time, I felt like YouTube was very experimental. Like there was a chat room function, and there was a function where if you had a group, the person was like, hey guys, like we're gonna collaborate together and pick a partner to do a video with. So this person gets this like timestamp, and then this person gets this timestamp. And that led me to really make bonds with friends, those from that community on MSN Messenger and DeviantArt. And I was not a good artist, so I just wrote all the time.
Yes. Just comment on everybody's stuff and just say how amazing they are. Yeah.
And so that, and then some of the friends from that community, I'm still close with today. And I was able to meet, I think, some of them in person a couple of years back. So that was really cool. But that really opened my eyes to learning how to work with folks more, and just made me excited, like to come home after school and be like, hey guys, like what I missed, what's going on? And, or even during the summer. And like, I spent most of my summers just video editing and just talking with them and learning new tips and tricks. And my folks are like, I don't know where she's learning all this stuff from, but like she's talking to someone. So that was my first exposure to online communities. And it was a lot of fun.
Do you remember when like YouTube had the reply video? Like, I feel like that was so long ago when they had like the video that you could like actually reply with the video to somebody's video.
I think so. Yeah, it was like one of those functions. There was like so much stuff going on. It was so cool because they were just doing all types of crazy stuff. And I was like, oh, cool. Like we're down for all of this.
Yeah. But it's like amazing how much it's grown since like YouTube, just the functionalities that they have now, that you can even like edit videos. I mean, granted, like you can't do as in-depth videos as you could on like a program, but like you can do decent edits on YouTube, which is just baffling now.
And then bringing it back to Discord, last year when COVID happened, I had a friend, she got us and a couple of gamers together, and she had created this channel that was for Black Girl gamers that were into Animal Crossing. So that was like it was very reminiscent of those days when I was on YouTube with those folks. And so having that same experience on Discord was a really great feeling.
Oh,
and shout out to my friend Sam for creating that, because that was awesome.
Yay!
Oh, I'm just agreeing with all of you at the moment. I'm just talking about when you mentioned MSN, I was just like, yeah, that was what I was doing back in the day. I was also thinking a lot about Newgrounds and DeviantArt as well. It's probably and MySpace. I didn't, not that I discovered gaming late, but I only recently started to really start to make waves in the gaming sort of world. So back then, what I was trying to do, I was trying to be a rock star. So I was trying to make it in the music industry. So I was trying to make it big on MySpace and things like that. So I definitely like learned a lot by being in that space. Like I learned how to code, you know, the actual profile page and make it look pretty and terrible graphics and stuff. and Newgrounds just commenting on people's animations and little games that they were putting up, you know, that they were doing with like ActionScript like 1 or something like that, like back in the day, and trying to use Adobe Flash to like try and make my own stuff, and it was terrible. And I never made anything to like upload, but I certainly trolled a lot of the forums and was basically just took all those conversations to MSN, where we would then, that was where I spent the majority of my time, like after school, just like talking to people that I met online and sharing my passions, basically. Yeah. And then in terms of Discord, I've always been a bit of a lurker until I actually found the SPG Discord, to be honest. I've always just been someone that has just been like, yeah, like I know it's something that I kind of need to do, but because I'm so busy networking in person, that sometimes I actually get a little bit, I don't know, burnt out, like talking to people online. But when COVID happened, I was just like, okay, now this is my opportunity to stop, you know, being so scared and actually like try and put myself out there a little bit. And, you know, I haven't looked back, you know, so I'm really pleased that it's been around. It really has changed my life. Yeah.
No, but I think like, yeah, there's still that sort of longing for the ability to create as much as you could when we were doing things like MSN and stuff, where you could have like your profiles. Like I had AIM, but like you could do like your profiles and your away message and stuff. Like I'm still waiting for the day when they can bring those kind of things back to Discord or social
edgy
media.
usernames and stuff like that.
like really have
Emojis had just come
fun.
out. We're like, oh my God, what is this?
Even
You know?
Twitter, I think, has gotten rid of the I don't even think you can do backgrounds on Twitter anymore. You can do the cover photo and the profile picture, but you can't do the backgrounds or anything. They're just like, nah, we gave them too much power. It's time to take it away. um, but yeah, no, I think that is like one of the best things about those platforms was how much you could like express yourself with that type of thing.
Definitely.
I loved the Max Payne. Have you ever seen like the Max Payne video that was going around? I think it was on Newgrounds. It was like an animation of Max Payne that somebody did, and they were just literally like block figures, and they were just awesome.
Probably, man. Probably. I spent a lot of time on Newgrounds, like watching. Like, there was this feature that I think it's still there actually, where new things get uploaded and it's kind of like a green light system. So it's like really cool to see like all the new stuff that comes in, and it's still alive. I can't believe it's still alive today. So it's just been one of those things that is the one website that I have been constantly checking back since I was like 12 or 13. So it's like pretty mental, right?
Yeah, completely. No, Newgrounds, may you live on forever.
So yeah, no, this is like a huge nostalgia bomb because of just like, oh, I remember DeviantArt and like, oh my goodness, Newgrounds as well, and MySpace. That was a thing. Like, just at one point, I feel like there was like MySpace versus Facebook. I remember this in school, and just like, oh, are you gonna like go into Facebook? And like, but MySpace, you can make your profile all pretty and like add in all the terrible animated GIFs and all that. But Facebook kind of like looks boring, and just like, oh, so yeah, no, this is like so relatable, and yeah, as well with MSN, where we all get added to like a huge group chat, but then we all like change our name to the same name and like the status to the same status, and just like troll each other in that way. Just like,
that's amazing.
Yeah, but I think like my very, very, very first online community was this like anime and games radio site called Armitage's Dimension or something like that. And there was only like the one chatterbox, and it was just like a public Discord channel, but it's just like the one channel. So like everyone just like piled in, like there'll be like a peak time in like 6 p.m. or something, and like I guess all the UK lot would just be online listening to whatever the was on the radio. I don't know how legal this was, but this is what happened. And
I guess it's no different to like YouTube, because they do that on YouTube now with like the lo-fi girl, right?
Yeah. So that was like pre-lo-fi girl YouTube era, and it was just like, yeah, and there was like a request system, and then like every few months they're just like, oh, we have an update, we've added like a few thousand new like anime songs or like J-pop songs or anything. So oh yeah, we just like request music, then we'd chat on the chatterbox, and there was like a little forum there. I don't think it's alive, but that's just like my after school days for like so many years, just like really getting into like game music and anime music and all that. So yeah.
No, completely. Like I love like old school internet. Like I used
Yeah.
to so my first thing was probably Zanga. Way back in the day.
Yeah.
Zanga. I had a Zanga, so I used to write down my thoughts. Very glad that my thoughts are not alive anymore. My thoughts have gone. I love that everybody just agree, like, thank God.
Yeah.
Like, I used to write such rubbish. But yeah, so there's that. And then I also belonged to something called Gaia. I don't know if any of y'all remember Gaia, where you could like make your own pixelated character, and you'd spend so much time to talking to people just so that you could get like devil wings for your character and stuff, and angel wings. Oh, it was like, I think that kind of usability was just so much fun back in the day. But yeah, no, and that obviously, like, all of these things were kind of like the building blocks for what we have now, which can be a bit more. It feels a bit more professional than my than my days on social media, but maybe that's just because I was a teenager back then, and yeah, that was good times. Um, but yeah, so I want to know, from your perspective and your experiences, what do you think are the ingredients for a like great community? Whether that's on Discord or another platform that you've been a part of.
Sure. I think the beauty of Discord is it's about finding commonalities that are different than the normal, like, surface level snap decisions we usually make when we meet people in real life. So things like, do we have a common goal? Do we love the same game? Do we support like the same content creator? Like, those become the important things. And then we find things about who we are as people that we have in common that aren't, there's so much more than just the basics. So I think that's kind of key, is having a common passion to have a healthy, growing Discord community.
No, I can definitely see that. Like, I mean, she plays games obviously as well, but like, I belong to an Animal Crossing one, and it's always just so busy. Like, it's always just people talking about what's going on and stuff. And but I think that's yeah, like a common thing that threads everybody together. Absolutely.
In my experience, I would say those ingredients would include having a space for folks to really express themselves, and to have that ability to connect and collaborate with each other. So since last year, I started a group with my friends. We call ourselves the Self-Isolated Storyteller Summit. It is a summit that happens on Saturdays. We meet about 3 times throughout the day and do like 15-minute video calls, one at 9 a.m. Pacific time. I'm on the West Coast in the States, one at 12 p.m. and then one at 3 p.m. And then we just check in on each other, and I just provide that space for folks to write. And we have been doing that on Google Meet for like a year. And so, the chat, Google Meet is great, but when folks are posting like links of like either stuff we were talking about or even the stuff they wanted to share on a personal note, all that would kind of disappear. So we were talking to one of our friends, and we were saying, hey, let's just create like a channel on Discord where we keep each other accountable for writing sprints. So if you want to write for 20 minutes, you can hit up someone. Then I was like, wait, like, why? Let's just make a whole server and let's just make it just really cool. And I got super excited. We actually created it last month, and we're all using it now. And it's just really cool. We have like channels that aren't just about what we're writing, what we're working on, but also what we're reading. We have some channels that's like, hey, if you like Among Us and Jackbox, we can get together and play those. We have resources, resource channels where if you want to learn more about, there's like so many D&D writers in our group. So like folks share so many resources on D&D, or like we have some screenwriters, folks working on a book, or like short stories. So we provide that space for everyone to really connect with each other and collaborate. And it's kind of great because like you're really letting those folks make the community the way they want it to be and really shape it together. And it's really fun to sort of like stand back and watch and jump in when like, you know, to join in the conversation, but to really just let folks flourish with one another. And there are so many of my friends and colleagues from different walks of life that meet each other through this Discord server. So it's really awesome to see everyone kind of connect and help each other out.
I think that's the thing as well, like the resources, like the fact that like it's so easy to sort of like be able to separate things out, like specific resources for specific things that like, you know, if you just check on Twitter, like unless you follow everybody who like only people who just do like those kind of resources, you know, if you do that, like that's very specific. And I give you a lot of credit because I follow a lot of people who have just cats, you know, the resistance. But like, I think it's so helpful. It's so useful to just have those spaces where you can just check. So absolutely, like I think like having like Jesse was saying with having a common goal, but then also like having like an effective like sharing of information is just so amazing.
I mean, just having like a really warm and welcoming atmosphere. That's the one thing that I find. It's just like as soon as I drop into, let's say, a new server, like how people greet you, for example. I think that's really, really important in first setting. Just first impressions is just really important to me, I suppose, because I get spooked quite easily. I think like if something feels like really intimidating, or it's like too like complicated, or I feel like, oh my god, all the people in here are quite scary, they're very like, you know, whatever, then I tend to just sort of, okay, I'm just going to lurk in the server kind of thing. So if I'm active in your server, then good job.
You've earned my trust.
Yeah, exactly. Because I just feel like if someone is actually, if the people in the community are actually looking for the same thing as me, and what I was looking for is friendship in the games industry. That's basically what I wanted to do, because I felt like, okay, I'm going to try and grow my career as like a game developer. I need to have more people that are interested in what I'm doing, or at least passionate about creating stuff. So I was thinking, okay, well, I think that I should probably join some servers that are with some like-minded people. And I was not disappointed, essentially, because the people that like-minded people are like-minded people, right? It's just that suddenly you just start clicking, and it has just ruined real life people for me a little bit, in that I've just been spoiled by all of these people that share my interests, like very specific interests, to things like retopology in Blender, like very, very niche chiptune music from like, you know, the 1980s or something. And I can't talk about that stuff with normal people, and therefore you're boring to me, you know, kind of thing. Yeah, so I don't know. It's like everything that you guys have been talking about. It's about finding that topic that I guess a niche. It can be quite broad. Like I said, gaming, it has so many, like, you know, so many things that you can relate to it, like streaming and actually creating games or playing games or whatever. But even in the SPG server, like somebody was like, can we just have like a music channel just so that we can like talk about music? And then we're like, sure. And then that channel has just been like, you know, kind of active, and I'd like stick my head in and love looking at all of the recommendations. So it's nice just like being invested in the members, and then also being then interested in what they're interested in, and then developing new interests because of that. I don't know. I think it's kind of beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah, completely. And I like it's the fact that, you know, so many of these servers have people from all over the globe. I mean, all of us are pretty spread out, you know. But like seeing people from like Sweden and Iceland and America and all sorts. Like it's nice that we all connect still. Like we all and we all have like different things, different life experiences to sort of share with each other, but then also a lot of the same ones as well. It makes it all feel a bit like smaller somehow.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. No, I think that it's not necessarily about the size of the community. It's just about how close knit the members feel to each other. That's kind
Yeah.
of how I feel. Yeah.
No, completely.
I think for me, it's actually to be like transparent, but also put up loads of signposts everywhere because, like Jay, you mentioned, like, when you enter a Discord server, you're just like, what do I do? So you're suddenly like overwhelmed by like hundreds of channels and then like all the messages and like all the Discord announcements or whatever, like oh yeah, we have like a Discord event, blah blah blah, and then you're like, oh my gosh, it can be really overwhelming. So at least in Game Dev London, like I've always tried to foster like a space that is inclusive but also accessible. So I think for me, it's just signposting and being like really transparent. Like one of our Discord rules is that we encourage like kind of like gender neutral language because it's like nice and that's like the kind of community we want to build, and then also like in the hopefully it doesn't happen too often, but like if someone is acting a little bit inappropriate, where do people go, and just like okay, you can like tag all these admins and like the admins are at least a bit more active, so at least like okay, that the admins are there, they are active, they're like ready to jump in and help sort out any kind of fires that may happen. So so I think my key ingredient is just like just be transparent and signposting and like this community and this space is for this, and you can automatically tell like when you enter it, just like is this right or not, and then like and that's also okay, I think. So yeah, transparency and signposting.
Nice to hear everyone's stories about this. I like it.
Oh.
So I have two kinds of relationships with online communities, and that one is my private one, obviously, with my Twitter following and the Discord that I run for my own folks, and the other one is the professional aspect where we use Discord, a pretty large Discord community for our game and for the early access process for us. So our Hard Space Shipbreaker Discord has about 10,000 people in it, which is like gigantic for me.
Yeah.
That's like a huge Discord for a small indie game, and it's a very active community. And for us, it gives us a huge amount of ability to just like talk to our players directly. So they are used to us doing AMAs or just like chat with them when we release something. There's like a very direct contact that they get with the people who make the game that they love, and that's really valuable. And I think what I would boil it down to is good online communities bring value to people's lives in whatever shape or form that is. In this Discord for our game, obviously that has to do with connecting with the devs and connecting with the game and being able to be part of the early access experience. And that's such a new thing, that we're dealing with as game devs now, and I find it very fascinating to navigate. When I started out as a game dev, one of the first things I said in my my interview with the university that I wanted to go to was, I want to figure out how to like close this gap between developers and players, and I feel like we're now in this time where we have a chance to do that, like a real chance, because people can now talk to us, like literally just like one-on-one in a Discord or whatever community, and that's so fascinating to me, and that's scary too, don't get me wrong, for a multitude of reasons.
Yeah, you're on display now.
That's actually a very important like point, is that it's not the same answer for the same, each group, because they are very different. So like that's talking about my World of Warcraft guild, and there's like 50 people in there and we chat and stuff, but it's very different from like the Method organization Discord. There's 35,000 people in there. Like if I at everyone in that server, like the number of little pings, like icon things it grows every time. So like you have to be very careful to only use it for actual important things, or it's more corporate communication than it is like friendly banter. So there's definitely different needs for different servers.
I think it's the thing that I always value for servers that I really like and it's also how I run my own. My own is only a couple hundred people. And it was a desire at the beginning of the pandemic for me to like shrink down my online interactions to something more familiar and like intimate. Is to have really clear rules for what to expect, and that comes down to the transparency that you mentioned, Jade. Like I like to run my personal communities from a direction of I want you to be like the kindest person when you come in here, and I want you to like really think about the value that you bring to other people. And I want like my pet peeve is online communities that have as their number one rule, oh, don't be an asshole or something. I'm like, yeah, okay, but can we
Yeah.
like raise the bar just a little above that?
Yeah.
Like, is that really the lowest we want to go, or can we go, I hope you come here and bring your kindest self, and that you're ready to apologize when things go wrong, because they do. Like, I want to inspire through a leadership of culture what kind of space it is, and I think that's super important. And I'm glad that we're getting like really amazing community managers these days who really care about that particular aspect of online communities. I'm very grateful for that personally.
Yeah, no, I think that's so important. Like, are you willing to like, can you apologize, and can you yeah, can you be that kind of person for us in the community? I think that is so important. I mean, I step over myself a lot. My words do not come easily to me. So like making mistakes is something that I've like definitely learned a lot. And everybody needs a chance to like to be able to learn, and if they're willing to learn, like that's great. But I think that's really great, Jenny. And I mean, we sort of touched on this a bit already, but like I want to know from your perspective, how important has online communities been for getting people through lockdown? Because I mean, it's over a year now, and it's just insane. Like it's a bit intense, everything that's happened.
I think as far as the Discord community that I'm part of, or Summit, it's really helped folks. What I've seen is it helps folks like distract from the fact like there's all this chaos and confusion going outside, and here we have a space where we can talk about how we're feeling about everything, but also if we want to put our energy towards our projects. I've seen folks use like their time to really work on some finished works that they're editing now, which is really awesome. And I know I've definitely written a whole lot more on my project that I'm working on. And I think it's just really helped folks. And we try to make sure that it was constant, like every Saturday. And if it was a holiday, then we would take off. But really having that constant, just having something for folks to look forward to if their week didn't go well, or if working from home was a bit more challenging than expected. But having that safe space for folks to just come. And even there were a lot of protests after the unfortunate death of George Floyd and in my area. And so we really used that time to come together and talk about how we were feeling and how we could support each other during that time, sharing any resources that were available as well. And so it just really fostered a sense of community that even though like we may not be able to hang out in person, and there are some folks like halfway across the country that some other folks might not be able to see or really get to meet physically just yet. Hopefully in the future we can all come together and have like a big like summit at a really nice spot outdoors. But they know that we're all here for each other, and that we're only just a message or IM or a DM away if they need anything.
Discord communities have been a bit of a lifeline for me over the lockdown, I feel. Not that I was in a particularly dark place, but I think everybody collectively has just not been okay this last year. So, like I said, in a way, it's just sort of my way of socializing now. Although, of course, I've got my real life friends, I actually speak to them less. And then I have more interactions just through the Discord server than I do. And especially the friends that have like, I've managed to sort of like migrate sort of onto Discord that have never used it before. Certainly they're using it more now just to like while they're in a meeting, just be like, oh, I'm really bored. Like, we're just like chatting like while we're working and stuff like that. It's just, yeah, it's just something that I have up like all the time at the minute, especially because I am working from home so much these days. And it's just either something to scratch that itch when I'm feeling bored or I'm feeling sad or whether I'm feeling happy, like whatever it is, there's someone online that I want to talk to. So for me, I've met so many good friends. I've met you, Lauren. I've met you, Jade, like, you know, in person too. So it's been like pretty wild from knowing none of you to now knowing pretty much all of you. It's like pretty weird. And I don't know, the game dev community in London, I'm not saying it's small, but there's just like a very few number of very active people. And somehow we're just chatting now. It's just like from not knowing anyone to then knowing like some of the more, I guess, important people. Not that matters particularly, but that saying that like these are people that I wish that I had met like 5-6 years ago, kind of thing. And it also kind of feels like I have known them that long, even though I haven't. It's just very strange, like the entire experience. Yeah.
No, I completely can see that. Like, yeah, I mean, everybody I've met through lockdown, like in the games industry, like before. It's just amazing how many people I've met, and I'm really just nervous about like when we do all actually get to meet each other in person, because I'm just kind of like, oh my gosh, like
So
this is
many
just gonna
people.
be intense.
Yeah, no, but I mean, I went to a lot of festivals and stuff before, like, you know, in terms of like expoing my game and things like that. And there's people that I'd meet, but then there's nowhere to go like afterwards to then like follow up, apart from like sending them an email and stuff like that. Whereas now it's just like, well, I'm trying to drag people from the Discord to the festival so that I can meet them in person, because we've been chatting so long for like 7 months, you know, about doing so. So it's a very strange experience, but something that I really, really like. I prefer this personally. You build up such a long, like a really good foundation for a long friendship through Discord, I think, rather than just these like, you know, chance meetings at events, because you're not going to build like a, you know, a long friendship or a long relationship through that unless you like really put in a lot of effort. So yeah, it's just made it easier for me personally. I don't know about all of you, but I'm sure that you guys agree with me.
No, completely.
Yeah, no, definitely very important, but I also feel like it depends on the community and which Discord server, because some of them are just like proper like, all the extroverted people seem to be like like they congregate to the one server, for example. And then like other servers are just like, no, just chill, just like, does anyone want to hang out in like voice chat for a bit or something? Like it really depends. But I also really like it because I think it's definitely a lot more easier in terms of like, oh, I feel like socializing today, and then you could just like send a few DMs and see what the mood is in different servers, and then like, oh yeah, do you want to like just catch up over lunch or something in voice chat or whatever? But then equally, you could just like, nope, I have done enough computer screen things for today. I'm just gonna log off and lie down in bed for a bit, you know. So I think it's great to have that option of just like, oh yeah, you can be like low-key extrovert if you want to be, but also you can just be like, I just want to chill out and share your company over in voice chat whilst like oh, you're doing like some work and I'm just playing Animal Crossing, but we're still just like chatting randomness in voice chat. So yeah, definitely very important, but also the amount of options we can do. And like, yeah, like Jay, as you said, like you can meet up with people like in a networking event and then do the business card exchange, and then when you get home, you're like, oh, I can't really remember what we chatted about. Like, you have the business card in your hand, and you're like, or you find it like 5 months later in your wallet, and you're like, wow. So yeah, so Discord is just like a, hey, do you wanna just catch up in voice chat? I'm like, oh no, it's okay. So yeah, very important, I think.
I think it was also a lifeline for me, but I didn't know it at the time. I mentioned briefly before that I was, as everyone, I felt very overwhelmed during the beginning of the pandemic, and like, how do you even cope and figure out how to survive this when there was so much uncertainty. So I had a real desire to like shrink my social interactions because it felt like I couldn't hang out with people in real life, and my online spaces felt so overwhelming at the same
Yeah.
time. So I couldn't like balance it out. So I had this idea of starting this private Discord of mine where I would just like invite a couple of people who are also my followers, and most of them are friends, but I just open it up partially to my followers on Twitter. And it's now at around 400 people, and it's such a nice space. Like, I didn't even expect any of this. It's not big, and it's not supposed to be big, but that group feels so nice, and it's built like purely on the idea of being supportive towards each other and playing games together. And we have like mental health channels, and we talk about that stuff very openly, and that was really useful, not only for myself but for everyone else. It felt like, I could shrink the world down to a more manageable size.
Mm.
That felt really really helpful, and I've made really strong friendships during that time. So yeah, I something that Mia said earlier reminded me of how much I've used Discord last year for protest action too. Like, I've used a lot of the features that you can exploit in Discord to like organize really important and complicated things that I've never done before. Like protest action in Seattle was really big around the occupied zone, and we had to like organize supply runs, and it was like this whole thing. So we built this Discord that would just automate a lot of that. So we could use bots for it and like call out people when we needed a driver for something. I don't know. I think back to this year now, sitting here and listening to all of your stories, and I think how versatile, especially Discord, has been to build really specific communities with very specific goals. So yeah, what an amazing tool, right? Like, how
Yeah.
lucky are we that we
Yeah.
have this right now when we needed it like that.
I know completely. I like we keep saying like, if this, I mean, granted, it would be great if this didn't happen like with COVID, but like I can't imagine how we would have gotten through 10 years ago, like without what we have right now, like I can't imagine how that would have gone down. But
Very differently.
very differently.
Yeah, I think it's kind of important to take it back to, we know Discord's not perfect. There's also toxic people who have Discord servers and stuff, and like people who, so it's not a perfect thing, but it was 100% like my savior, even before COVID. I'm a bit of an introverted person in real life. So kind of Discord gives you like ways to fill in the little spots of loneliness that come when you're kind of anxious about meeting new people. And the people that you've known are busy. So like I've made so many beautiful relationships. Like some of my closest friends, I probably would have never met were it not for Discord, because, they live in Seattle or they live in Sweden. And it's just like, I would not have run into them, in Florida. It just wouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
So it's just beautiful people who lift me up and like builds me up when they know I'm struggling. Like they reach out to me before I recognize I'm struggling to say, hey, how are you doing? So it's like beautiful people, like friendships I hope are like lifelong. And it's been around gaming communities that have become, Discord communities that have become great friendships. So I think that it's kind of been that way for a lot of people. Even those people who aren't more introverted, but it's like it gives you so many ways to have connection. You can hop into a voice chat and talk about something that's bothering you. You can play like multiplayer games with friends. You can just find new hobbies, new organizations. Like She Plays Games, I'm a moderator for them. Like I didn't even know you guys existed like 6 months ago. And I was looking for opportunities to be like braver and more and like connected in a professional way when I saw your Twitter posts and started investigating. And it's like that sort of thing is purely down to tools like Discord that give us that connection opportunity.
No, completely. And I'm so happy. I'm so happy to have so many of you around and to have met so many of you through She Plays Games and stuff. Like it's been so magical. And oh, we don't have a lot of time left on this panel. So this for our last question, and we can all answer it quickly, is just what has been, if you can limit it to one or two, like what have been your favorite digital events or initiatives that have happened over lockdown? Like what has been like one of your favorite things that you've seen?
Yeah, I mean, I just really like the coffee chats,
Aw.
personally, just because it's just such a casual hangout, and pajamas are okay, like adorable pet and child run-ins are also completely acceptable.
Yeah.
We just don't, it's really weird for me to be on a video call where it's not in a professional setting. So it's
Mm.
really nice to have like that, you know, just where I can just be like, turn up, no makeup, just say hey to my buds, and just talk, you know, a load of, you know, about whatever we're happening to be talking about that day. Yeah, so I'd say I look forward to the coffee chats on She Plays and Women in Games, but especially She Plays, just because I love you guys so much. But yeah, it's very much something that I look forward to pretty much every few weeks or something, however long we do them.
I think one of them I actually was like doing my laundry during it as well. Like I was just like, I gotta get laundry done, everyone. I'm sorry. And I'm like on the floor folding like my kids' panties and stuff. It's just what happens. But yeah, no, I think that they're really fun.
So I think for me it's definitely my game dev lunches, like because they've been going on for so long, for like about 7 odd years now, like monthly lunches, which has been now like turned into monthly lunchtime Discord chats. But I think the big things that I always look forward to is actually our game jams. So like thank goodness I have Adam and Stu and like the Game Dev London crew just like helping me organize this, because without that, having that team backup, like I would have just continued just doing like lunches or something like
Mm.
that. But you know, having the team there just like, hey, we have a theme, this is like a GDL like summer game jam, and then like, you know, prepping all of that is it's small but exciting as well, because it just builds the community, and like that's what I really look forward to.
No, completely. Oh, I'm so excited for when you can actually do one in person as well, because
Yes.
they meet at is it the St. Pancras Library, was it?
Yeah, so St. Pancras Square Library, it's like my local library. It's not like the fancy British library thing. It's just like
Yeah.
let's meet in the cafe bit, and then we just like book out the 2 tables, and then like we all congregate there, and then we get really passionate and talk about games, and then the security guard will look over the balcony just going like, and then I
Yeah.
had to do a bit of like volume control, like, I'm really sorry, but we are part of the library. But
We're
people
just really
appreciated that.
excited.
Yeah,
But
people really liked it. It's oh sorry, I was just gonna say like it's such a difference from like the after work pub type networking meetings.
Mm.
So yeah, that's I try to like bring that aspect back to our Discord.
Yeah. And I'm just really excited. I just can't wait.
I've been thinking, because I gotta be honest, I didn't go or didn't participate in a lot of online events. I felt so drained by a lot of things.
Yeah. No,
But
I can totally feel that.
I do like I do like it when people have to get really creative with like finding events or organizing things to get the community together. One of them was at work, actually. So, you know, a lot of people are trying to figure out how do you do team building while we're
Mm.
apart like this. So what we did was we got really creative and we organized this game show. This I teamed up with our audio designers, and we put together like an actual like what's the sound quiz show
Oh,
for the entire
cool.
team.
I
And it
love
was
that.
so fun and so weird, and I don't know, it was one of the best team building events I've ever had as a result, because we had to be so creative in how we approached it, and that was super fun. The other part of that event was that we sent out like a little plan to every single one of our team members, and we're now like talking about every day if the plants are still alive.
Yeah.
With the idea that once we can all go back to the office together, that we will bring them to our desks together. And that would be fun.
Oh, that'd be so cool. But no, I love that. I love that. I remember there was like a really big thing about the guy who was doing the pub quiz on Twitch and stuff. And like, I think those kind of game nights have been so fun. Like, I did a lot with Jackbots like during lockdown, and it's just thank goodness for all of that. Like, I just had so much fun.
I really appreciated the efforts being taken to create online versions of canceled live events. I know that I'm on the esports side of gaming, and events are huge. Like, 2019, I went to DreamHack Sweden. I went to TwitchCon. I went to BlizzCon. I go to BlizzCon every year, but like I was only looking forward to more. And then COVID happened. It was very locked down. So even small things, like we got a little taste of BlizzCon Online. We had BlizzCon Online in February. So I go to BlizzCon every year, and it's not just because it's my main game, but also the company I work for has its roots in World of Warcraft. So there's always stuff around that to worry about. But some of my really good friendships are people I only see at events. So like in February, we sat in a Discord chat with some of those people, turned up the music way too loud and pretended we were in the Hilton lobby just while we're like opening at BlizzCon. And it was, little things that kind of help you make it through until hopefully next year we can all go back.
Yeah, and hopefully, no con flu. Like we'll all have our sanitizer on full pal and just our plastic bubbles around us and
deodorant.
Deodorant. Like we'll all be ready. We'll all be smelling disinfectant essentially. But yeah, no, I'm stoked for that. But that's so cool.
There's so many to choose from. And at my work, we had to learn how to really. I do a lot of work, not just with our internal community, but also with our DE&I employee network groups. And so we've been able to do a lot of amazing virtual events and just bring folks from all over the company to really engage with one another and learn from one another. And then, like on a personal note, we actually had our 1-year anniversary award show for the Storyteller Summit, back in April. So we kind of threw together this, me and the moderators, we everyone got an award, and this is the person that wrote the best dungeon master. This is the best future novelist or future screenwriter. And then everyone has a pet. So we did a little segment on their pets. I don't have one here. I have one back in my family home, so I miss my dog dearly. And Jenny, I love your cat, so I'm vicariously living through you.
I know. I love that cat.
And we were able to have folks read a couple of their work so we could hear what they're working on. So that's been really cool. And then just really been watching a whole lot of amazing virtual demonstrations for folks in the social justice space or in the cultural, celebrating cultural identity space. There was a great virtual presentation of Dolores Huerta's 90th birthday last year, and it was really awesome. And so just watching all these things is just, I've been taking as much inspiration as I can from them to see what I can apply both at work, but also to our Discord channels to make them even more interactive and engaging.
No, completely. I think it's definitely going to be a lot more creative, a lot more creative stuff coming out over the next year or two. But yeah, that's all we really have time for this panel. But thank you all. Thank you all for coming and talking. And real quick, if y'all want to plug anything that you want to plug to close us out.
Oh yeah, sure. You can find me any day online under @Gawami on Twitter. I like chatting to people. I like to talk about game design. I post pictures of my cat a lot because
It's good.
I feel like I owe it to the internet.
Very attractive cat. Yeah, absolutely.
I sometimes write for Polygon, and if you're interested in space games, Hard Space Shipbreaker is still in early access, and we have a really lovely Discord community to join.
Yay!
Hey, as I put on my little card, you can follow me on Twitter at Method Jessie. I don't have a lot of like forward-facing content creation. It's not my specialty, but I'm happy to chat. I'm excited about having so many amazing opportunities to grow professionally, especially with this lovely group of people. But I'm happy to chat with anyone, so just reach out.
You can follow me on Twitter at Mia G Watkins at Mia G Watkins on Twitter. And then I have a couple of things on my website at miajanae.com if you want to check that out. And lots of folks like find me on LinkedIn and ask me questions about getting to the gaming industry. So if you're a LinkedIn connoisseur, feel free to hit me up there and I can help with any questions about stuff I can hopefully answer what you're looking for in the gaming industry.
Hey, yeah, you could follow me on Twitter at JWShin. I'm also on LinkedIn as well. But mainly, I'd like you to follow Arrogant Pixel if possible. We make indie games, cute stuff. And yeah, I think that's about it, though. Yeah.
Hello. Yes, you can follow me on my Twitter. That's at JD Wasabi. If you're interested in joining my Discord community, that's under Game Dev London. Yeah, happy to help answer random questions about the industry as well. I've been in it for a while. I've seen it grow and change. So yeah, hit me up as well. I'm not a LinkedIn person. My LinkedIn is dead. So you can message me there. I probably will not reply because I forget it exists. So just, yeah, heads up.
No, I totally know what you mean. But yeah, I'm Lauren. Again, I host She Plays Games, but you can find us at She Plays Podcast on Twitter, Instagram, and iTunes and everything. But yes, other than that, thank you all so much for joining us and see you around.
Thank you, Lauren.
Thanks, Lauren.
Turn those old Dungeons and Dragons into dollars and dividends by owning your own adventuring franchise. From its humble beginnings as D&D Live Play, expanding to stage, podcast, and stream, with Acquisitions Incorporated, there's never been a better time to get the money.
Hey, it's Owen Dron, CEO of Acquisitions Incorporated. Imagine digging a hole, but instead of finding a body, you find real wealth. And a body. One you put there. Buy my book.
We partnered with Wizards of the Coast to bring the official Acquisitions Incorporated experience to your home campaign. Learn how to run your own franchise, how to staff it with new player options for specializations, spells, and equipment, stats for iconic characters and monsters, and put your franchisees to the test with an included campaign for levels 1 to 6. Obviators are standing by. with the official D&D Acquisitions Incorporated book,
You could do what you wanna do. Ow!
Did you know? The primary syllabaries or character sets on the internet are kamoji and emoji. Where kamoji are used to convey complete sentences or phrases, emoji are intended to be parsed separately and can be integrated with other writing systems. And that's a fact about the internet.
Attention campers. Today's lunch will be pork and beans on toast. The vegan option is beans and beans on toast. The paleo option will be pork and pork on a stone slab. The gluten-free option will be pork and beans on pork and beans. That is all.
Did you know? Elder millennials and more hip Gen Xers speak fondly about dial-up internet, a system whereby anyone who is interested in using the internet would need to call and remain on the line with Thaumaturd, the uplink, and provide him with thrilling conversation throughout their session. And that's a fact about the internet.
Did you know? SQL Slammer is both the name of a computer worm that almost turned off the whole internet back in 2003, and an extremely potent tequila drink. Sadly, the drink's recipe was lost forever when the floppy disk containing it fell out of a child's hands into the San Francisco Bay. And that's a fact about the internet.
decided, you know what, I've dabbled in indie games. I'm going to give this one last shot.
Let's just make a game.
It felt like jumping to the deep end.
I realized that making games is like a real thing that you can do.
It's just so, that's the word, is liberating.
We owned this project. Success for us is defined as being able to continue to do this because we really love it.
We want to be what we know.
Making something that people enjoy.
Due to an unforeseen graham cracker, chocolate bar, and marshmallow shortage, S'mores Night will not be held this evening. However, we will be serving melted M&Ms on toast and fried bananas in the lodge at dusk.
Did you know that in 1977, Robbie Lerman of the Unicron Consortium experienced the very first reply all disaster when he accidentally transmitted a message intended for his office mate to every computer linked via the ARPANET system. To all 30 institutions, he sent the words, "Bob Metcalf's a real fink." And that's a fact about the internet.
Earth used to be our home, until the nuclear catastrophe plunged it into chaos. After 150 years, we've finally returned to the surface of the Earth. But the planet...
Welcome to our panel on esports education and career paths. I'm Chris Spakowski, co-founder and CEO of Coalition of Parents in Esports. I was lucky enough to find myself in this gaming world as my 17-year-old son is Skeptic, pro Fortnite gamer and content creator for Misfits Gaming. My son knew from a very young age that he wanted to be a YouTuber and a gamer. So just like when I was his coach in Little League, I supported his dreams by making sure he had the right equipment, had the right time to practice and to create video content, and also had me on the sidelines cheering his every accomplishment. His success has been phenomenal, but I've also learned that being a pro is not the only avenue to success here. Most parents still see gaming as a wasteful activity that cuts into study time, lacks real social interaction, and promotes unhealthy lifestyles. We at COPE know differently. With the right focus and the right parent support, it can be a great learning tool for many transferable business and technical skills, as well as to a career path in a field you'll love. Along with other parents of pro gamers and influencers, we formed the nonprofit Coalition of Parents in Esports last year to connect gamers and parents to the growing network of organizations that can help you find your education and career path in esports. Educators know that anything interactive is the best way to learn. K through 12 and universities are just beginning to embrace esports as a tool for education and a more inclusive sport for competition. Now with me today, we have some of the top innovators from esports education, recruitment, and pro orgs. They're here to answer a few of our questions and share their knowledge on the opportunities in esports that are available and accessible to everyone. Please grab your parents to watch with you or send them a link and ask them to take a moment to open their mind to an alternate view of gaming. They may just be surprised to learn about recruiting, scholarships, and careers. And you may also be surprised to find it's kind of cool to have your parents cheering next to you during your tournament. Now, let's take a minute to have each of the panelists introduce themselves. We'll start with Richard.
Hello, everybody. My name is Rick Suarez. I am the Managing Director for Stay Plugged In.
And we will go over to Hussein.
Hi, everybody. I'm Hussein. I'm the president for Misfits Gaming and also this org that brought on Skeptics, so I'm glad to be here.
That's correct. Welcome. Danny?
Hello, my name is Danny Martin. I am the co-founder and CEO of Exposure, which is an esports technology education platform.
Welcome. Glad to have you. Clint?
Hi, everybody. I'm sorry we're not joining you on the floor of PAX East right now. It's been too long. Can we have that back next year, please? So Clint Kennedy, I am the Chief Evangelist for Learn to Esport. I'm also a board member for NASIF.
All right, thanks. And last but not least, Moog.
I am Mike Aguilar, also known as Moog. I'm the Director of Esports and Co-Curricular Innovation for the University of Oklahoma.
Excellent. Great. Thanks again, everybody, for being here. Glad to have you. And glad to have you on our first panel that Cope is hosting. So yeah, let's get right into questions here. And I found it quite fascinating that as we put this, and this wasn't even intentional, as we put the panel together, it just kind of turned out that we had somebody representing K through 12, someone from high school, someone from college recruiting, and the Tier 1 esports organization. So it was kind of cool. So we'll start with Clint. So I guess tell me, why do you feel that esports in K through 12 schools is important, and what are the benefits for kids?
So I will not share my entire origin story, but I really got into this. I'm a former teacher, CTO, and public school administrator in a series of public schools over my career. And I really got into this about 6 years ago when I was trying to build out, I was tasked with building out a soft skills curriculum kind of horizontally across the traditional silos of English, science, math, social studies, and what have you. Very long story, very short. I started working with a group of student leaders, and they really led me to understand the value of esports and how it could be used almost as a Trojan horse to provide opportunities for experiences, for them to build skills, habits of mind, and knowledge around particular soft skills, critical thinking, collaboration, communication, and the like. So that has always been kind of the guiding principle for how and why I've engaged in the esports community and trying to provide opportunities for students to provide more opportunities, if you will. Obviously, there's an engagement piece. I've worked for a handful of orgs that are in the scholastic esports space. Some of the data we collected previously is roughly 45% of students that were engaging with school teams had never been part of a school club, activity, or sport, what have you. That number goes close to 85, 90% when you ask specifically, have you ever been part of a school sport? So we're missing a whole group of students out there that are engaging in super meaningful, fun, important activities that are not sponsored, not appreciated, not being fostered by the typical school community. So for me, that's really why I'm here, was an easy get and so forth. So that's really why where I start with what the value is. And I think that is becoming more and more on the it's on the radar screen, and more school leaders, state educational leaders, and the like, because we've seen this constant drumbeat from colleges, universities, employers, the military, and the like, where they're saying, listen, we can teach the hard skills, very broadly speaking. We can teach the hard skills, but we're having a more and more difficult times teaching the soft skills so that young people can be play a meaningful role in our organization, but also I would take even a step back in helping young people be a meaningful part of the national and global conversation that we're having. If I can do that with structured programs in esports in schools, well, then I get to play games with them, which is cool. But I also can help them be better citizens, hopefully, and be part of that larger conversation.
That is amazing. Thank you. And that leads me over to, it's a good segue into my next question here. A lot of times with COPE, we're answering questions from kids on how can I get my parents on board, or even how can I get my school to think about a club or an organization. So that's where, Danny, you come in. You've successfully worked with schools and parents. How do you approach them to change their view on esports?
Yeah, so that's a really, really good question. And I'll just speak on like an experience. Like for us being in the southern sector of Dallas, which is predominantly minority, the sales cycle from that of a instruction perspective, like a school, would be much longer. So we have to really focus on how can we get into the parents so the parents can recognize the value of esports and the education that comes along with it. In our area, there are no esports programs. There weren't any esports programs in school. So talking to them about esports is like, what? Like it should be, if it's that important, it should be in a school. But it was like, you can't really say, oh, it's coming, you know? They're like, all right, well, let me know when it's there, right? So ultimately for us, we had to have a top-down approach. And ultimately it was going in front of the mayors, the individuals that can make decisions for the city, and ultimately allowing them to actively see the importance of esports and esports education from an economic perspective. How do you get individuals to know, to come to these particular cities? And we're fortunate to be surrounded by 7 cities, which we call the Best Southwest, and ultimately having events that allows the mayors and the council individuals to be able to see esports education and actively engage with esports, from even just playing Rocket League or any other games when they come to our facility. It gives them the instance of saying, this is something that's really good for our city. It can help the actual young individuals within our city stay out of trouble, right? That's a big thing, is like, how can we help the police system, do their jobs and have a better engagement with the actual youth within our area. So ultimately allowing them to say, hey, this is a good thing for our city. And ultimately it allows them to go to the superintendents, and then it allows the superintendents to go to the principals, and then the principals, engage with the actual teachers. And then the teachers have the opportunity to engage with the parents and let them know of all the important elements from a social perspective. And then also the career element in regards to esports and how education plays fit in that. And ultimately, once the parents are able to hear it from someone that they are, they respect, then it's the light bulbs come on where it's like, all right, this may be good for my child. And the child is already looking at it like, man, I've been telling you this forever, so ultimately it hits them from 2 angles from a parent perspective, where they're hearing it from their youth, while at the same time, they're hearing it from the principals and the individuals a part of the community. So, when I think about the importance, it's ultimately just recognizing that once you just really have to have that data, and the individuals that speak on the data, when it comes down to what was just mentioned, 45%, that's a lot of individuals who are not active in the sports scene from a traditional perspective. And so ultimately, when it comes down to seeing that a city like where we're at, where it's known for sports, it's actively the parents who are, their child is like, I'm not too much into sports. They now have another option, and ultimately they can have that opportunity to have camaraderie with their youth, their son or daughter. And, by seeing that top-down approach, that is really what we've had to go, because the schools were not hip to esports organizations and programs and things of that until we actively came into the city. And now everybody, a part of all of these cities, know about esports. And that's the biggest element for us to be engaged with the parents of this particular community and communities all around.
That's amazing. Appreciate your work. With COPE, we have a lot of the same issues, talking to parents and getting getting them to change their mind, open their mind up to different things. But when we do, a lot of the parents and a lot of the kids too, they think about esports and they only think about winning tournaments in the competitive scene. Mike, over at OU, tell me a little bit about your program, and tell me about the different careers in this space and how it's not so dependent on just a competitive skill level.
Yeah, absolutely. So great, man. The lead up, you weren't joking. The lead up for these conversations is just so organic feeling already. But yeah, so when we sat down to kind of put pen to paper and decide what we wanted to do at OU, over the course of the last 5 years, we've been looking at three different focuses. One, what the students were capable of, what they were passionate about. Two, the university mission to align it for the value addition back to it, and also kind of help the university have buy-in to it as well, instead of going against the grain exclusively. And then third, what's the industry doing? What was actually making these events happen? What was bringing in those revenue streams? What was the diversification opportunity? And so when we look at esports, yes, the intercollegiate esports component, traditional athletics type pipeline where you're developing teams to compete on national and global stages was going to be an inevitability in collegiate energies. However, the path to pro is unfounded still in the collegiate pipeline. Chris and Hussein represent that very energy, not even in the age group of going to college, already in that sector. And so that was kind of the other opportunity of looking at mental health opportunities for community engagement. If we talk about some of the bigger name brands, as far as some correlations, we look at companies like Nerd Street Gamers, which is basically a massive tournament organizer. Then what does that draw parallels to? NCAA is a tournament organizer, NFL is a tournament organizer, NBA is a tournament organizer. You have to have good event planning. You have to understand the logistics. That can tie back to business degrees, international business degrees, retail chain management, sports team management, sports business, all kinds of applications in regards to that. Not to say that the higher educational pipeline is the way to do that. However, that is a way to one, modernize curriculum to cater to the industry while also promoting that this is more than just playing video games. But then we go one step further and looking at, well, how do we build the advocacy that we need to get that word out? Well, we have, ESPN. What's the equivalent to that? Now that, especially now that ESPN's not doing esports anymore, you have Kotaku, you have .esports, you have these other outlets. Well, how do we get writers there? How do we help them understand where to find that news, do those interviews, do event coverage, get used to that portion of the industry that's absolutely needed to gain visibility for events, gain documentation of things, elevate champions, showcase the opportunities of rich diversification that this topic represents. That has to be from a journalistic track. It can't just entirely rely on the individual influencer to promote their own channels. It has to be the bigger elevation to get these in front of those bigger brands, the AT&Ts, the Verizons, the Lexuses, those other brands are getting it, Louis Vuitton, Ducati with Riot specifically. Then we move into production, which Danny has a massive emphasis on and was one of the very first pillars that we built. Was shoutcasting is absolutely critical. Without the production elements of esports, it's literally kind of just like playing video games. There's no showcase. There's no entertainment component. There's no ability to sell that for sponsorships, media rights, marketing deals, which generates the revenue to sustain organizations, to develop bigger platforms, bigger leagues, bigger reach, bigger opportunities to impact and create inspirations, showcase of those same champions. Next, we moved on into influencer style streaming, streaming and media. Again, companies like FaZe Clan, 100 Thieves have a big component into influencer style media, more for the community and fan engagement components, but they still advocate for those brands, which also have those esports components in it as well, offering other opportunities for revenue streams, diversification to stabilize these businesses. Because if your team loses and that's where all your eggs are in that basket, what's your other revenue streams to solidify that business moving forward? And then naturally, intercollegiate esports, I always leave that kind of last because all that infrastructure is important for us to advocate for our own teams, but also showcase that all of these things are degree tracks. They're all opportunities, not to emphasize that the degree tracks are the way to get into the industry, but the future is that any industry that we reference that is now here today, we can reference a Steve Jobs at Apple and Elon Musk, any of these pioneers, they had these ideas and then they got to this point where their bandwidth was limited and then they had to go back, hire people to stabilize them at this level, plateau, so they could catapult to the next idea. Well, that's kind of the purpose of what I look at how we're presenting this, because yes, I'm going to have champions. Yes, I'm going to have innovators. However, you still need people that are going to be able to do production no matter what. You're still going to have to be being able to develop the succession of those different leaders and middle management, lower management, entry-level positions, upper tier, C-level suite energies as we see more and more brands get into this space. So we looked at the entire industry to find organic tie-ins to not only degree tracks, but what the industry actually needed to stabilize it, to elevate it to that next plateau.
Yeah, so many different career opportunities, career paths. It's I think that was the biggest eye-opening thing when I first got into the space, was how vast and open it was. So when we're talking about colleges, universities like OU, most people have no idea that there are esports recruiting, scholarships, university programs. When I initially mentioned those to people, those crazy ideas, they kind of blow me off and they don't believe me. But as I start telling them more, they start to lean in a little bit, and they're just like, all right, well, that sounds pretty awesome. There's really something like that. So Rick, tell me a little bit about Stay Plugged In and how you're bridging the gap for aspiring esports players and their higher education goals.
Sure. And also, thank you for having me on the panel, Chris. I appreciate it. Stay Plugged In. We're basically a matchmaking service, if you will, for the high school esports player to find the right fit at the collegiate level, whether it's Oklahoma University or any of the other hundreds of universities that are out there that offer esports scholarships and or clubs. For us, what we try to really focus and hone our skill set on is really making sure it's a good match at the end of the day. You find most kids are able to play and compete at a variety of different skill levels on esports. Now, you'll find some universities or colleges that they're looking for the very best of the best players because they want to win. They want to win championships. They want to bring home trophies, everything else. Very similar to traditional sports, not very different there in the landscape. But there's a number of schools that are just getting their program started or are looking to build around the culture of their program. And I think Mike's hit upon a number of different skill sets that they're literally looking for. So part of our platform, and I think part of what Danny does as well, is we're actually trying to implement some skill sets that will help bolster those students' resumes, whether it's shoutcasting, production, video editing, graphic design, etc. And we do it through experiential learning. We'll hire a number of interns, literally, whether it be virtual or in person here in Charlotte, to come in and really help hone those skill sets on top of the gaming. All of the kids want a game. We know that. That's the first and foremost thing that they want to do. But once we're able to identify academically, kind of where they're located from a geographic position, what their skill sets are in the game, and then all of those ancillary skills that they can bring to the table, then it's kind of easier to find that mix or match of schools, if you will, that we can point them towards. Because at the end of the day, not only do we want them to be successful in finding the school, we want them to stay in the school as well. And I think a part of that too is we offer free coaching and mentors. Now, most of the time people will hear coaching, great, my son or daughter is going to get better at the game if I go through Stay Plugged In. Not so fast. It really isn't necessarily to enhance their skill set in the game, but it's really more so to enhance the foundation of the character of the player. One of the deficiencies currently, because this space is just so explosive, one of the deficiencies we see at the high school level is there's not a lot of high school coaches at the end of the day. Most of the gamers that are out there are playing and competing with teammates that they may not have ever met in person before. They're just online and they put together the great Rocket League team or what have you. While certainly there are a number of great high school coaches out there, and we do get that, it's just few and far between. So part of what we try to do is provide mentorship for a number of the individuals through our platform to just understand, what does good sportsmanship look like, right? What does it mean to take advantage of some of what these schools out there are offering from an educational perspective, from a scholarship perspective? Again, whether it's a club or not, I think is to a degree almost irrelevant. Obviously, money helps, but to be able to step on a collegiate campus and be embraced by people that have a like mindset and love things similar to what you do, that's all I would ever want for my son or daughter. So I think that's what a number of parents can certainly get behind. When you add the financial aspect to it, that's important as well. So we really try to help the student population just kind of understand, how do I go about this better? How can I be the best version that I can now go and sell myself to a Mike Aguilar or any other coach and say, hey, this is what I actually bring to the table that will get Mike or anyone else super excited to say, this is exactly the type of person I want on my collegiate campus.
Yeah, that's great. I think a lot of kids really need that great mentorship to help mold them into great members of society, productive members of society as a whole, not just within the esports community. So that leads me into Hussein. One of the great things of having my son near Misfits headquarters is that I get to bring him there and drop him off, and he gets to spend a lot of time behind the scenes just to kind of see how the inner workings of an organization move and how all the pieces interconnect and how much bigger it is than just him sitting in front of a computer and streaming. So as the president of Misfits Gaming, you've got players from League of Legends, Overwatch, COD, Fortnite. I think most people would be surprised at how many additional roles there are in an organization and how many people it takes to get an organization to run. Can you tell me about some of those roles and about what Misfits Gaming looks for in new hires?
Yeah, so there's two aspects of it, right? There's the competitive gaming esports aspect, and then there's the influencer talent part. Um, so just in the competitive aspect, before it used to be you had 5 players, they form a team together, you play online, you happen to make it. That was like 5 to 7 years ago. Now you have a competitive player that comes on for the first time in the Tier 1 league. They all of a sudden have access to performance coaches, head coaches, assistant coaches, strategy coaches, positional coaches, nutritional chef that's on site, team managers, assistant managers. They suddenly have brand and media training happening. Like it's a huge escalation from just the video game and what happens in the map to building out a holistic 360 view of what a professional gaming player needs to be. And that's really where esports is at now, and is only growing there, is really providing these tools for players who are, unlike traditional sports, often going just from playing games in their bedrooms to suddenly being the face of an organization. Making sure that they have the tools to feel comfortable with the additional visibility, with the sudden nerves with playing on stage for the first time and what that means. So really a lot of the positions that are available that are built around competitive teams these days are not so much about in-game stuff, and it's more about creating as much support structures as possible to make sure that the players feel like they're still focused on one thing alone, and they feel like everything else is sort of taken care of for them, or they're being taught their way through it. Um, so on the competitive aspect, there's like, I don't know, like a support system for a team is probably like anywhere from 8 to 10 coaches of various different responsibilities and roles that support players. Then you go into the other side of it, which is influencers and content creators, YouTubers, Twitch streamers, who are also quite often very young and are again seeing a ton of visibility, and in a lot of cases, um, a much harsher reality than professional players do, since they're online much more and they're often interacting much more 24/7. And so specifically for them, making sure that they're taught how to go offline from streaming and from fan perception and from social media, and how to unload all that, that's a full-time position. Um, Teaching them how to interact on Twitter specifically, so that they're tweeting a certain way, they're tweeting at certain times, they're hitting the algorithm for each platform. That's a full-time position. That's someone there that's in charge of keeping on top of every single social media or broadcasting platform, to make sure that influencers and creators can, again, they can perform at their best, but they don't have to worry so much about all the other things, that they can focus on what made them big, which might be their creativity or their game knowledge, whatever it may be, right? So really a lot of the roles behind the scenes that make that 5% that the fans see possible is support structures to make sure that anything that's not on the screen is taken care of for talent. And that's really, I think, where a ton of focus is starting to be put now, from a hiring perspective as well. For example, we have this Misfits Academy program now. Skeptic has actually been a mentor for players that have won the chance to participate in this program. When Skeptic signed with Misfits initially, he was 14, and nothing like that existed for him. And so 2 years later, to see him be sort of this figure who can look at kids his age, and teach them the ways, is an example of like someone that sort of went the harder way, I guess, and is now providing some tools and resources and knowledge back, so that other players and individuals that come up in that spot can have an easy time of it. And also, because we've gone through that system, we can also look at people like Skeptic and be like, okay, so what could have made it easier on Griffin when he was 14? Okay, let's try to make that a reality for influencers, talents, players, whatever it may be in 2021, right? So a lot of our hiring that's done from a player and talent perspective is trying to figure out how to make it easier for this young age group that's suddenly in the spotlight of everybody. Learning from the mistakes of the past.
And I think one of the the best things that I've seen you guys do is your focus on mental health and wellness over at Misfits. A lot of parents fear that esports is going to lead to that unhealthy lifestyle. How have you been how has Misfits been addressing that challenge for your own players? And how can we encourage other players for, to focus on their health and wellness, their mental health and physical wellness, just like any other sport?
Yeah. So one, we've announced this very recently, but we have Carolyn, who's our chief wellness advisor, that is literally in charge of building out systems for players, talents, and also for staff, to try to find the right work-life balance, to try to find the right way to deal with stress, like work stressors, and create systems that proactively try to prevent a lot of stuff. So there's a person at the C level that's in charge of creating systems for every single type of position at Misfits. For players specifically, mental health has, especially when you're like 14, 15, 16, you don't quite realize how bad things get till you're in there, till it's too late. Like, you don't realize what it's like to fail an important play in front of 100,000 people and then have all of that criticism on social media for the next month, like, right, till that happens. And so instead of waiting for that, it really is about trying to find tie-ins where, oh, if you do this outside of the game, this is how it might improve for you in game. This is the benefit you might see in your play. Like trying to create these buy-in systems, so that players can find a more short-term, immediate purpose for it. But once they're kind of like in these habits, once they're sort of building these rituals, and once they're really integrating a lot of different mental health strategies, and they start seeing results, the players generally automatically want to learn more. That's kind of the curiosity just gets to them. And so a lot of our system is Carolyn's a great addition. She's already been doing a ton of work with our LEC team over in Europe, and we're seeing results of that directly in win-loss, for example. That's not exactly one-to-one correlation, but there's a very clear metric where Carolyn was brought in. We hired performance coaches. We created a whole structure and system around when they wake up, what they eat, how they practice, one-on-ones with performance coaches and sports psychologists, and then that resulting in a win-loss. So there's like a positive impact there from a competitive aspect for our influences and for our talent. It's about, again, creating those, like, a lot of different one-on-one systems, having a strong network of mental health professionals that they have access to, so that they can find help specifically for what they might be looking for. It's been a big mission statement for us to try to make sure that, especially on the public facing end, anyone that is dealing with that on a day-to-day business as their job has the tools offline to be able to cope with it.
Yeah, it's been great seeing you guys lead the way with kind of tackling that stigma and putting it out in the open and making people realize that it's okay to address, it's okay to talk about. And I know that's one of the big inhibitors that parents see that this leads to, with letting their kids get into gaming and esports. With that being said, Clint, what are some of the inhibitors you see from schools adopting programs, and how do we overcome that? How do we get them to get them on board?
Well, the first problem was always awareness, and thankfully we are starting to really make some real gains, with the attention that esports has garnered in mainstream media and the like. There's few people that it's not anywhere on their radar screen. So that's step number one. So thank you all, community and such, for that. Number two is really kind of know-how and really guidance on what those next steps are. I've decided there's value in this. I've heard it from my students. I've heard it from the community. I'm kind of getting a green light to pursue this. What are my next steps, and how do I do that in an intelligent way, from budgeting to find a coach, to doing it safely and appropriately, to picking titles that are appropriate for my school culture and my community, all of those other pieces. And there are many orgs out there that are tackling the scholastic esports opportunity, some doing them in different ways from others, some from a nonprofit perspective, some from a for-profit perspective, and so on. That's a whole nother session. So my suggestion would be lean into those orgs that are good community members and also value building sustainable programs from a full holistic view. That's not just pathway to pro and promising, full rides and scholarships, although that's wonderful. And if you get that, amen. But also a pathway to industry and engagement and so forth. You know, as I've run high school level programs, you know, for every one kid that's interested in a state title and a varsity letter in esports, which is really cool. First time I saw that, there's another 2 to 3 students who want to find their community, who want to hang out, be scrim partners, run a tournament, be part of that community. They're looking to be engaged. So that should always be kept in mind. If we start talking about some very specific practical pieces of this, student data privacy is becoming a very large issue. Right or wrong, we have 50 different flavors of what that looks like across the US anyway, and different states have embraced that in different ways. Some, I would argue, the pendulum has swung far too much to the other side. Everyone's intentions, I think, are pure. They want to protect student data and they don't want it being sold, et cetera, et cetera. That being said, to have a state where even me as a parent with a high school age student who wants to be a part of an esports program competing in a certain title, even if a permission slip signing my rights away is not good enough at times. So we need to continually monitor that, what's appropriate, what's not. We want to protect young people, but we certainly don't want it to swing so far where we're limiting their options, their growth, and what can actually be accomplished at a faster rate in schools. Then, you know, there are practical implications, you know, facilities and access to technology and the like. And the big one, the data I've seen is roughly of all the high school programs across the US anyway, about half of the coaches, or I would argue general manager, because when I started this 6 years ago, I certainly didn't want to be called a coach. I didn't have enough game knowledge to be really a coach. So I considered myself a general manager. You know, getting those well-intentioned adults who are Board of Education employees some type of stipend, be it part of the bargaining unit for a club or an athletic activity or a new sport. I think that's really important. I believe that, you know, again, for sustainability and growth, we need to make sure that this is part of those budgets. So that's my answer, kind of big picture on some of those buckets. It's a really accelerating opportunity for a lot of schools that are looking to bring these opportunities on, and they're not interested in handing over all the control or a one-size-fits-all solution. They want it to make sure that it's embraced and accommodates the school culture, but at the same time provides real accelerated opportunities, both for a potential pathway to pro and potentially, as I'm very interested in, this pathway to industry.
You know, one of the things that I love that everybody has kind of touched on is that it's not just about professional growth here. There's a lot on everybody's trying to push for personal growth as well. And it's definitely allowing for a much more well-rounded person and human being, which I love to see. So Danny, tell me about some of the programs. I know you guys focus over at Exposure around, you know, personal and professional growth as well. So tell me about some of the programs you're developing over at Exposure and how they benefit and provide for some personal and professional growth.
Yeah, that's awesome. So I know we're publicly releasing on July 12th our E2E immersion program. And basically what it is a 4-week program that allows the students, a part of ISDs, plus that of parents that do not have esports organizations in their current geographic location, allows the students to participate in utilizing our technology functionality for that first week to log on, get their credentials, and go through what I like to call the 5 segments of esports. It's management, marketing, technology, competition, and production. Allows the individuals to engage with content that we shoot from our studios and then have assessments that they can be able to test their knowledge within those specific segments. And on the second week, which is pretty cool, and it's so cool because this is how we came up. Our staff right now, we have around about 22 individuals on our staff, and 75% of those are under the age of 22. This comes from the instance of me going into high schools and colleges and saying, hey, we need help. This is what we need. And we know that your talent, whether you're a videographer, photographer, you know, a marketing specialist, all of these roles were needed to help us build our organization. So now we're giving that back to students to build their own esports organization. So on that second week, we pair students into groups of 5, and they mimic a general manager, a head coach, a marketing specialist, a production technician, and a software developer. And they actively fantasy draft athletes that are on the aspiring projection for professional growth within any type of game, whether that's NBA 2K or Rocket League, and they're actively able to run their own esports organization. So I always coin it as the students get to come into our facility or virtual and feel as if like they're Jerry Jones and sitting in the box office looking how their team and collaborating with their teammates in regards to running their own esports organization. By that third week, they all have assignments that are applicable to that specific role. So like the head coach would focus in on the data and actually drafting those players. The marketing specialist would utilize our functionality to engage with their marketing strategy. And we built the functionality like a Facebook and a Reddit put together to where they can actively showcase their actual discussions and their content that they want to share about their esports organization. And a software developer, we built a micro website builder. So therefore the software developer has the same type of skills as if they were to use GoDaddy or Squarespace to build their own website. And this is the instance of building their website for their esports organization. So every role has an opportunity to collaborate for the main reason. And the main reason is to actively showcase their skill sets. So therefore they can have something that's tangible within this industry. So they can actively go to their parents, their administrators, but most importantly, their next employers and say, hey, this is what I've done. Because as running an esports organization, I like to see what someone has actively done in this space, whether it's volunteering, whether that's getting paid for what they do, but actively understanding that someone is really passionate and they went forward with actively doing things inside of this industry makes it easier for a nimble organization like ourselves to really say, okay, let's come on in, let's help us, let's continue like growing to be able to add impact to this industry as it's growing. So ultimately for us, this immersion program helps us give that out to that of young individuals who are actively engaged. And currently right now, just going into schools and offering our program, it's like just to see schools already going through within our pilot. Like today, we just left Lancaster ISD and we have 26 students that are actively involved in our program and they're loving it just to see that they're actively asking questions and wanting to know about production and want to know about marketing, and they're engaged and their teachers are loving it due to the fact that this is the first time they've actually seen their students like excited about something that the school is offering. And the cool thing is that the schools are actively paying them to perform and to engage with our program. So at this point right now, we're seeing that active engagement and giving them real-time experiences is something that excites young individuals to actively say, man, I can do this. And now I really want to take a step further and going into the workspace with confidence and something that's very critical, experience. And ultimately for us, that's how our programs, and we're looking at being able to have programs every single month that gives individuals the opportunity to showcase their skill sets.
And that's the great thing about esports is anybody who has that active interest in it, it's everything is right here for them. Everything is right here. All the information is here, all the opportunities. And esports certainly has the ability to be accessible and inclusive to everybody. So Mike, that being said, how do you see esports breaking down barriers, and what do we need to do proactively to ensure that education and career paths are open to everybody?
Well, the biggest one, I think, right off the bat is we have a lot of cultural problems inside of gaming and esports that have been just harbored from the lack of moderation of these things for decades now. A lot of people think this topic of esports is only a decade old when it was born in the 70s originally and historically. And what happens after 40, 30 years of lack of moderation and elevation from institutional standpoint is we breed a lot of bad habits. So not to knock my Call of Duty community, but known for being pretty toxic as a culture. So how do you fix that? Well, one of the bigger ones is by supporting those K through 12 and those youth-based programs. When we get traditional athletics inside of OU or any, especially the D1 schools, we're getting 15 years of mentorship before they're being recruited to the university. That means that they lost their first T-ball game at age 4, 5, 6. They got mentorship in how to deal with that anxiety, overcome those things. However, if you have a kid upstairs losing their mind on Roblox or Minecraft and you're not providing that same mentorship opportunity, you're not helping develop that foundational knowledge of good sportsmanlike conduct, understanding compromise, give and take, camaraderie, leadership, and those things. That's the bigger cultural gain that we all represent as we continue to legitimize this further and further up and down the chain. But the biggest one is really about creating these opportunities, not necessarily for the sake of creating them, but intentionally looking at the weaknesses that we have. There's plenty of strengths. When we talk about socioeconomic status, we talk about heritage-based or racial barriers. We talk about those things don't have a place here, yet they are a thing. So how do you start fixing those things? Well, you start, again, supporting those programs, looking out and creating those programs if there's a missed opportunity or a vacancy or just that general vulnerability. So for instance, a lot of collegiate developers, and in fact, this was a wonderful parallel between NCAA sanctioned athletics, which not everyone's a fan of the NCAA for many, many reasons. However, one of the things that they do in traditional sports is that for every male sport, you have a female sport. And that helps balance some of those things. In esports, you don't need that gender barrier in any way. However, culturally, we're not supporting those things at an earlier age across the board. We have these little silos that's great. That'll help, the grassroots energy kind of penetrate the rest of the household and the rest of the globe. But how can we accelerate that? And that's where all of us come in and say, okay, well, we're not going to deliberately use a word like pandering or deliberately target these things. However, we are going to create some opportunities to start fixing those balances. In collegiate esports, I believe, I forget which periodical it was, but all the scholarship money that's in collegiate, only less than 10% of it are going to women. Why is that? And those problems transcend prior to higher ed. Those are those support structures inside of households, inside of those things where we're telling young girls to do this or that or not, and at least not cutting off the opportunity of them to explore it. That's what's happening more than anything. Instead of just saying, guys, it's one thing to dismiss another thing or one thing completely, or it's another thing to say, okay, we'll take a break and do something else. If you dismiss it, you're demoralizing someone from even attempting that dream or that goal or that passion. And I know plenty of young women that can rock the best regardless of gender in games. And so that's an issue culturally that we have to combat. The other thing too is I had an interesting conversation in the beginning of this year when OU announced its first scholarships, where we all the pillars of development that I talked about in the first part of the segment, we have scholarships for all of it. So not only intercollegiate esports, that means shoutcasters, influencers, journalists, TOs, and leadership all have scholarship opportunity at OU now. And that's why I love hearing Danny's program, because come to me. Yeah. But the last one that I announced, which was a secondary and supplemental to any of those 6 pillars, were specifically targeting underserved communities. And I referenced the Black community specifically because we have analytical factual data that says, Black communities are consuming 20 to 30% of gaming and esports entertainment, yet represent less than 3 to 4% of C-suite level jobs in this industry. And then we can extrapolate that to other demographics, whether that's other minority sectors or gender-based roles, those things. And those are opportunities for just saying, hey guys, let's help start to normalize the topic that these are okay. We know that socioeconomic status plays an impact to what you play. That's why you have a predominance of white and Asian cultures playing things like League of Legends, Dota, and so forth, where more of the Latinx, Latin, and Black communities are playing a FIFA, a Madden, a 2K. A big reason for that, $2,000 PC versus $500 Xbox or PlayStation. So creating those opportunities of exposure to the technology in K through 12 and youth-based programs sets them up to at least explore more opportunities in the future. It's not saying that we need to completely convert League of Legends into Latinx and Black communities. However, they're not even given those opportunities because of those socioeconomic barriers that often play in societal constraints. So these are opportunities for us to impact programs, to advocate for programs just like eSposure, just like what Clint's doing in K through 12, and saying, this is a table where everyone can sit and eat, and not just eat what's on the menu, but deliberately build a menu that speaks to every palate, that does take sensitivity into what you were raised on and exposes you to things that you may not have tried before, as a means to say, at least I have some knowledge about what this could present as my future track, as a possibility that I didn't think about and moving forward. And so that's really about being intentional with how you word things, how you portray yourself, how you present your brand, and saying that, yes, you are welcome here. And if we don't have something that caters to you, then here's the opportunity to have that feedback loop so that we can build it, instead of just saying, this is the way that we're going to do it because I am a Power 5 D1 university that's riddled with plenty of politics, plenty of red tape and governance. But this is a unique scenario where the NCAA doesn't exist in this world. Those governing boards don't exist in these worlds outside of Title IX, things that protect, that are federally mandated, or obviously student handbooks and university strategic missions. But a lot of that is gray area that allows us to explore and innovate solutions that are specific to our cultures at OU, but this is the same for any regional location. You're not going to build a program that is inspired exclusively in California at Danny's venue in Dallas, Fort Worth, despite a lot of Californians moving to DFW. But that's it. OU different from UT in Austin, naturally. UT Austin different from UC Berkeley, different than Harvard, different than Florida State. And so it explores that, because you have to be sensitive to what the university is already recruiting, and then how do you also change that and use it as that value addition to help create the educational track that is more obtainable. Because that's our biggest feedback for higher ed specifically. It's getting too expensive. Its application is getting devalued because of things like YouTube U, other resources, and that's valid argument, absolutely. But when you start to innovate pre-existing tracks like a creative media production, a journalism, a public relations, a business tracks, and you infuse it with what we're learning in the experience spaces of things like esports and gaming, community development and infrastructure, then you start to modernize these degrees, adding value into those degrees, also to the alumni that just graduated, and provides a bigger pool of professionals to work for companies that are represented in this panel and abroad.
That's great. And just touching back on the culture change you were talking about, the beautiful thing about this panel is it's programs like all of yours, everybody here, and how they're connected. And it's what you guys are doing that's going to lead the way to that culture change. So it's going to be interesting to see how the change come up over the next coming years as some of the kids in your programs get older and get into the scene.
Right.
That being said, parents really just want the best for their kids, which often starts with that strong education. Parents fear that gaming is going to lead them away from all that, going to lead them away from that education. At Cove, we encourage kids to engage their parents, get them involved, teach them how to cheer at tournaments, show them what they love, show them what they're learning, and introduce them to the benefits of esports. Rick, what do you advise young gamers to do if they want to pursue esports and in their education and career?
Yeah, you hit it right on the head there. The parents are the ultimate gatekeeper, frankly. And I think we still live in a society where the majority of gamers that are super passionate about what they do, there's almost a fear of, man, how's my mom or dad going to approach this? I really like to do this. And what are some of the negative connotations, right, that numbers of parents, scores of parents around the country have on gaming specifically? So for me, even though it's easier for me to say, harder for the student to do, they have to engage their parents from day one. This is something I like to do. This is what it can lead to. These are some of the opportunities that I'm hearing. Beyond pro, I know a number of students love what they do and feel like they're going to go pro no matter what, because they're the best at what they do. That's same of every sport, whether it's my daughter playing soccer or my son playing baseball, they feel they're going to make it to television one day, as do many gamers. Super, super hard to do, frankly. But as this panel has already kind of gone over in great detail, there are so many different opportunities if utilized correctly and fundamentally well. So having those conversations with the parents to really understand it's really more than just the passion that I have for gaming, but it really can create a pathway into doing something that I love potentially for the rest of my life, potentially in a workforce environment, right? And parents want the best for their kids, as you mentioned. So it's a two-way street. And some of the times when I have this conversation with students, this is the part they hate. They've got to do their part too, just like any other club or any other sport. If my son comes home and he's got bad grades, he may not play baseball too much more, right? If he's acting toxic on the baseball field and embarrassing us, he may not play baseball much longer. If he's all of a sudden confined to just all I want to do is hit all day long, I'm not going to be a good family member. I'm not going to take out the trash. I'm not going to clean up my room, those types of things. He may not play that sport much longer. It's no different. So for students that are involved with esports and have such a passion for it, first and foremost, get your grades. At the end of the day, that's the one thing that you cannot replace, a good education. So make sure your grades are in order in high school and beyond. That will at least open the conversation that the parents can come in and say, okay, I see what you like. Tell me a little bit more. Secondarily, be a good person at home, right? Be attentive to what the needs are from your parents as well. That will in turn allow you to follow this passion set a little bit more so and kind of go from there. And we were in the code world for quite some time, still are, but it's slowly releasing its grasp on the country a little bit. go to events. Once you're able to go to events, whether it's something like a DreamHack, if there's a game, a show match being done at Oklahoma, if Misfits Gaming is competing live somewhere, we hold a number of live events. Nothing will speak to the parent more so than having them right there watching you compete live, seeing that atmosphere, seeing how much you get into it and how much everyone else gets into it, just like any other traditional sport, speaks volumes at the end of the day. I was fortunate enough, we had an event in Boston and we had a student come out from Worcester, Massachusetts in high school. He had no intent of going to college. He's a senior, 2021 graduate, and he just really wanted to come out and hang out with his friends and compete in Rocket League, quite frankly. At the end of the day, he ended up getting recruited by one of the recruiters that were there, and now is able to continue on a full ride, frankly, at a school out of South Carolina. So the parents were just in awe of what those opportunities are. They're just not fully aware. Most, I should say, are not fully aware of what these opportunities are, how engaging it can be for their son or daughter. And it starts with that simple conversation of, hey, mom, hey, dad, let me tell you a little bit about why it is I love to do what I do. And also, let me tell you about what that world actually looks like. Give them an invitation, open the door, sit down with them. And as a parent, I can say firsthand, I'd love nothing more than having my son or daughter come up to me and say, engage me in anything. I don't care what it is. What TV show are you watching? What book are you reading? How are your friends doing? Usually it's that one word answer that most parents get. Hey, how's everything going? Good. And that's it, right? So being able to engage your parents and really drawing them into your world of what you like, and now getting that support from home is the one thing that I would highly recommend for anybody, regardless of what level of gaming you're at, to really start to be aware of, to bring your parent on board. One story, and I'll cut it at that. Growing up playing Little League Baseball, even if I had a bad day, I could have struck out 3 times. And on my way home, my mom or dad would have simply said, hey, let's go get some ice cream. You'll get them next week, and go from there. That's not happening nearly enough in esports. And that's something that starts with the parent really providing that support at home, because they have a better understanding of what this can provide for their student, for their son, for their daughter. And I can't wait as we get further and further along this space to see that dynamic shift, where that's commonplace as opposed to something that we're hoping happens.
Yeah, that support, that communication goes such a long way, and it's so instrumental in how these kids grow up and how they learn and how they process everything. And yeah, just when Cope launched back last year, a year ago, that was one of the biggest things we've been telling everybody since day one is communication. It's so key. It's so important. And like you were saying, one of the biggest areas that the biggest way we're going to get parents on board is some of these IRL events, is LAN centers, conferences, all these different events. That's the way we're going to get them to open their eyes to see how massive this industry is and this business is. And Hussein, back to you, last question of the panel. One of the most exciting areas for parents is the way that pro orgs are engaging in both casual and aspiring pros through community and academy programs and tournaments, with their resources, with their education. Misfits Academy is such a great program, and it reaches so many different kids, and it's open to everybody. Everybody has a chance to get there and to be a part of it. How do you see these programs helping gamers find their path in esports?
So to give a little context to the Academy program, this actually something Danny mentioned struck a note is we have 3 different tiers right now, with more coming 2022. We have the pro player one, because everybody wants to be a pro player. That's the dream. We also have a one that we call creative, and the creative one changes every time it launches. So the first time around, we had an editor and a graphic designer, very broad. We put out 2 different briefs that were real life briefs that we had used in the past for different projects, and we put them out to the public, and we had anyone and everyone that wanted to create that project do so, and that was their submission for the program. And then same thing for the designers, and then this time around we did that filtered down to a thumbnail designer for YouTube. So it gets so specific, And what it does is there are kids out there that are more interested in design, and they find design interesting from a gaming lens. So they might find how a Fortnite character looks interesting, how a logo for a gaming org looks interesting, or just the idea of making your favorite streamer look cool is something that they're passionate about often, right? And channeling that to something that's a little bit more hands-on has been a core component of the academy program. Um, and so really each different vertical that the academy program launches is aimed at something that's outside of just being a pro player. That's always going to be an important one. Like, it is esports, it's competitive gaming, so there's always going to be an aspect of competitive in there. It doesn't have to be trying to sell everyone on the dream that everybody can be the 1%. It's more like how it is in traditional sports, where you have a minor league, you have a high school league, you have a university, you have different stages where you play, and you kind of learn and choose your own path in when, up to what point you want to play and when you're done with it. So the idea is to get them in on their interest, but then slowly expose them to all the different things that might be interesting to them that surround playing itself. And as they find interest in that, oh well, here's our president of media and branding at Misfits. She is available to teach you about how to do proper lighting or how to do proper audio for streaming, right? You might have come in being interested as a pro player, but all of a sudden you're finding yourself really interested in how audio is done, and that opens up this whole new world of opportunity. So that's been like the first thing is really taking their interest but exposing them to all the things that make a professional organization run behind the scenes, and then trying to figure out where their interest lies within that. And then provide resources from people that are directly working on those projects, on those specific segments in our org. The other part of that is we tend to fly all our winners down to Florida HQ and show them firsthand what's happening, give them a full boot camp experience with workshops built in, with our influencers, our pro players, our content people, our YouTube strategists, our TikTokers, to truly give them like a full 360 look on what happens at a gaming org. But we also fly down their parents to do the same exact thing. And a lot of the time, what we find is that they're quite shocked at the level of professionalism that esports is at. Um, the fact that there's an HQ and an office itself is often a surprise for a lot of them. But then to see that a gaming org where their idea, a lot of parents' idea of gaming is just, oh, it's just people playing a game online. Well, why is there a YouTube strategist involved? Why is there a TikTok platform algorithm advisor involved? Like a lot of these things are eye-opening for them. And then when they see their kids on hand in these workshops, excited and working with a lot of our folks over here, that gets the parents excited as well. Now they suddenly want to support their kids in that. So it's it's the bait is the game. The game is the interest. It's what everybody cares about. But you can be interested in football, in basketball, or in esports and be passionate for the game, but not be a professional competitor. And you can choose whether you want to pursue, like up to what point you want to pursue being a professional competitor or not. But you don't have to do just that. There's a ton of other things around it that only amplify your passion. So really exposing parents and kids to that has been the core mission statement of our academy program, and honestly a lot of academy programs that are starting to be launched at this point, from an org perspective, from a university perspective, high school perspective. It has been a core statement, as we've heard on this panel as well, that everybody's talking about everything but the pro player path into esports. So that's the same over here.
Yeah, and one of the great things about the Academy, I've been fortunate enough to be in the area at HQ for a few of them. And I've been fortunate enough to see the parents go from, and just speaking to some of the parents, I've been fortunate enough to see them go from, what is this? What is happening? to, holy cow, this is absolutely amazing. I can't wait to see where this brings my son or my daughter. So it's pretty eye-opening just watching them just have their eyes open to this amazing world. But unfortunately, that is all the time that we've got. Again, I love how all of you personally and all of your programs together are interconnected and work together and strive to build such a strong, positive ecosystem for esports and gaming. It really means a lot, being that I have a kid growing up here and seeing all his friends growing up in this space. So thank you again for everything that you guys do. I can sit here and listen to all of you for hours on end. For those of you at home, please make sure to check out everybody's bio and links to their programs. Go check out their websites, and you can also go check out cope.gg. We are a resource hub. We're going to have links to everybody here and everybody's programs all in one place for everybody to check out. So thank you all again. I appreciate your time, and hopefully we can do this again in person.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good
Thanks,
job,
Chris.
Good
Thanks,
job,
Shay.
Chris.
Hey, there you go. Milestone for you,
Shay. Thank you, everybody. This is it was awesome to be able to hear from everybody.
Yeah.
Yep. And up.
Yeah. Let's all stay in touch. Thanks again, guys.
Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Take care.